Chapter 20 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 20. Sambuashu. It was in vain to try to talk of anything else. The conversation ran on that one subject all evening. Indeed, there was a great deal to be thought of and to be done, and it must of necessity be talked of first. "How soon does she want to come?" Mrs. Armadale asked, meaning of course the new inmate proposed for the house. "Just as soon as we are ready for her. Didn't you hear what I read, grandmother? She wants to get into the country air." "A queer time to come into the country," said Charity. "I thought city folks kept to the city in winter, but it's good for us." "We must get in some coal for the parlour," remarked Madge. "Yes, and who's going to make coal fires and clean the grates and fetch boxes of coal?" said Charity. "I don't mind making a good fire and keeping it up. Good's clean, but coals I do hate." There was general silence. "I'll do it," said Lois. "I guess you will. You look like it." "Somebody must, and I may as well as anybody." "You could get Tim Bodson to carry coal for you," remarked Mrs. Armadale. "So we could. That's an excellent idea, and I don't mind the rest at all," said Lois. "I like to kindle fires. But maybe she'll want soft coal. I think it is likely. Mrs. Wishart never will burn hard coal where she sits, and soft coal is easier to manage." "It's dirtier, though," said Charity. "I hope she ain't going to be a fanciful woman. I can't get along with fancy folks. Then she'll be in a fidget about her eating, and I can't stand that. I'll cook for her, but she must take things as she finds them. I can't have anything to do with tomfooleries." "That mean custards?" said Lois, laughing. "I like custards myself. I'll take the tomfoolery part of the business, Charity." "Will you?" said Charity. "What else?" "I'll tell you what else, girls. We must have some new tablecloths and some napkins. And we ought to have our bonnets before anybody comes," added Madge. "And I must make some covers and mats for the dressing table and washstand in the best room," said Lois. "Covers and mats? What for? What ails the things as they are? They've got covers." "Oh, I mean white covers. They make the room look so much nicer." "I'll tell you what, Lois. You can't do everything that rich folks do, and it's no use to try. And you may as well begin as you're going on. Where are you going to get money for coal and bonnets and tablecloths and napkins and curtains before we begin to have the board paid in?" "I have thought of that. Aunt Marks will lend us some. It won't be much, the whole of it." "I hope we aren't buying a pig in a poke," said Charity. "Mother, do you think it will worry you to have her?" Lois asked tenderly. "No, child," said the old lady. "Why should it worry me?" So the thing was settled, and eager preparations immediately set on foot. Simple preparations, which did not take much time. On her part, Mrs. Barclay had some to make, but hers were still more quickly dispatched, so that before November had run all its 30 days, she had all ready for the move. Mr. Dillwyn went with her to the station and put her into the car, and they were early, so he took a seat beside her to bear her company during the minutes of waiting. "I would gladly have gone with you to see you safe there," he remarked, "but I thought it not best, for several reasons." "I should think so," Mrs. Barclay returned dryly. "Philip, I consider this very craziest scheme I ever had to do with." "Precisely, your being in it redeems it from that character. I do not think so. I am afraid you are preparing trouble for yourself, but your heart cannot be much in it yet." "Don't swear that," he said. "Well, it cannot, surely. Love will grow on scant fare, I acknowledge, but it must have a little." "It has had a little, but you are hardly to give it that name yet. Say a fancy." "Sensible men do not do such things for a fancy." "Why, Philip, suppose I am able to do my part, and that it succeeds to the full. Though how am I even to set about it? I have at present no idea. I cannot assume that these young women are ignorant, and say I have come to give them an education. But suppose I find a way, and suppose I succeed, what then? You will be no nearer your aim, perhaps not so near." "Perhaps not," he said carelessly. "Phil, it's a very crazy business. I wouldn't go into it, only I am so selfish, and the plan is so magnificent for me. That is enough to recommend it. Now I want you to let me know, from time to time, what I can send you that will either tend to your comfort or help the work we have in view. Will you?" "But where are you going to be? I thought you were going to Europe." "Not till spring. I shall be in New York this winter." "But you will not come to what is the name of the place where I am going?" she asked earnestly. "No," said he, smiling. "Shall I send you a piano?" "A piano! Is music intended to be in the programme? What could I do with a piano?" "That you will find out. But you are so fond of music, it would be a comfort, and I have no doubt it would be a help." Mrs. Barclay looked at him with a steady gravity, under which lurked a little sparkle of amusement. "Do you mean that I am to teach your Dulcinea to play, or to sing?" "The use of the possessive pronoun is entirely inappropriate." "Which is she, by the way?" "There are three." "Are there not? How am I to know the person in whom I am to be interested?" "By the interest." "That will do," said Mrs. Barclay, laughing. "But it is a very mad scheme, Philip, a very mad scheme. Here you have got me, who ought to be wiser, into a plan for making, not history, but romance. I do not approve of romance, and not at all of making it." "Thank you," said he, as he rose in obedience to the warning stroke of the bell. "Do not be romantic, but as practical as possible. I am. Good bye. Write me, won't you?" The train moved out of the station, and Mrs. Barclay fell to meditating. The prospect before her, she thought, was extremely misty and doubtful. She liked neither the object of Mr. Dillwyn's plans, nor the means he had chosen to attain it, and yet here she was, going to be his active agent, obedient to his will in the matter. Partly because she liked Philip, who had been a dear and faithful friend of her husband; partly because, as she said, the scheme offered such tempting advantage to herself; but more than either, because she knew that if Philip could not get her help, he was more than likely to find some other which would not serve him so well. If Mrs. Barclay had thought that her refusal to help him would have put an end to the thing, she would undoubtedly have refused. Now she pondered what she had undertaken to do, and wondered what the end would be. Mr. Dillwyn had been taken by a pretty face. That was the old story. He retained wit enough to feel that something more than a pretty face was necessary. Therefore he had applied to her. But suppose her mission failed? Brains cannot be bought. Or suppose even the brains were there, and her mission succeeded? What then? How was the wooing to be done? However, one thing was certain. Mr. Dillwyn must wait. Education is a thing that demands time. While he was waiting, he might wear out his fancy, or get up a fancy for someone else. Time was everything. So at last she quieted herself and fell to a restful enjoyment of her journey, an amused watching of her fellow travellers, and observing of the country. The country offered nothing very remarkable. After the Sound was lost sight of it, the road ran on among farms and fields and villages, now and then crossing a stream, with nothing especially picturesque in land or water. Mrs. Barclay went back to thoughts that led her far away, and forgot both the fact of her travelling and the reason why, till the civil conductor said at her elbow, "Here's your place, ma'am, Shampuashuh." Mrs. Barclay was almost sorry, but she rose, and the conductor took her back, and they went out. The afternoons were short now, and the sun was already down, but Mrs. Barclay could see a neat station house, with a long platform extending along the track, and a wide level green country. The train puffed off again. A few people were taking their way homewards, on foot and in wagons. She saw no cab or omnibus in waiting for the benefit of strangers. Then, while she was thinking to find some railway official and ask instructions, a person came towards her, a woman, bundled up in a shawl and carrying a horsewhip. "Perhaps you are Mrs. Barclay?" she said unceremoniously. "I have come after you." "Thank you. And who is it that has come after me?" "You are going to the Lothrops' house, ain't you?" "I thought so. It's all right. I'm their aunt, you see. They haven't a team, and I told them I'd come and fetch you, for as like as not Tompkins couldn't be here. Is that your trunk? Mr. Lifton, won't you have the goodness to get this into my buggy? It's round at the other side. Now, will you come?" This last to Mrs. Barclay, and following her new friend, she and her baggage were presently disposed of in a neat little vehicle, and the owner of it got into her place and drove off. The soft light showed one of those peaceful looking landscapes which impress one immediately with this feature in their character: a wide grassy street or road, in which carriages might take their choice of tracks; a level open country wherever the eye caught a sight of it; great shadowy elms at intervals, giving an air of dignity and elegance to the place; and neat and well-to-do houses scattered along on both sides, not too near each other for privacy and independence; cool fresh air, with a savour in it of salt water, and stillness that told of evening rest and quiet and leisure. One got a respect for the place involuntarily. "They're looking for you," the driving lady began. "Yes, I wrote I could be here to-day. They'll do all they can to make you comfortable, and if there's anything you'd like, you've only to tell them; that is, anything that can be had at Shampuashuh, for you see we ain't at New York, and the girls never took in a lodger before, but they'll do what they can." "I hope I shall not be very exacting." "Most folks like Shampuashuh that come to know it. That is, we don't have much of the high-flying public. That sort goes over to Castletown, and I'm quite willing they should; but in summer we have quite a sprinkling of people that want country and the sea, and they most of them stay right along, from the beginning of the season to the end of it. We don't often have them come in November, though." "I suppose not." "Though the winters here are pleasant," the other went on. "I think they're first rate. You see, we're so near the sea, we never have it very cold, and the snow don't get a chance to lie. The worst we have here is in March, and if anybody is particular about his head and his eyes, I'd advise him to take them somewhere else. But dear me, there is something to be said about every place. I do hear folks say down in Florida is a regular Garden of Eden, but I don't know. Seems to me I wouldn't want to live on oranges all year round and never see the snow. I'd rather have a good peeping now than near an orange. Here we are, Mr. Starks, addressing a man who was going along the side way. Hold on, will you? Here's a box to lift down. Won't you bear a hand? This service was very willingly rendered, the man not only lifting the heavy truck out of the vehicle, but carrying it in and up the stairs to its destination. The door of the house stood open. Mrs. Barclay descended from the buggy. Mrs. Marks kept her seat. "Good-bye," she said. "Go right in. You'll find somebody, and they'll take care of you." Mrs. Barclay went in at the little gate and up the path of a few yards to the house. It was a very seemly white house, quite large, with a porch over the door and a balcony above it. Mrs. Barclay went in, feeling herself on very doubtful ground. Then appeared a figure in the doorway which put her meditations to flight. Such a fair figure, with a grave, sweet, innocent charm, and a manner which surprised the lady. Mrs. Barclay looked in a sort of fascination. "We are very glad to see you," Lois said simply. "It is Mrs. Barclay, I suppose? The train was in good time. Let me take your bag, and I will show you right up to your room." "Thank you. Yes, I am Mrs. Barclay. But who are you?" "I am Lois. Mrs. Wishart wrote to me about you. Now, here is your room, and here is your trunk. Thank you, Mr. Starks. What can I do for you? Tea will be ready presently." "You seem to have obliging neighbours. Ought I not to pay him for his trouble?" said Mrs. Barclay, looking after the retreating Starks. "Pay? Oh no," said Lois, smiling. "Mr. Starks does not want pay. He is very well off indeed, has a farm of his own, and makes it valuable." "He deserves to be well off for his obligingness. Is it a general characteristic of Shampuashuh?" "I rather think it is," said Lois. "When you come down, Mrs. Barclay, I will show you your other room." Mrs. Barclay took off her wrappings and looked about her in amaze. The room was extremely neat and pleasant, with its white naperies and old-fashioned furniture. All that she had seen of the place was pleasant. But the girl? Oh, Philip, Philip, thought Mrs. Barclay, have you lost your heart here? And whatever will come of it all? I can understand it, but what will come of it? Downstairs Lois met her again, and took her into the room arranged for her sitting room. It was not a New York drawing room, but many gorgeous drawing rooms would fail in a comparison with it. Warm coloured chintz curtains, the carpet neither fine nor handsome, indeed, but of a hue which did not clash violently with the hue of the draperies, plain, dark furniture, and a blaze of soft gold. Mrs. Barclay exclaimed, "Delightful! Oh, delightful! Is this my room, did you say? It is quite charming. I am afraid I am putting you to a great inconvenience." "The convenience is much greater than the inconvenience," said Lois simply. "I hope we may be able to make you comfortable. But my sisters are afraid you will not like our country way of living." "Are you the housekeeper?" "No," said Lois, with her pleasant smile again. "I am the gardener and the out-of-doors woman generally, the man of business of the house." "That is a rather hard place for a woman to fill, sometimes." "It is easy here. and where people have so little out-of-door business as we have." She arranged the fire and shut the shutters of the windows, Mrs. Barclay watching and admiring her as she did so. It was a pretty figure, though in a calico and white apron. The manner of quiet self-possession and simplicity left nothing to be desired. And the face, but what was it in the face which so struck Mrs. Barclay? It was not the fair features. They were fair, but she had seen others as fair 1,000 times before. This charm was something she had never seen before in all her life. There was a gravity that had no connection with shadows, nor even suggested them; a curious loftiness of being which had nothing to do with external position or internal consciousness, and a purity which was like the grave purity of a child, without the child's want of knowledge or immaturity of mental power. Mrs. Barclay was attracted and curious at the same time. The dress and the apron were of a style, well, of no style, the plainest attire of a plain country girl. "I will call you when tea is ready," said Lois. "Or would you like to come out at once and see the rest of the family?" "By all means. Let me go with you," Mrs. Barclay answered, and Lois opened a door and ushered her at once into the common room of the family. Here Mrs. Armadale was sitting in her rocking chair. "This is my grandmother," said Lois simply, and Mrs. Barclay came up. "How do you do, ma'am?" said the old lady. "I am pleased to see you." Mrs. Barclay took a chair by her side, made her greetings, and surveyed the room. It was very cheerful and home-looking, with its firelight and the table comfortably spread in the middle of the floor, and various little tokens of domestic occupation. "How pleasant this fire is," she remarked. "Wood is so sweet." "It's better than the fire in the parlour," said Mrs. Armadale, "but that room has only a grate." "I will never complain as long as I have soft coal," returned the new guest. "But there is an uncommon charm to me in a wood fire." "You don't get it often in New York, Lois says." "Miss Lois has been to the great city, then?" "Yes, she's been there. Our cousin Mrs. Wishart likes to have her, and Lois was there quite a spell last winter. But I expect that's the end of it. I guess she'll stay at home for the rest of her life." "Why should she?" "Here's where her work is," said the old lady, "and one is best where one's work is." "But her work might be elsewhere. She'll marry some day. If I were a man, I think I should fall in love with her." "She mightn't marry you still," said Mrs. Armadale with a fine smile. "No, certainly," said Mrs. Barclay, returning the smile. "But you know, girls' hearts are not to be depended on. They do run away with them, when the right person comes." "My Lois will wait till he comes," said the old lady, with a sort of a tender confidence that was impressive and almost solemn. Mrs. Barclay's thoughts made a few quick gyrations, and then the door opened, and Lois, who had left the room, came in again, followed by one of her sisters bearing a plate of butter. "Another beauty," thought Mrs. Barclay, as Madge was presented to her. "Which is which, I wonder?" It was a beauty of quite another sort. Regular features, black hair, eyes dark and soft under long lashes, a white brow, and a very handsome mouth. But Madge had a bow of red band in her black hair, while Lois's red brown masses were soft and fluffy, and unadorned. Madge's face lacked the loftiness, if it had the quietness of the other, and it had not that innocent dignity which seemed, to Mrs. Barclay's fancy, to set Lois apart from the rest of the young women. Yet most men would admire Madge most, she thought, "Oh, Philip, Philip," she said to herself, "what sort of a mess have you brought me into? This is no common romance you have induced me to put my fingers in. These girls—" But then entered a third, of a different type, and Mrs. Barclay felt some amusement at the variety surrounding her. Miss Charity was plain, like her grandmother, and Mrs. Armadale was not, as I have said, a handsome old woman. She had never been a handsome young one, bony, angular, strong, not gracious, although the expression of calm sense and character, and the handwriting of life work, and the dignity of mental calm, were unmistakable now, and made her person worth looking at. Charity was much younger, of course, but she had the plainness without the dignity sense, I am bound to say, was not wanting. The supper was ready, and they all sat down. The meal was excellent, but at first very silently enjoyed, save the words of anxious hospitality there were none spoken. The quicker I get acquainted, the better, thought Mrs. Barclay, so she began. "Your village looks to me like a quiet place." "That is its character," said Mrs. Armadale. "Especially in winter, I suppose." "Well, it always was quiet, since I've known it," the old lady went on. "They've got a hotel now for strangers, down at the Point, but that ain't the village." "And the hotel is empty now," added Lois. "What does the village do to amuse itself in these quiet winter days and nights?" "Nothing," said Charity. "Really? Are there no amusements? I never heard of such a place." "I do not know what you mean by amusements." Mrs. Armadale took up the subject. "I think doing one's work is the best amusement there is. I never wanted no other." "Does the old proverb not hold good then in Shampuashuh, of 'all work and no play, you know, the consequences are said to be disastrous'?" "No," said Lois, laughing, "it does not hold good. People are not dull here. I don't mean that they are very lively, but they are not dull." "Is there a library here?" "A sort of one, not large. Books that some of the people subscribe for, and pass round to each other's houses." "Then it is not much of a reading community." "Well, it is considerable," said Mrs. Armadale. "There is a good many books in the village. Take them all together, I guess the folks have as much as they can do to read what they've got, and don't stand in need of no more." "Well, are people any happier for living in such a quiet way? Are they sheltered in any degree from the storms that come upon the rest of the world? How is it? As I drove along from the station to-night, I thought it looked like a haven of peace, where people could not have heartbreaks." "I hope the Lord will make it such to you, ma'am," the old lady said solemnly. The turn was so sudden and so earnest that it in a sort took Mrs. Barclay's breath away. She merely said, "Thank you," and let the talk drop. End of chapter 20. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Chapter 21 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 21. Greville's Memoirs. Mrs. Barclay found her room pleasant, her bed excellent, and all the arrangements and appointments simple, indeed, but quite sufficient. The next morning brought brilliant sunlight, glittering in the elm trees, and on the green sward which filled large spaces in the street, and on chimneys and housetops, and on the bed of the Connecticut River, which was visible in the distance. Quiet it was certainly, and peaceful, and at the same time the sight was inspiriting. Mrs. Barclay dressed and went down, and there she found her parlour in order. The sunlight streamed in, and a beautiful fire blazing to welcome her. "This is luxury," thought she, as she took her place in a comfortable rocking chair before the fire. "But how am I to get at my work?" Presently Lois came in, looking like a young rose. "I beg your pardon," she said, greeting Mrs. Barclay, "but I left my duster." "Has she been putting my room in order?" thought the lady, this elegant creature. But she showed nothing of her feeling, only asked Lois if she were busy. "No," said Lois, with a smile, "I have done. Do you want something of me?" "Yes, in that case. Sit down, and let us get acquainted." Lois sat down, duster in hand, and looked pleasantly ready. "I am afraid I am giving you a great deal of trouble. If you get tired of me, you must just let me know, will you?" "There is no fear," Lois assured her. "We are very glad to have you, if only you don't get tired of our quiet." "It is very quiet, after what you have been accustomed to." "Just what I want. I have been longing for the country, and the air here is delicious. I cannot get enough of it. I keep sniffing up the salt smell, and you have made me so comfortable. How lovely those old elms are over the way! I could hardly get dressed for looking at them. Do you draw?" "I? Oh no," cried Lois. "I have been to school, of course, but I have learned only common things. I do not know anything about drawing." "Perhaps you will let me teach you." The colour flashed into the girl's cheeks. She made no answer at first, and then murmured, "You are very kind." "One must do something, you know," Mrs. Barclay said. "I cannot let all your goodness make me idle. I am very fond of drawing, myself. It has whiled away many an hour for me. Besides, it enables one to keep a record of pretty and pleasant things wherever one goes." "We live among our pleasant things," said Lois, "but I should think that would be delightful for the people who travel." "You will travel some day." "No, there is no hope of that." "You would like it then?" "Oh, who would not like it? I went with Mrs. Wishart to the Isles of Shoals last summer, and it was the first time I began to have a notion what a place the world is." "And what a place do you think it is?" "Oh, so wonderfully full of beautiful things, so full, and of such different beautiful things. I had only known Shampuashuh and the Sound and New York, and Appledore was like a new world." Lois spoke with a kind of inner fire, which sparkled in her eyes and gave accent to her words. "What was the charm? I do not know Appledore," said Mrs. Barclay carelessly, but watching her. "It is difficult to put some things in words. It seemed to be out of the world of everyday life, and surrounded by what was pure and fresh and powerful and beautiful. It all comes back to me now, when I think of the surf breaking on the rocks, and the lights and colours, and the feeling of the air." "But how were the people? Were they uncommon too?" "Part of one's impression is apt to come from the human side of the thing. Mine did not. The people of the islands are queer, rough people, almost as strange as all the rest. But I saw more of some city people staying at the hotel, and they did not fit the place at all." "Why not?" "They did not enjoy it. They did not seem to see what I saw, unless they were told of it. Nor then either." "Well, you must come in and let me teach you to draw," said Mrs. Barclay. "I shall want to feel that I have some occupation, or I shall not be happy. Perhaps your sisters will come too." "Madge? Oh, thank you! How kind of you! I do not know whether Madge ever thought of such a thing." "You are the man of business of the house. What is she?" "Madge is the dairy woman and the seamstress. But we all do that." "You are fond of reading? I have brought a few books with me, which I hope you will use freely. I shall unpack them by and by." "That will be delightful," Lois said, with a bright expression of pleasure. "We have not subscribed to the library, because we felt we could hardly spare the money." They were called to breakfast, and Mrs. Barclay studied again with fresh interest all the family group. No want of capacity and receptive readiness, she was sure, nor of active energy. Sense and self-reliance and independence and quick intelligence were to be read in the face and manner of each one. Good ground to work upon. Still Mrs. Barclay privately shook her head at her task. "Miss Madge," she said suddenly, "I have been proposing to teach your sister to draw. Would you like to join her?" Madge seemed too much astonished to answer immediately. Charity spoke up and asked, "To draw what?" "Anything she likes. Pretty things and places." "I don't see what's the use. When you've got a pretty thing, what should you draw it for?" "Suppose you have not got it?" "Then you can't draw it," said Charity. "O Charity, you don't understand," cried Lois. "If I had known how to draw, I could have brought you home pictures of the Isles of Shoals last summer. They couldn't have been like." Lois laughed, and Mrs. Barclay remarked, "That was rather begging the question." "What question?" said Charity. "I mean, you are assuming a thing without evidence." "It don't need evidence," said Charity. "I never saw a picture yet that was worth a red cent. It's only a make believe." "Then you will not join our drawing class, Miss Charity?" "No, and I should think Madge had better stick to her sewing. There's plenty to do." "Duty comes first," said the old lady, "and I shouldn't think duty would leave much time for making marks on paper." The first thing Mrs. Barclay did after breakfast was to unpack some of her books and get out her writing box, and then the impulse seized her to write to Mr. Dillwyn. "I had meant to wait," she wrote him, "and not say anything to you until I had had more time for observation. But I have seen so much already that my head is in an excited state, and I feel I must relieve myself by talking to you. Which of these ladies is the one? Is it the black-haired beauty, with her white forehead and clean-cut features? She is very handsome, but the other, I confess, is my favourite. She is less handsome, but more lovely. Yes, she is lovely, and both of them have capacity and cleverness. But, Philip, they belong to the strictly religious sort. I see that. The old grandmother is a regular Puritan, and the girls follow her lead, and I am in a confused state of mind, thinking what can ever be the end of it all." "Whatever would you do with such a wife, Philip Dillwyn? You are not a bad sort of man at all. At least, you know, I think well of you, but you are not a Puritan, and this little girl is. I do not mean to say anything against her, only you want me to make a woman of the world out of the girl, and I doubt much whether I shall be able. There is strength in the whole family. It is a characteristic of them, a capital trait, of course, but in certain cases interfering with any effort to mould or bend the material to which it belongs. What would you do, Philip, with a wife who would disapprove of worldly pleasures, and refuse to take part in worldly plans, and insist on bringing all questions to the bar of the Bible? I have indeed heard no distinctively religious conversation here yet, but I cannot be mistaken. I see what they are. I know what they will say when they open their lips. I feel as if I were a swindler, taking your money on false pretenses, setting about an enterprise which may succeed possibly, but would succeed little to your advantage. Think better of it and give it up. I am unselfish in saying that, for the people please me. Life in their house, I can fancy, might be very agreeable to me, but I am not seeking to marry them, and so there is no violent forcing of incongruities into union and fellowship. Phil, you cannot marry a Puritan. How Mrs. Barclay was to initiate a system of higher education in this farmhouse, she did not clearly see. Drawing was a simple thing enough, but how was she to propose teaching languages, or suggest algebra, or insist upon history? She must wait and feel her way, and in the meantime she scattered books about her room, books chosen with some care to act as baits, hoping so by and by to catch her fish. Meanwhile she made herself very agreeable in the family, and that without any particular exertion which she rightly judged would hinder and not help her object. "Isn't she pleasant?" said Lois one evening when the family were alone. "She's elegant," said Madge. "She has plenty to say for herself," added Charity. "But she don't look like a happy woman, Lois," Madge went on. "Her face is regularly sad when she ain't talking, but it's sweet when she is." "I'll tell you what, girls," said Charity, "she's a real proud woman." "Oh, Charity, nothing of the sort," cried Lois. "She's as kind as she can be." "Who said she wasn't?" "I said she was proud, and she is. She's a right, for all I know. She ain't like our Shampuashuh people." "She's a lady," said Lois. "What do you mean by that, Lois?" Madge fired up. "You don't mean, I hope, that the rest of us are not ladies, do you?" "Not like her." "Well, why should we be like her?" "Because her ways are so beautiful. I should be glad to be like her. She is just what you call her elegant." "Everybody has their own ways," said Madge. "I hope none of you will be like her," said Mrs. Armadale gravely, "for she is a woman of the world, and knows the world's ways, and she knows nothing else, poor thing." "But, grandmother," Lois put in, "some of the world's ways are good." "Be they?" said the old lady. "I don't know which one of them." "Well, grandmother, this way of beautiful manners. They don't all have it. I don't mean that, but some of them do. They seem to know exactly how to behave to everybody, and always what to do or to say. And you can see Mrs. Barclay is one of those, and I like those people. There is a charm about them." "Don't you always know what's right to do or say, with the Bible before you?" "Oh, grandmother, but I mean in little things, little words and ways, and tones of voice even. It isn't like Shampuashuh people." "Well, we're Shampuashuh folks," said Charity. "I hope you won't set up for nothing else, Lois. I guess your head got turned a bit, with going round the world. But I wish I knew what makes her look so sober." "She has lost her husband." "Other folks have lost their husbands, and a good many of them have found another. Don't be ridiculous, Lois." The first bait that took, in the shape of books, was Scott's Lady of the Lake. Lois opened it one day, was caught, begged to be allowed to read it, and from that time had it in her hand whenever her hand was free to hold it. She read it aloud sometimes to her grandmother, who listened with a half shake of her head, but aloud it was pretty. Charity was less easy to bribe with sweet sounds. "What on earth is the use of that?" she demanded one day, when she had stood still for 10 minutes in her way through the room, to hear the account of Fitzjames's adventure in the wood with Roderick Dhu. "Don't you like it?" said Lois. "Don't make head or tail of it. And there sits Madge with her mouth open, as if it was something to eat, and Lois's cheeks are as pink as if she expected the people to step out and walk in. Mother, do you like all that stuff?" "It is poetry, Charity," cried Lois. "What's the use of poetry? Can you tell me? It seems to me nonsense for a man to write in that way. If he has got something to say, why don't he say it, and be done with it? He does say it, in a most beautiful way." "It be a queer way of doing business." "It is not business," said Lois, laughing. "Charity, will you not understand? It is poetry." "What is poetry?" But alas, Charity had asked what nobody could answer, and she had the field in triumph. "It is just a jingle jangle, and what I call nonsense. Mother, ain't that what you would say is a waste of time?" "I don't know, my dear," said Mrs. Armadale doubtfully, applying her knitting needle to the back of her ear. "It isn't nonsense. It is delightful," said Madge indignantly. "You want me to go on, grandmother, don't you?" said Lois. "We want to know about the fight, when the two get to coil and toggle forth." And as she was not forbidden, she went on, while Charity got the spice box she had come for and left the room superior. The Lady of the Lake was read through. Mrs. Barclay had hoped to draw on some historical inquiries by means of it, but before she could find a chance, Lois took up Greville's Memoirs. These she read to herself, and not many pages, before she came with the book and a puzzled face to Mrs. Barclay's room. Mrs. Barclay was, we may say, a fisher lying in wait for a bite. Now she saw she had got one. The thing was to haul in the line warily and skilfully. She broke up a piece of coal on the fire and gave her visitor an easy chair. "Sit here, my dear. I am very glad of your company. What have you in your hand? Greville?" "Yes. I want to ask you about some things. Am I not disturbing you?" "Most agreeably. I can have nothing better to do than to talk with you. What is the question?" "There are several questions. It seems to me a very strange book." "Perhaps it is. But why do you say so?" "Perhaps I should rather say that the people are strange. Is this what the highest society in England is like?" "In what particulars do you mean?" "Why, I think Shampuashuh is better. I am sure Shampuashuh would be ashamed of such doings." "What are you thinking of?" Mrs. Barclay asked, carefully repressing a smile. "Why, here are people with every advantage, with money and with education, and with the power of place and rank, living for nothing but mere amusement, and very poor amusement too." The conversations alluded to were very often not poor amusement. Some of the society were very brilliant and very experienced men, but they did nothing with their lives. "How does that appear?" "Here, at the Duke of York's," said Lois, turning over her leaves. "They sat up till 4 in the morning playing whist, and on Sunday they amused themselves shooting pistols and eating fruit in the garden and playing with the monkeys. That is like children." "My dear, half of the world do nothing with their lives, as you phrase it." "But they ought, and you expect it of people in high places and having all sorts of advantages." "You expect, then, what you do not find. And is all of what is called the great world no better than that?" "Some of it is better." "Oh, Philip, Philip, where are you?" thought Mrs. Barclay. "They do not all play whist all night. But you know, Lois, people come together to be amused, and it is not everybody that can talk or act sensibly for a long stretch. How can they play cards all night? Whist is very snaring, and the little excitement of stakes draws the people on. Stakes? said Lois inquiringly. Sums staked on the game. Oh, but that is worse than foolish. It is to keep the game from growing tiresome. Do you see any harm in it? Why, that's gambling. In a small way. Is it always in a small way? People do not generally play very high at whist. It is all the same thing, said Lois. People begin with a little, and then a little will not satisfy them. True, but one must take the world as one finds it. Is the New York world like this? said Lois after a moment's pause. No, not in the coarseness you find Mr. Greville tells of. In the matter of pleasure-seeking, I am afraid times and places are much alike. Those who live for pleasure are driven to seek it in all manner of ways. The ways sometimes vary. The principle does not. And do all the men gamble? No, many do not touch cards. My friend, Mr. Dillwyn, for example. Mr. Dillwyn? Do you know him? Very well. He was a dear friend of my husband, and has been a faithful friend to me. Do you know him? A little. I have seen him. You must not expect too much from the world, my dear. According to what you say, one must not expect anything from it. That is too severe. No, said Lois. What is there to admire or respect in a person who lives only for pleasure? Sometimes there are fine qualities and brilliant parts and noble powers. That makes it only worse, cried Lois. Fine qualities and brilliant parts and noble powers, all used for nothing. That is miserable. And when there is so much to do in the world, too. Of what kind? asked Mrs. Barclay, curious to know her companion's course of thought. Oh, help. What sort of help? Almost all sorts, said Lois. You must know even better than I. Don't you see a great many people in New York that are in want of some sort of help? Yes, but it is not always easy to give. Even where the need is greatest, people's troubles come largely from their follies, or from other people's follies. That is true, but how would you help, Lois? Where there is a will, there is a way, Mrs. Barclay. You are thinking of help to the poor? There is a great deal of that done. I am thinking of poverty and sickness and weakness and ignorance and injustice. And a grand man could do a great deal, but not if he lived like the creatures in this book. I never saw such a book. But we must take men as we find them, and most men are busy seeking their own happiness. You cannot blame them for that. It is human nature. I blame them for seeking it so, and it is not happiness that people play whist for till 4 o'clock in the morning. What then? Forgetfulness, I should think. Distraction, because they do not know anything about happiness. Who does? said Mrs. Barclay sadly. Lois was silent, not because she had not something to say, but because she was not certain how best to say it. There was no doubt in her sweet face, rather a grave assurance which stimulated Mrs. Barclay's curiosity. We must take people as we find them, she repeated. You cannot expect men who live for pleasure to give up their search for the sake of other people's pleasure. Yes, that is the way, which they miss, said Lois. The way to what? To real enjoyment, to life that is worth living. What would you have them to do? Only what the Bible says. I do not believe I know the Bible as well as you do. Of what directions are you thinking? the poor ye have always with you? Not that, said Lois. Let me get the Bible, and I will tell you. This, Mrs. Barclay, to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke, to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out of thy house, when thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh. And do you think to live right one must live so? It is in the Bible, said Lois, with so innocent a look of having answered all questions that Mrs. Barclay was near smiling. Do you think anybody ever did live so? Job? Did he? I forget. Lois turned over some leaves, and again read, When the ear heard me, then it blessed me, and when the eye saw me, it gave witness to me, because I delivered the poor that cried, and the fatherless, and him that had none to help him. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. I was eyes to the blind, and feet I was to the lame. I was a father to the poor, and the cause that I knew not I searched out. And I brake the jaws of the wicked, and plucked the spoil out of his teeth. To be a father to the poor in these days would give a man enough to do, certainly, especially if he searched out all the causes which were doubtful. It would take all a man's time, and all his money too, if he were as rich as Job, unless you put some limit, Lois. What limit, Mrs. Barclay? Do you put none? I was not long ago speaking with a friend, such a man of parts and powers, as was mentioned just now, a man who thus far in his life has done nothing but for his own cultivation and amusement. I was urging upon him to do something with himself, but I did not tell him what. It did not occur to me to set him about writing all the wrongs of the world. Is he a Christian? I am afraid you would not say so. Then he could not. One must love other people to live for them. Love all sorts, said Mrs. Barclay. You cannot work for them unless you do. Then it is hopeless, unless one is born with an exceptional mind. Oh no, said Lois, smiling, not hopeless. The love of Christ brings the love of all that he loves. There was a glow and a sparkle, and a tenderness too, in the girl's face, which made Mrs. Barclay look at her in a somewhat puzzled admiration. She did not understand Lois's words, and she saw that her face was a commentary upon them, therefore also unintelligible, but it was strangely pure and fair. You would do for Philip, I do believe, she thought, if he could get you, but he will never get you. Aloud she said nothing. By and by Lois returned to the book she had brought in with her. Here are some words which I cannot read. They are not English. What are they? Mrs. Barclay read, Le bon goût, le riz, l'aimable liberté. That is French. What does that mean? Good taste, laughter, and charming liberty. You do not know French? Oh no, said Louise, with a sort of breath of longing. French words come in quite often here, and I am always so curious to know what they mean. Very well, why not learn? I will teach you. Oh, Mrs. Barclay! It will give me a great displeasure, and it is very easy. Oh, I do not care about that, said Lois, but I would be so glad to know a little more than I do. You seem to me to have thought a good deal more than most girls of your age, and thought is better than knowledge. Ah, but one needs knowledge in order to think justly. An excellent remark. which, if you will forgive me, I was making to myself a few minutes ago." "A few minutes ago? About what I said? Oh, but there I have knowledge," said Lois, smiling. "You are sure of that?" "Yes," said Lois gravely now. "The Bible cannot be mistaken, Mrs. Barclay." "But your application of it?" "How can that be mistaken? The words are plain." "Pardon me, I was only venturing to think that you could have seen little, here in Shampuashuh, of the miseries of the world, and so know little of the difficulty of getting rid of them, or of ministering to them effectually." "Not much," Lois agreed. "Yet I have seen so much done by people without means. I thought those who have means might do more." "What have you seen? Do tell me. Here I am ignorant, except in so far as I know what some large societies accomplish and fail to accomplish." "I have seen not much," Lois repeated, "but I know one person, a farmer's wife, no better off than a great many people here, who has brought up and educated a dozen girls who were friendless and poor." "A dozen girls!" Mrs. Barclay echoed. "I think there have been 13. She had no children of her own. She was comfortably well off, and she took these girls, one after another, sometimes 2 or 3 together, and taught them, and trained them, and fed and clothed them, and sent them to school, and kept them with her until one by one they married off. They all turned out well." "I am dumb," said Mrs. Barclay. "Giving money is one thing, I can understand that; but taking strangers' children into one's house and home life, and a dozen strangers' children! I know another woman, not so well off, who does her own work, as most do here, who goes to nurse any one she hears of that is sick and cannot afford to get help. She will sit up all night taking care of somebody, and then at break of the morning go home to make her own fire and get her own family's breakfast." "But that is superb!" cried Mrs. Barclay. "And my father," Lois went on, with a lowered voice, "he was not very well off, but he used to keep a certain little sum for lending, to lend to anybody that might be in great need, and generally as soon as one person paid it back, another person was in want of it." "Was it always paid back?" "Always, except, I think, at 2 times. Once the man died before he could repay it. The other time it was lent to a woman, a widow, and she married again, and between the man and the woman my father never could get his money. But it was made up to him another way. He lost nothing." "You have been in a different school from mine, Lois," said Mrs. Barclay. "I am filled with admiration." "You see," Lois went on, "I thought, if with no money or opportunity to speak of, one can do so much, what might be done if one had the power and the will too? But in my small experience it is by no means the rule that money lent is honestly paid back again." "Ah," said Lois, with an irradiating smile, "but this money was lent to the Lord. I suppose that makes a difference." "And are you bound to think well of no man but one who lives after this exalted fashion? How will you ever get married, Lois?" "I should not like to be married to this Duke of York the book tells of, nor to the writer of the book," Lois said, smiling. "That Duke of York was brother to the King of England. The king was worse yet. He was not even respectable." "I believe you are right. Come, let us begin our French lessons." With shy delight Lois came near and followed with most eager attention the instructions of her friend. Mrs. Barclay fetched a volume of Florian's Easy Writing, and to the end of her life Lois will never forget the opening sentences in which she made her first essay. at French pronunciation, and received her first knowledge of what French words mean. Non loin de la ville de Cœur, dans la ville de Sedan, au milieu d'une antique forêt, s'élevait un temple consacré à Sorel. So it began, and the words had a truly witching interest for Lois. But while she delightedly forgot all she had been talking about, Mrs. Barclay not delightedly recalled and went over it. Philip, Philip, your case is dark, she was saying, and what am I about trying to help you? End of chapter 21. Recording by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 22 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 22. Learning. There came a charming new life into the house of the Lothorpes. Madge and Louis were learning to draw, and Louis was prosecuting her French studies with a zeal which promised to carry all before it. Every minute of her time was used, every opportunity was grasped. Numa Pompilius and the dictionary were in her hands whenever her hands were free, or Louis was bending over her drawing with an intent eye and eager fingers. Madge kept her company in these new pursuits, perhaps with less engrossing interest, nevertheless with steady purpose and steady progress. Then Mrs. Barclay received from New York a consignment of beautiful drawings and engravings from the best old masters and some of the best of the new, and she found her hands becoming very full. To look at these engravings was almost a passion with the two girls, but not in the common way of picture seeing. Louis wanted to understand everything, and it was necessary, therefore, to go into the wide fields of knowledge, where the paths branched many ways, and to follow these various tracks out, one after another. This could not be done all in talking, and Louis plunged into the very sea of reading. Mrs. Barclay was not obliged to restrain her, for the girl was thorough and methodical in her ways of study, as of doing other things. However, she would carry on 2 or 3 lines of reading at once. Mrs. Barclay wrote to her unknown correspondent, "Send me Sismondi. Send me Hallam's Middle Ages. Send me Walks About Combe. Send me Plutarch's Lives. Send me de Aubigny's Reformation." At last she wrote, "Send me Ruskin's Modern Painters. I have the most enormous intellectual appetite to feed that ever I had to do with in my life, and yet no danger of an indigestion. Positively, Philip, my task is growing from day to day delightful. It is only when I think of the end and aim of it all that I get feverish and uneasy. At present we are going with a full sail and a flowing sea, a regular sweeping into knowledge, with a smooth, easy, swift occupying and talking possession, which gives the looker on a stir of wondering admiration. Those engravings were a great success. They opened for me, and at once, doors before which I might have waited some time, and now eyes were exploring eagerly the vast realms those doors unclosed, and hesitating only in which first to set foot. You may send the stones of Venice, too. I foresee that it will be useful, and the 7 lamps of architecture. I'm catching my breath with the swiftness of the way we go on. It is astonishing what all clustered around a view of Milan Cathedral yesterday. By the way, Philip, no hurry. But By and by a stereoscope would be a good thing here. Let it be a little hand glass, not a great instrument of unvarying routine and magnificent sameness. Books came by packages and packages. Such books! The eyes of the two girls gloated over them as they helped Mrs. Barclay unpack. The room grew full, with delightful disorder of the riches, but none too much to feel their minds so empty that no amount of provision could be too generous. The room is getting to be running over full. What will you do, Mrs. Barclay? It is terrible when you have to sweep the carpet, isn't it? I must send for some bookcases. You might let Mr. Midgin put up some shelves. I could stain them, and make them look very nice. Who is Mr. Midgin? The carpenter. Oh, well, I think we had better send for him, Louis. The door stood open into the kitchen, or dining room rather, on account of the packing cases which the girls were just moving out. Then appeared the figure of Mrs. Marx in the opening. Louis, Charity ain't at home. How much beef are you going to want? Beef, said Louis, smiling at the transition in her thoughts. For salting, you mean? For salting, and for smoking, and for mince meat, and for pickling. What is the girl thinking of? She is thinking of books just now, Mrs. Marx, suggested Mrs. Barclay. Books! The lady stepped nearer and looked in. Well, I declare, I should think you had some. What in all the world can you do with so many? Just what we were considering. I think we must have a carpenter here to put up some shelves. Well, I should say that was plain. But when you have got 'em on the shelves, what next? What will you do with 'em then? Take 'em down and read them. And your life ain't as busy as mine. Then, if you have time for all that, what's the good of reading so much? There's so much to know that we don't know. I should like to know what, said Mrs. Marx, going round and picking up one book after the other. You've been to school, haven't you? Louis changed her tone. I'll talk to Charity about the beef and let you know, Aunt Anne. Well, come out to the other room and let me talk to you. Good afternoon, ma'am. I hope you don't let these girls make you too much worry. Now, Louis, after the door was shut between them and Mrs. Barclay, I just want you to tell me what you and Marge are about. Louis told her, and Mrs. Marx listened with a judicial air, then observed gravely. Seems to me there ain't much sense in all that, Louis. Oh yes, Aunt Anne, there is. What's the use? What do you want to know more tongues than your own for? To begin with, you can't talk but in one at once, and spending your time in making marks on paper. I believe in girls going to school and getting all that they can there, but when school is done, then they have something else to see to. I'd rather have you racking quills and getting ready to be married. Dumb woman's work. I do my work, said Louis gaily. Child, your head's getting turned. Mother, do you know the way Marge and Louis are going on? I don't understand it, said Mrs. Armadale. I understand it, and I'll tell you, I like learning, nobody better, but I want things kept in their places, and I'll tell you, if this is let to go on, it'll be like Jack's bean wine, and not stop at the top of the house, and they'll be like Jack, and go after to sea, and never come back to common ground any more. Mrs. Armadale sat looking enlightened. Marge, who had come in midway of this speech, stood indignant. Aunt Anne, that's not like you. You read as much yourself as ever you can, and never can you get books enough." "I stick to English." "English or French, what's the odds? What was good enough for your fathers and mothers ought to be good enough for you." "That won't do, Aunt Anne," retorted Marge. "You were wanting a Berkshire pig a while ago, and I heard you talking of shorthorns." "That's it. I like to hear you talking of shorthorns." "If it is necessary, I could," said Lois, "but there are pleasanter things to talk about." "There you are! But pictures won't help Madge make butter, and French is no use in a garden. It's all very well for some people, I suppose. But, mother, if these girls go on, and they'll be all spoiled for their place in life. This lodger of yours is trying to make him like herself." "I wish she could," said Madge. "That's it, mother. That's what I say. But she's one thing, and they're other. She lives in a world which ain't Shampuashuh by a long jump, and they live in Shampuashuh, and have got to live there. Ain't it a pity to get their heads so filled with the other things that they'll be forever out a conceit o' their own?" "It don't work so, Aunt Anne," said Lois. "It will work so. What use can all these crinkums be to you? Shampuashuh ain't the place for 'em. You'll be like the girl that got a new bonnet, and had to sit with her head out of the window to wear it." Marge's cheeks grew red. Lois laughed. "Daughter," said Mrs. Armadale, "seems to me you're making a storm in a teapot." Mrs. Marx laughed at that, then became quite serious again. "I ain't doing that," she said. "I never do. And I've got no enmity against all manner of fiddle faddling, if folks have got nothing better to do. But 'tain't so with our girls. They work for their living, and they've got to work. And what I say is, they're in a way to get to hate work, if they don't despise it, and in my judgment that's a poor business. It's going the wrong way to be happy. Mother, they ought to marry farmers, and they won't look at a farmer in all Shampuashuh, if you let 'em go on." Lois remarked merrily that she did not want to look at a man anywhere. "Then you ought. It's time. I'd like to see you married to a good, solid man, who would learn you to talk of shorthorns and Berkshires. Life's life, chickens, and it ain't the tinkle of a piano. All well enough for your neighbor in the other room, but you are a different sort." Privately, Lois did not want to be a different sort. The refinement, the information, the accomplishments, the grace of manner, which in a high degree belonged to Mrs. Barclay, seemed to her very desirable possessions and endowments, and the mental life of a person so enriched and gifted appeared to her far to be preferred over a horizon bounded by cheese and bedquills. Mrs. Marx was not herself a narrow-minded woman, or one wanting in appreciation of knowledge and culture, but she was also a shrewd business woman, and what she had seen at the Isles of Shoals had possibly given her a key wherewith to find her way through certain problems. She was not sure but Lois had been a little touched by the attentions of that very handsome, fair-haired, and elegant gentleman who had done Mrs. Marx the honour to take her into his confidence. She was jealous, lest all this study of things unneeded in Shampuashuh life might have been a dim purpose of growing fitness for some other. There she did Lois wrong, for no distant image of Mr. Caruthers was connected in her niece's mind with the delight of the new acquirements she was making. Although Tom Caruthers had done his part, I do not doubt, towards Lois' keen perception of the beauty and advantage of such acquirements. She was not thinking of Tom when she made her copies and studied her verbs, though if she had never known the society in which she met Tom, and of which he was a member, she might not have taken hold of them so eagerly. "Mother," she said, when Mrs. Marx was gone, "are you afraid these new things will make me forget my duties, or make me unfit for them?" Mrs. Armadale's mind was shade more liberal than her daughter's, and she had not been at the Isles of Shoals. She answered somewhat hesitatingly: "No, child, I don't know as I am. I don't see as they do. I don't see what use they will be to you, but maybe there'll be some." "They are pleasures," said Lois. "We don't live for pleasing ourselves, child." "No, mother, but don't you think, if duties are not neglected, that we ought to educate ourselves all we can, and get all of every sort of good that we can, and when we have the opportunity?" "To be sure," said Mrs. Armadale. "If it ain't a temptation, it's a providence. Maybe you'll find a use for it, you don't think? Only take care if it ain't a temptation, Lois." From that time Lois's studies were carried on with more systematic order. She would not neglect her duties, and the short winter days left her little spare time of daylight. Therefore she rose long before daylight came. If nobody had been there to look, Lois might have been seen at 4 o'clock in the family room, which this winter rather lost its character of kitchen, seated at the table with her lamp and her books, the room warm and quiet, no noise but the snapping of the fire and breathing of the flames, and now and then the fall of a brand, and Lois sitting absorbed and intent, motionless except when the above mentioned falling brands obliged her to get up and put them in their places. Her drawing she left for another time of the day. She could do that in company. In these hours she read and wrote French, and read pages and pages of history. Sometimes Madge was there too, but Lois always from a very early hour until the dawn was advanced far enough for her to see to put Mrs. Barclay's room in order. Then with a sigh of pleasure Lois would turn down her lamp, and with another breath of hope and expectation betake herself to the next room to put all the things in readiness for its owner's occupancy and use, which occupancy and use involved most delightful hours of reading and talking and instruction by and by, making the fire, sweeping, brushing, dusting, regulating chairs and tables and books and trifles, drawing back the curtains and opening the shutters, which last, to be sure, she began with. And then Lois went to do some same offices for the family room, and to set the table for breakfast, unless Madge had already done it. And then Lois brought her Bible and read to Mrs. Armadale, who by this time was in her chair by the fireside, and busy with her knitting. The knitting was laid down then, however, and Mrs. Armadale loved to take the book in her hands, upon her lap, while her granddaughter, leaning over it, read to her. They two had it alone. No other meddled with them. Charity was always in the kitchen at this time, and Madge often in her diary, and neither of them inclined to share in the service which Lois always loved dearly to render. They two, the old and the young, would sit wholly engrossed with their reading and their talk, unconscious of what was going on around them, even while Charity and Madge were bustling in and out with the preparations for breakfast. Nothing of the bustle reached Mrs. Armadale or Lois, whose faces at such times had a high and sweet and withdrawn look, very lovely to behold. The hard features and wrinkled lines of the one face made more noticeable the soft bloom and delicate moulding of the other, while the contrast enhanced the evident oneness of spirit and interest which filled them both. When they were called to breakfast and moved to the table, then there was a difference. Both, indeed, showed a subdued sweet gravity, but Mrs. Armadale was wont also to be very silent and withdrawn into herself, or busied with inner communings, while Lois was ready with speech or action for everybody's occasion, and full of gentle ministry. Mrs. Barclay used to study them both, and be wonderingly busy with the contemplation. End of chapter 22. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Chapter 23 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 23. A Breakfast Table. It was Christmas Eve. Lois had done her morning work by the lamplight, and was putting the dining room, or sitting room rather, in order, when Madge joined her and began to help. "Is the other room ready?" "All ready," said Lois. "Are you doing that elm tree?" "Yes." "How do you get along?" "I cannot manage it yet to my satisfaction, but I will." "Oh, Madge, isn't it too delicious?" "What? The drawing?" "Isn't it?" "I don't mean the drawing only, everything. I am getting hold of French, and it's delightful. But the books, oh Madge, the books! I feel as if I had been a chicken in his shell until now, and as if I were just getting my eyes open to see what the world is like." "What is it like?" asked Madge, laughing. "My eyes are shut yet, I suppose, for I haven't found out. You can tell me." "Eyes that are open cannot help eyes that are shut. Besides, mine are only getting open." "What do they see? Come, Lois, tell." Lois stood still, resting on her broom handle. "The world seems to me an immense battle place, where wrong and right have been struggling, always struggling, and sometimes the wrong seems to cover the whole earth, like a flood, and there is nothing but confusion and horror. And then sometimes the floods part, and one sees a little bit of a firm ground, where grass and flowers might grow, if they had a chance. And in those spots there is generally some great grand man who has fought back the flood of wrong and made a clearing." "Well, I do not understand all that one bit," said Madge. "I do not wonder," said Lois, laughing. "I do not understand it very clearly myself. I cannot blame you. But it is very curious, Madge, that the ancient Persians had just that idea of the world being a battle place, and that wrong and right were fighting, or rather that the spirit of good and the spirit of evil were struggling. Ormuzd was their name for the good spirit, and Ahriman the other. It is very strange, for that is just the truth." "Then why is it strange?" said downright Madge. "Because they were heathen. They did not know the Bible." "Is that what the Bible says? I did not know." "Why, Madge, yes, you did. You know who is called the prince of this world, and you know Jesus was manifested that he might destroy the works of the devil, and you know he shall reign till he has put all enemies under his feet. But how should those old Persians know so much without knowing more? I'll tell you, Madge. You know Enoch knew?" "No, I don't." "Yes, you do. Enoch knew. And of course they all knew when they came out of the ark." "Who, the Persians?" Lois broke out into a laugh and began to move her broom again. "What have you been reading to put all this into your head?" The broom stopped. "Ancient history and modern. Parts here and there in different books. Mrs. Barclay showed me where, and then we have talked." Lois began now to sweep vigorously. "Lois, is she like the people you used to see in New York? I mean, were they all like her?" "Not all so nice." "But like her?" "Not in everything. No, they were not most of them so clever, and most of them did not know so much, and were not so accomplished." "But they were like her in other things?" "No," said Lois, standing still. "She's a head and shoulders above most of the women I saw. but they were of her sort, if that is what you mean." "That is what I mean. She's not a bit like people here. We must seem very stupid to her, Lois." "Shampuashuh people are not stupid." "Well, Aunt Anne isn't stupid, but she's not like Mrs. Barclay, and she don't want us to be like Mrs. Barclay." "No danger," said Lois, very busy now at her work. "But wouldn't you like to be like Mrs. Barclay?" "Yes." "So would I." "Well, we can, in the things that are most valuable," said Lois, standing still again for a moment to look at her sister. "Oh yes, books. But I would like to be graceful like Mrs. Barclay. You would call that not valuable, but I care more for it than for all the rest." "Her beautiful manners." "She has beautiful manners," said Lois. "I do not think manners can be taught. They cannot be imitated." "Why not?" "Oh, they wouldn't be natural. And what suits one might not suit another. A very handsome nose of somebody else might not be good on my face. No, they would not be natural." "You need not wish for anybody's nose but your own," said Madge. "That will do, and so will mine. I'm thankful. But what makes her look so unhappy, Lois?" "She does look unhappy. She looks like if she had lost all her friends." "She has got one here," said Lois, sweeping away. "But what good can you do her?" "Nothing. It isn't likely that she will ever even know the fact." "She's doing a good deal for us." A little later Mrs. Barclay came down to her room. She found it, as always, in bright order, the fire casting red reflections into every corner, and making pleasant contrast with the grey without, for it was cloudy and windy weather, and wintry neutral tints were all that could be seen abroad. The clouds swept along grey overhead, and the earth lay brown and bare below. But in Mrs. Barclay's room was the cheeriest play of light and colour. Here it touched the rich leather bindings of books, there the black and white of an engraving, here it was caught in thin folds of the chintz curtains, which were ruddy and purple in hue, and again it warmed up the old-fashioned furniture and lost itself in a brown table cover. Mrs. Barclay's eye loved harmonies, and it found them even in this country furnished room at Shampuashuh, though indeed the piles of books came from afar, and so did the large portfolio of engravings, and Mrs. Barclay's desk was a foreigner. She sat in her comfortable chair before the fire and read her letters, which Lois had laid ready for her, and then she was called to breakfast. Mrs. Barclay admired her surroundings here too, as she had often done before. The old lady, ungainly as her figure and uncomely as her face were, had yet a dignity in both, the dignity of a strong and true character, which, with abundant self-respect, had not, and never had, any anxious concern about the opinion of any human being, whoever feels himself responsible to one great ruler alone, and does feel that responsibility will be both worthy of respect and sure to have it in his relations with his fellows. Such tribute Mrs. Barclay paid Mrs. Armadale. Her eye passed on and admired Madge, who was very handsome in her neat, smart home dress, and rested on Lois finally with absolute contentment. Lois was in a nut brown stuff dress, with a white knitted shawl bound round her shoulders in the way children sometimes have, the ends crossed on the breast and tied at the back of the waist. Brown and white was her whole figure, except the rosy flush on cheeks and lips. The masses of fluffy hair were reddish brown, a shade lighter than her dress. At Charity, Mrs. Barclay did not look much unless for curiosity. She was a study of a different sort. "What delicious rolls!" said Mrs. Barclay. "Are these your work, Miss Charity?" I can make as good, I guess, said that lady, but these ain't mine. Lois made 'em. Lois, said Mrs. Barclay, I did not know that this was one of your accomplishments. Is that what you call an accomplishment? Said Charity. Certainly. What do you mean by it? I thought an accomplishment was something that one could accomplish that was no use. I am sorry you have such an opinion of accomplishments. Well, ain't it true, Lois? Maybe Mrs. Barclay don't care for sausages. There's cold meat. Your sausages are excellent. I like such sausage very much. I always think sausages ain't sausages if they ain't stuffed. Aunt Anne won't have the plague of it, but I say, if a thing's worth doing at all, it's worth doing the best way, and there is no comparison in my mind. So you judge everything by its utility. Don't everybody that's got any sense? And therefore you condemn accomplishments? Well, I don't see the use. Oh, if folks have got nothing else to do, and just want to make a flare up, but for us in Shampuashuh, what's the good of them? For Lois and Madge now, I don't make it out. You forget your sisters may marry, and go somewhere else to live, and then I do not know what Madge do, but Lois ain't going to marry anybody but a real godly man. And what use'll her accomplishments be to her then? Why, just as much use, I hope, said Mrs. Barclay, smiling. Why not? The more education a woman has, the more fit she is to content a man of education anywhere. Where's she to get a man of education? Said Charity. What you mean by that don't grow in these parts. We ain't savages exactly, but there ain't many accomplishments scattered through the village, unless, as you say, bread making is one. We do know how to make bread and cake with anybody. Lois said she didn't see a bit of real good cake at all while she was in Gotham. And we can cure hams, and we understand horses and cows, and butter and cheese, and farming, of course, and that, but you won't find your man of education here, or Lois won't. She may find him somewhere else, said Mrs. Barclay, looking at Charity over her coffee cup. Then he won't be the right kind, persisted Charity, while Lois laughed, and begged them would not discuss the question of her possible finds. But Mrs. Barclay asked, how not the right kind? Well, every place has its sort, said Charity. Our sort is religious. I don't know whether we're any better than other folks, but we're religious, and your men of accomplishments ain't, be they? Depends on what you mean by religious. Well, I mean godly. Lois won't ever marry any but a godly man. I hope not, said Mrs. Armadale. She won't, said Charity, but you had better talk to Madge, mother. I am not so sure of her. Lois is safe. The fashion of this world passeth away, said the old lady, with a gravity which was yet sweet, but the word of the Lord endureth for ever. Mrs. Barclay was now silent. This morning, contrary to her usual wont, she kept her place at the table, though the meal was finished. She was curious to see the ways of the household, and felt herself familiar enough with the family to venture to stay. Charity began to gather her cups. Did you give Aunt Anne's invitation? Hand along the plates, Madge, and carry your butter away. We've been forever eating breakfast. Talking, said Mrs. Barclay with a smile. Talking's all very well, but I think one thing at a time is enough. It is as much as most folks can attend to. Lois, do give me the plates, and give your invitation. Aunt Anne wants all us to come and take tea with her tonight, said Lois, and she sent her compliments to Mrs. Barclay and a message that she would be very glad to see her with the rest of us. I am much obliged, and shall be very happy to go. "Ain't a party," said Charity, who was receiving plates and knives and forks from Lois's hand, and making them elaborately ready for washing, while Madge went back and forth clearing the table of the remains of the meal. "It's nothing but to go and take our tea there instead of here. We save the trouble of getting it ready, and have the trouble of going. That's our side; and what Aunt Anne has for her side she knows best herself. I guess she's proud of her sweetmeats." Mrs. Barclay smiled again. "It seems parties are much the same thing wherever they are given," said she. "This ain't a party," repeated Charity. Madge had now brought a tub of hot water, and the washing up of the breakfast dishes was undertaken by Lois and Charity with a dispatch and neatness and celerity which the looker on had never seen equalled. "Parties do not seem to be Shampuashuh's fashion," she remarked. "I have not heard of any since I have been here." "No," said Charity, "we have more sense." "I am not sure that it shows sense," remarked Lois, carrying off a pile of clean hot plates to the cupboard. "What's the use of them?" said the elder sister. "Cultivation of friendly feeling," suggested Mrs. Barclay. "If folks ain't friendly already, the less they see of one another, the better they'll agree," said Charity. "Miss Charity, I am afraid you don't love your fellow creatures," said Mrs. Barclay, much amused. "As well as they love me, I guess," said Charity. "Mrs. Armadale," said Mrs. Barclay, appealing to the old lady, who sat in her corner knitting as usual, "do not these opinions require some correction?" "Charity speaks what she thinks," said Mrs. Armadale, scratching behind her ear with the point of her needle, as she was very apt to do when called upon. "But that is not the right way to think, is it?" "It's the natural way," said the old lady. "It is only the fruit of the Spirit that is, love, joy, peace. Ain't natural to love what you don't like." "What you don't like? No," said Mrs. Barclay. "That is a pitch of love I never dreamed of. If ye'll love them that love you, what thank have ye?" said the old lady quietly. "Mother's off now," said Charity. "Out of anybody's understanding, one would think I was more unnatural than the rest of folks." "She said you were more natural, that's all," said Lois with a sly smile. The talk ceased. Mrs. Barclay looked on for a few minutes more, marvelling to see the quick dexterity with which everything was done by the two girls, until the dishes were put away, the tub and towels were gone, the table was covered with its brown cloth, a few crumbs were brushed from the carpet, and Charity disappeared in one direction and Lois in another. Mrs. Barclay herself withdrew to her room and her thoughts. End of chapter 23. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 24 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cheryl Michelle. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 24. The Carpenter. The day was a more than commonly busy one, so that the usual hours of lessons in Mrs. Barclay's room did not come off. It was not until late in the afternoon that Lois went to her friend to tell her that Mrs. Marx would send a little carriage in about an hour to fetch her mother, and that Mrs. Barclay also might ride if she would. Mrs. Barclay was sitting in her easy chair before the fire, doing nothing, and upon receipt of this information turned a very shadowed face towards the bringer of it. "What will you say to me if, after all your aunt's kindness in asking me, I do not go?" "Not go? You are not well?" inquired Lois anxiously. "I'm quite well. Too well." "But something is the matter?" "Nothing new. Dear Mrs. Barclay, can I help you?" "I do not think you can. I'm tired, Lois." "Tired? Oh, that is spending too much time giving lessons to Madge and me. I'm so sorry. It's nothing of the kind, said Mrs. Barclay, stretching out her hand to take one of Lois's, which she retained in her own. If anything would take away this tired feeling, it's just that, Lois. Nothing refreshes me so much, or does me so much good. Then what tires you, Mrs. Barclay? Lois's face showed unaffected anxiety. Mrs. Barclay gave the hand she held a little squeeze. It's nothing new, my child, she said with a faint smile. I'm tired of life. Looking at the girl as she spoke, she saw how unable her listener's mind was to comprehend her. Lois looked puzzled. You do not know what I mean, she said. Hardly. I hope you never will. It's a miserable feeling. It is like what I fancy a withered autumn leaf is feeling, if it were a sentient and an intelligent thing, of no use to the branch which holds it. Fresh and power gone, no reason for existence left, its work all done. Only I never did any work, and was never of any particular use. Oh, you cannot mean that, cried Lois, much troubled and perplexed. I keep going over to-day that little hymn you showed me that was found under the dead soldier's pillow. The words run in my head and wake echoes. I lay me down to sleep with little thought or care, whether the waking find me here or there. A bowing burdened head. But there the speaker broke off abruptly, and for a few minutes Lois saw or guessed that she could not go on. Never mind that verse, she said, beginning again. It's the next. Do you remember? My good right hand forgets its cunning now, to march the weary march I know not how. I am not eager, bold, nor brave all that is past. I am not ready to go. At last, at last. I am too young to feel so, Mrs. Barclay went on, after a pause which Lois did not break. But that is how I feel to-day. I do not think one need or ought at any age, Lois said gently, but her words were hardly regarded. Do you hear that wind? Said Mrs. Barclay. It's been singing and sighing in the chimney in that way all afternoon. It is Christmas, said Lois. Yes, it often sings so, and I like it, especially at Christmas time. It carries me back years. It takes me to my old home when I was a child. I think it must have sighed so round the house then. It takes me to a time when I was in my fresh young life and vigor, the unfolding leaf, when life was careless and cloudless, and I have kind of a homesickness tonight for my mother and father. All the days since that time I dare not think. Lois saw that rare tears had gathered in her friend's eyes, slowly and few, as they come to people with whom hope is a lost friend, and her heart was filled with a great pang of sympathy. Yet she did not know how to speak. She recalled the verse of the soldier's hymn which Mrs. Barclay had passed over. A bowing burdened head that only asks to rest, unquestioning, upon a loving breast. She thought she knew what the grief was, but how to touch it? She sat still and silent, and perhaps even so spoke her sympathy better than any words could have done. And perhaps Mrs. Barclay felt it so, for she presently went on after a manner which was not like her usual reserve. Oh, that wind! Oh, that wind! It sweeps away all that's been between, and puts my home and my childhood before me. But it makes me homesick, Lois. Can you not go on with the hymn, dear Mrs. Barclay? You know how it goes. My half-day's work is done, and this is all my part. I give a patient God my patient heart. What does he want with it? Said the weary woman beside her. What? Oh, that is the very thing he wants of us, and of you, the one thing he cares about, that we would love him. I have not done a half-day's work, said the other, and my heart is not patient, it is only tired and dead. It is not that, said Lois. How very, very good you've been to Madge and me. You've been good to me, and as your grandmother quoted this morning, no thanks are due when we only love those that love us. My heart does not seem to be alive, Lois, and you'd better go to your aunt's without me, dear. I would not be good company. But I cannot leave you so, exclaimed Lois. and she left her seat and sank upon her knees at her friend's side, still clasping the hand that had taken hers. "Dear Mrs. Barclay, there is help." "If you would give it, then there would be, you pretty creature," said Mrs. Barclay, with her other hand pushing the beautiful masses of red brown hair right and left from Lois's brow. "But there is one who can give it, and he is stronger than I, and loves you better." "What makes you think so?" "Because he has promised. 'Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest.'" Mrs. Barclay said nothing, but she shook her head. "It's a promise," Lois repeated. "It is a promise. It is the King's promise, and he never breaks his word." "How do you know, my child? You have never been where I am." "No," said Lois, "not there. I have never felt just so. I have had all that life could give. I have had it, and knew I had it, and it is all gone. There is nothing left." "There is this left," said Lois eagerly, "which you have not tried." "What?" "The promise of Christ." "My dear, you do not know what you are talking of. Life is in its spring with you." "But I know the King's promise," said Lois. "How do you know it?" "I have tried it." "But you have never had any occasion to try it, you heart sound creature," said Mrs. Barclay, with again a caressing, admiring touch of Lois's brow. "O, but indeed I have. Not in need like yours. I have never touched that. I have never felt like that. But in other need, as great and as terrible. And I know, and every one else who has ever tried knows, that the Lord keeps his word." "How have you tried?" Mrs. Barclay asked abstractedly. "I needed the forgiveness of sin," said Lois, letting her voice fall a little, "and deliverance from it." "You?" asked Mrs. Barclay. "I was as unhappy as anybody could be until I got it." "When was that?" 4 years ago." "Are you much different now from what you were before?" "Entirely." "I cannot imagine you in need of forgiveness. What had you done?" "I had done nothing whatever that I ought to have done. I loved only myself, first, and lived only to myself and my own pleasure, and did my own will." "Whose will do you do now? Your grandmother's?" "Not grandmother's first. I do God's will, as far as I know it." "And therefore you think you are forgiven?" "I don't think, I know," said Lois, with a quick breath. "And it's not all therefore at all. It is because I am converted, or my sin is, with the blood of Christ. And I love him. He makes me happy." "It's easy to make you happy, dear. To me it is nothing left in the world, nor the possibility of anything. That wind is singing a dirge in my ears, and it sweeps over a desert where nothing green will grow any more." The words were spoken very calmly. There was no emotion visible that either threatened or promised tears; a dull, matter of fact, perfectly clear and quiet utterance that almost broke Lois's heart. The water that was denied to the other eyes sprang to her own. "It was in the wilderness that the people were fed with manna," she said, with a great gush of feeling in both heart and voice. "It was when they were starving and had no food, just then, that they got the bread from heaven." "Manna does not fall nowadays," said Mrs. Barclay, with a faint smile. "O yes, it does. There is your mistake, because you do not know. It does come. Look here, Mrs. Barclay." She sprang up and went for a Bible which lay on one of the tables, and dropping to her knees again by Mrs. Barclay's side, showed her an open page. "Look here. I am the bread of life. He that cometh unto me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst. This is the bread which cometh down from heaven, that man may eat thereof and not die. Not die of weariness, nor of anything else." Mrs. Barclay did look with a little curiosity at the words Lois held before her, but then she put down the book and took the girl in her arms, holding her close and laying her head on Lois's shoulder. Whether the words had moved her, Lois could not tell, or whether it was the power of her own affection and sympathy. Mrs. Barclay did not speak, and Lois did not dare add another word. They were still, wrapped in each other's arms, and one or two of Lois's tears wet the other woman's cheek, and there was no movement made by either of them until the door was suddenly opened and they sprang apart. "Here's Mr. Midgin," announced the voice of Miss Charity. "Shall he come in, or ain't there time? Of all things, why can't folks choose convenient times for doing what they have to do? It passes me; but it's because of the sinful world, I suppose. But what shall I tell him? To go about his business and come, New Year's or next 4th of July?" "You do not want to see him now?" Lois said hastily. But Mrs. Barclay roused herself, and begged that he might come in. "It is the carpenter, I suppose," said she. Mr. Midgin was a tall, loose jointed, large featured man, with an undecided cast of countenance, and slow movements, which fit oddly to his big frame and powerful muscles. He wore his working suit, which hung about him in a flabby way, and entered Mrs. Barclay's room with his hat on. Hat and all, his head made a sudden jerk of salutation to the lady. "Good afternoon," said he. "Sunthin' I can do here?" "Yes, Mr. Midgin. I left word for you 3 days ago," said Lois. "Jest so. I heerd, and here I be. Wall, I never seen a room with so many books in it. Lois, you must be like a cow in clover, if you half as fond of 'em as I be." "You're fond of reading, Mr. Midgin?" said Mrs. Barclay. "Wall, I think so. But what's in 'em all?" He came forward into the room and picked a volume from the table. Mrs. Barclay watched him. He opened the book, and stood still, eagerly scanning the page for a minute or two. "Lamps of Architecture," said he, then scanning the title page. "That's beyond me. The only lamps of architecture I ever see was in Shampuashuh. Is them that stands up to the depot by the railroad. But here's Truth and Sacrifice, and I don't know what all. Hope and Love, I suspect. Wall, them's good lamps to light up anything by. Only I don't make out whatever they can have to do with buildin's." He picked up another volume. "What's this?" said he. "'Tain't my native tongue. What do you call it, Lois?" "That's French, Mr. Midgin." "That's French, eh?" said he, turning over the leaves. "I want to know. Don't look as though there were any sense in it. What is it about now?" "It's a story of a man who was king of Rome a long time ago." "King of Rome! What's his name? Not Romulus and Remus, I s'pose?" "No, he came just after Romulus." "Did? Eh? Then you s'pose there ever was such a man as Romulus?" "Probably," Mrs. Barclay now said. "When a story gets form and lives, there is generally something of fact to serve as a foundation for it." "You think that?" said the carpenter. "Well, I can tell you stories I had form enough of life enough in 'em to do a great deal o' work, and yet grew up out of nothing but smoke. There was Governor Denver. He was governor over this state for a spell, and he was a Shampuashuh man, so we all knew him and thought lots of him. He was sot against drinking. Mebbe you don't think there's harm in wine and the like." "Well, I've not been accustomed to think that there was any harm in it, certainly, unless taken immoderately." "Ay, but how you goin' to fix what's moderately? There's the pinch. What's a gallon for me's only a pint for you. Wall, Governor Denver didn't believe in having nothing to do with the blame stuff, and he'd taken a pledge agin it. And he was known for an out and out temperance man. Teetotal was the word with him. Wall, his daughter was married, over there at New Haven, and they had a grand weddin', and a good many of the folks was like you. They thought there was no harm in it, if one kept inside the pint, you know. And there was enough for everybody to have had his gallon. And then they said the governor had taken his glass to his daughter's health, or something like that. Wall, all Shampuashuh was talking about it, and Governor Denver's friends was hanging their heads and didn't know what to say, for whatever a man thinks, and thoughts is free, he's bound to stand to what he says, and particularly if he's taken his oath upon it. So Governor Denver's friends was as worried as a steam vessel in fog, when she can't hear the alarm bells, and one said this and t'other said that, and at last I couldn't stand to hear it no longer, and I writ him a letter to the governor, and says I, 'Governor,' says I, 'did you drink wine at your daughter Lottie's wedding at New Haven last month?' And if you'd believe me, he writ me back, 'Jonathan Midgin, Esquire. Dear Sir, I was in New York the day you mention, shaking with chills and fever. I never got to Lottie's wedding at all.' What do you think of that? Overturns your theory a leetle, don't it?" Weren't no sort of foundation for that story, and yet it did go round, and folks said it was so." "That's a strong story for your side, Mr. Midgin, undoubtedly." "Ain't it? La, bless you, there's nothing you can be sartain of in this world. I don't believe in no Romulus and his wolf. Half of those books, now, I have no doubt, tell lies, and the other half you don't know which 'tis. I cannot throw them away, however, just yet, and so, Mr. Midgin, I want some shells to keep them off the floor." "I should say you just did. Where'll you put 'em?" "The shells? All along that side of the room, I think. About 6 feet high." "That'll hold 'em," said Mr. Midgin, as he applied the measuring rule. "Just shells, or do you want a bookcase fixed up all reg'lar?" "Just shells. That's the prettiest bookcase to my thinking." "That's as folks look at it," said Mr. Midgin, who apparently was of a different opinion. "What'll they be? Mahogany, or walnut, or cherry, or maple, or pine? You can stain 'em any colour. One thing's handsome, another thing's cheap, and I don't know yet whether you want to keep 'em cheap or handsome." "We'll want both, Mr. Midgin," said Lois. Maybe there's folks out there who knows how to combine both advantages, but I'm afraid I ain't one of 'em. Nothing that's cheap's handsome, to my way of thinking. You don't make much count of cheap things here anyhow," said he, surveying the room; and then he began his measuring, going round the sides of the apartment to apply his rule to all the plain spaces. And Mrs. Barclay noticed how tenderly he handled the books which he had to move out of his way. Now and then he stopped to open one, and stood a minute or two peering into it, all this while his hat was on. "Should like to read this," he remarked, with a volume of Macaulay essays in his hand. "That's well written. But a man can't read all the world," he went on, and as he laid out his hands again, "much study is a weariness to the flesh. Arter all, I don't s'pose a man'd be no wiser if he'd read all you got here. The biggest fool I ever knowed was the man that had read the most." "How did he show his folly?" Mrs. Barclay asked. "Wall, it's a story Lois knows. He was dreadfully sot on a little grandchild he had. His children was all dead, and he had just this one left, and she was a little girl, and he never let her out of his sight, nor she him, until one day he had to go to Boston for some business, and he couldn't take her, and he said he knowed some harm had come. Do you believe in presentiments?" "Sometimes," said Mrs. Barclay. "How should a man have presentiments of what's coming?" "I cannot answer that." "No, nor anybody else. It ain't reason. I believe the presentiments make the things come." "What was the case in this instance?" "Wall, I don't see how it could. When he come back from Boston the little girl was dead, but she was as well as ever when he went away. Ain't that curious?" "Certainly, if it's true." "Well, I ain't telling you nothing but the truth. The whole town knows it. 'Tain't no secret. 'Twas old Mr. Roderick, you know, Lois, lived up yonder on the road to the ferry. After he come back from the funeral he shut himself up in the room where his grandchild had been, and nobody ever see him no more that day. 'Twas folks in the house, and there warn't many of them. But he never went out, and he never went out for 7 years, and at the end of 7 years he had to. There was money in it, and folks don't mind nothing else, they minds mammon, you know. So he went out, and as soon as he was out of the house, the women folks they made a rush for the room for to clean it. If you believe me, it hain't been cleaned all those years, and I expect 'twas in a condition. But the women likes nothing better, and as they opened some door or another of a closet or that, out runs a little white mouse, and it run clear off. They couldn't catch it anyway, and they tried every way. It was gone, and they were scared, for they knowed the old man's ways. It wasn't a closet either it was in, it was some piece of furniture. I'm blessed if I can remember what they called it. The mouse was gone, and the women folks was scared, and to be sure, when Mr. Roderick come home, he went as straight as a line to that there door where the mouse was, and they say he made a terrible rumpus when he couldn't find it. But arter that the spell was broke, like, and he lived pretty much as other folks. Did you say 6 feet? That'll be high enough, and then you may leave a space of 8 or 10 feet on that side from the window to window." "'Thout any?" "Yes." "That'll be kind o' lopsided, won't it? I allays like to see things samely. What'll you do with all that space of emptiness? It'll look awful bare." "I'll put something else there. What do you suppose that white mouse had to do with your old gentleman's seclusion?" "Seclusion? Living shut up, you mean? Why, don't you see, he believed the mouse was the sperrit of the child. Leastways, the sperrit of the child was in it. You see, when he got back from the funeral, the first thing his eyes lit on was that 'ere white mouse. And it was white, you see, and that ain't a common colour for a mouse. And when it got into his head, and couldn't get it out that was Ella's sperrit, it might have been, for all I can say, but arter that day it was gone." "You think the child's spirit might have been in the mouse?" "Who knows? I never say nothin' I don't know, nor deny nothin' I do know. Ain't that a good principle?" "But you know better than that, Mr. Midgin," said Lois. "Wall, I don't. Maybe you do, Lois, but accordin' to my lights, I don't know. You'll have 'em walnut, won't you? That'll look more like furniture." "Are you coming? The wagon's here, Lois," said Madge, opening the door. "Is Mrs. Barclay ready?" "We'll be in 2 minutes," replied the lady. "Yes, Mr. Midgin, let 'em be walnut. And good evening." "Yes, Lois, I'm quite roused up now, and I will go with you. I'll walk, dear. I prefer it." Chapter 24. Recording by Cheryl Michelle.
Chapter 25 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 25. Roast Pig. Mrs. Barclay seemed to have entirely regained her usual composure and even her usual spirits, which indeed were never high. She said she enjoyed the walk, which she and Lois took in company, Madge having gone with her grandmother and Charity in Mrs. Marks's wagon. The winter evening was falling grey, and the grey was growing dark, and there was something in the dusky stillness and soft, half-defined lines of the landscape, with the sharp, crisp air, which suited the mood of both ladies. The stars were not visible yet. The western horizon had still a glow left from the sunset. The houses and trees stood like dark, solemn ghosts along the way before the end of the walk was reached. They talked hardly at all, but Mrs. Barclay said when she got to Mrs. Marks's that the walk had been delightful. At Mrs. Marks's all was in holiday perfection of order, though that was the normal condition of things indeed, where that lady ruled. The paint of the floors was yellow and shining, the carpets were thick and bright, the table was set with great care, the great chimney in the upper kitchen, where the supper was prepared, was magnificent with its blazing logs. So was a lesser fireplace in the best parlour, where the guests were first received. But supper was ready, and they adjourned to the next room. There the table invited them most hospitably, loaded with dainties such as people in the country can get at Christmas time. One item of the entertainment not usual at Christmas time was a roast pig, its brown and glossy back making a very conspicuous object at one side of the board. "I thought I surprised you all," remarked the satisfied hostess, for she knew the pig was done to a turn, and anything you don't expect tastes twice as good. "I knew ma liked the pig better than anything, and I think myself it's about to top chaff. I suppose nothing can be a surprise to Mrs. Barclay." "Why do you suppose so?" asked that lady. "I thought you seen everything there was in the world, and a little more." "Never saw a roast pig before in my life, but I had read about them." "Read of them!" exclaimed the hostess. "In a cookbook, likely." "Alas, I never read a cookbook." "No more didn't I, but you'll excuse me, I didn't believe you carried it all in your head, like we folks." "I have not a bit of it in my head. If you mean the art of cookery, I have a profound respect for it. but I know nothing about it whatever." "Well, you are right to have a respect for it. Uncle Tim, do you just give Mrs. Barclay some of the best of that pig, and let us see how she likes it. And the stuffing, Uncle Tim, and the gravy, and plenty of the crackle. Mother, it's done just as you used to do it." Mrs. Barclay meanwhile surveyed the company. Mrs. Armadale sat at the end of the table, placid and pleasant as always, though to Mrs. Barclay her aspect had somewhat of the severe. She did not smile much, yet she looked kindly over her assembled children. Uncle Tim was her brother, Uncle Tim Hotchkiss. He had the so frequent New England mingling of the shrewd and the benevolent in his face, and he was a much more jolly personage than his sister. Younger than she, too, and still vigorous. Unlike her, also, he was a handsome man, had been very handsome in his young days, and as Mrs. Barclay's eye roved over the table, she thought few could show a better assemblage of comeliness that was gathered around this one. Madge was strikingly handsome in her well-fitting black dress. Lois made a very plain brown stuff seem resplendent. She had a little fleecy white woolen shawl wound about her shoulders, and Mrs. Barclay could hardly keep her eyes away from the girl. And if the other members of the party were less beautiful in feature, they had every one of them in a high degree the stamp of intellect and of character. Mrs. Barclay speculated upon the strange society in which she found herself, upon the odd significance of her being there, and on the possible outcome, weighty and incalculable, of the connection of the two things, so intently that she almost forgot what she was eating, and she started at Mrs. Marx's sudden question. "Well, how do you like it? Charity, give Mrs. Barclay some pickles, what she likes. There's sweet pickle, that's peaches, and sharp pickle, that's red cabbage, and I don't know which of them she likes best. And give her some apple. Have you got any apple sauce, Mrs. Barclay?" "Thank you, everything, and everything is delicious." "That's how things are generally in Mrs. Marx's hands," remarked Uncle Tim. "There ain't her beat for sweets and sours in all the country." "Mrs. Barclay is accustomed to another sort of doings," said their hostess. "I didn't know but she mightn't like our ways." "I like them very much, I assure you." "There ain't no better ways than Shampuashuh's ways," said Uncle Tim. "If there be, I'd like to see them once. Lois, you never see a handsomer dinner this in New York, did you? Come now and tell, did you?" "I never saw a dinner where things were better of their kind, Uncle Tim." Mrs. Barclay smiled to herself. That will do, she thought. "Is that an answer?" said Uncle Tim. "I'll be shot if I know." "It is as good answer as I can give," returned Lois, smiling. "Of course she has seen handsomer," said Mrs. Marx. "If you talk of elegance, we don't pretend to it in Shampuashuh. Be thankful if what you have got is good, Uncle Tim, and leave the rest." "Well, I don't understand," responded Uncle Tim. "Why shouldn't Shampuashuh be elegant? I don't see. Ain't this elegant enough for anybody?" "'Tain't elegant at all," said Mrs. Marx. "If this was in one of the elegant places, there'd be a bunch of flowers in the pig's mouth, and a ring on his tail." At the face which Uncle Tim made at this, Lois's gravity gave way, and a perfect echo of laughter went round the table. "Well, I don't know what you're laughing at, nor what you mean," said the object of their merriment, "but I should uncommonly like to know." "Tell him, Lois," cried Madge, "what a dinner in New York is like. You never did tell him." "Well, I'm ready to hear," said the old gentleman. "I thought a dinner was a dinner, but I'm willing to learn." "Tell him, Lois," Madge repeated. "It would be very stupid for Mrs. Barclay," Lois objected. "On the contrary," said the lady, "I should very much like to hear your description. It is interesting to hear what is familiar to us described by one to whom it is a novel. Go on, Lois." "I'll tell you of one dinner, Uncle Tim," said Lois, after a moment of consideration. "All dinners in New York, you must understand, are not like this. This was a grand dinner." "Christmas Eve?" suggested Uncle Tim. "No, I was not there at Christmas. This was just a party. There were 12 at table. In the first place, there was an oval plate of looking glass, as long as this table, not quite so broad, that took up the whole centre of the table." Here Lois was interrupted. "Looking glass!" cried Uncle Tim. "Did you ever hear anything so ridiculous?" said Charity. "Looking glass to set the hot dishes on?" said Mrs. Marx, to whom this story seemed new. "No, not to set anything on. It took up the whole centre of the table. Round the edge of this looking glass, all round, was a border of little fence of solid silver, about 6 or 8 inches high, of beautiful wrought open work, and just within this silver fence, at intervals, stood most exquisite little white marble statues, about 1.5 feet high. There must have been a dozen of them, and anything more beautiful than the whole thing was, you cannot imagine." "I should think they'd have been awfully in the way," remarked Charity. "Not at all. There was room enough all round outside for the plates and glasses." "The looking glass, I suppose, was for the pretty ladies to see themselves in." "Quite mistaken, Uncle Tim. One could not see the reflection of oneself, only bits of one's opposite neighbours. Little flashes of colour here and there, and the reflection of the statuettes on the further side. It was prettier than ever you can think." "I reckon it must have been, but I don't see the use of it," said Uncle Tim. "That wasn't all," Lois went on. "Everybody has his own salt cellar." "Table must have been full, I should say." "No, it was not full at all. There was plenty of room for everything, and that allowed every pretty thing to be seen. And those salt cellars were a study. They were delicious little silver figures, every one different from the others, and each little figure presented the salt in something. Mine was a little girl, with her apron all gathered up, as if to hold nuts or apples, and the salt was in her apron. The one next to her was a market woman, with a flat basket on her head, and the salt was in the basket. Another was a man bowing, with his hat in his hand. The salt was in the hat. I could not see them all, but each one seemed prettier than the other. One was a man standing by a well, with a bucket drawn up, but full of salt, not water. A very pretty one was a milkman with a pail." Uncle Tim was now reduced to silence, but Charity remarked that she could not understand where the dishes were. The dinner. It was somewhere else. It was not on the table at all. The waiters brought the things round. There were 6 waiters, handsomely dressed in black and with white silk gloves. "White silk gloves!" echoed Charity. "Well, I do think the way some people live is just a sin and a shame." "How did you know what there was for dinner?" inquired Mrs. Marx now. "I shouldn't like to make my dinner of boiled beef, if there was partridges coming; and when there's plum pudding, I always like to know it beforehand." "We knew everything beforehand, Aunt Anne. There were beautifully painted little pieces of white silk on everybody's plate, with all the dishes named. Only most of them were French names, and I was none the wiser for them." "Can they call good victuals by English names?" asked Uncle Tim. "What's the sense of that? How was anybody to know what was he eating?" "Oh, they all knew," said Lois, "except me. "I'll bet you were the only sensible one of the lot," said the old gentleman. Then at every plate there was a beautiful cut glass bottle, something like a decanter, with ice water, and over the mouth of it a tumbler to match. Besides that, there were on each plate 5 or 6 other goblets or glasses, of different colors. "What colors?" demanded Charity. "Yellow and dark red and green and white." "What were they all for?" asked uncle Tim. "Wine, different sorts of wine." "Different sorts of wine? How many sorts did they have at one dinner?" "I cannot tell you. I do not know. A great many." "Did you drink any, Lois?" "No, Aunt Anne." "I suppose they thought you were a real country girl because you didn't?" "Nobody thought anything about it. The servants brought the wine. Everybody did just as he pleased about taking it." "What did you have to eat, Lois, with so much to drink?" asked her elder sister. "More than I can tell, Charity. There must have been a dozen large dishes at each end of the table, besides the soup and the fish, and no end of smaller dishes." "For a dozen people!" cried Charity. "I suppose it's because I don't know anything," said Mr. Hotchkiss, "but I always do hate to see a whole lot of things before me more than I can eat." "It's downright wicked waste, that's what I call it," said Mrs. Marx. "But I suppose that's because I don't know anything." "And you like that sort of way better than this?" inquired uncle Tim of Lois. "I said no more than that it was prettier, uncle Tim." "But did you?" Lois's eye met involuntarily Mrs. Barclay's for an instant, and she smiled. "Uncle Tim, I think there is something to be said on both sides." "There ain't no sense on that side." "There is some prettiness, and I like prettiness." "Prettiness won't butter nobody's bread. Mother, you've let Lois go once too often among those city folks. She's nigh about spoiled for a Shampuashuh man now." "Perhaps a Shampuashuh man will not get her," said Mrs. Barclay mischievously. "Who else is to get her?" cried Mrs. Marx. "We're all one sort here, and there's hardly a man but what's respectable, and very few that ain't more or less well to do. But we all work and mean to work, and we mostly all know our own mind. I do despise a man who don't do nothing, and who asks other folks what he's to think." "That sort of person is not held in very high esteem in any society, I believe," said Mrs. Barclay courteously, though she was much amused, and was willing for her own reasons that the talk should go a little further. Therefore she spoke. "Well, idleness breeds them," said the other lady. "But who respects them?" "The world respects anybody, even a man that goes with his hands in his pockets, if he only can fetch them out full of money. There was such a feller hanging round Appledore last summer. My, didn't he try my patience!" "Appledore?" said Lois, pricking up her ears. "Yes, there was a lot of them." "People who did not know their own minds?" Mrs. Barclay asked purposely and curiously. "Well, no, I won't say that of all of them. There was some of them knew their own minds a'most too well, but he weren't one. He come to me once to help him out, and I filled his pipe for him, and I sent him to smoke it." "Aunt Anne!" said Lois, drawing up her pretty figure with a most unwonted assumption of astonished dignity. Both the dignity and the astonishment drew all eyes upon her. She was looking at Mrs. Marx with eyes full of startled displeasure. Mrs. Marx was entrenched behind a whole army of coffee and teapots and pitchers, and answered coolly, "Yes, I did. What is it to you? Did he come to you for help too?" "I do not know whom you are talking of." "Oh," said Mrs. Marx, "I thought you did. Before I'd have you marry such a soft feller as that, I'd shoot him." There was some laughter, but Lois did not join in it, and with heightened colour was attending very busily to her supper. "Was the poor man looking that way?" asked Mrs. Barclay. "He was looking two ways," said Mrs. Marx, "and when a man's doing that, he don't fetch up nowhere, you bet. I'd like to know what becomes of him." They were all of the sort Lois has been telling of. Thought a deal of prettiness. I don't think the way some people live is a way to shame the flies. And I don't know nothing in creation more useless than they be. Mrs. Marx could speak better English, but the truth was, when she got much excited she forgot her grammar. "But at a watering place," remarked Mrs. Barclay, "you do not expect people to show their useful side. They are out for play and amusement." "I can play too," said the hostess, "but my play always has some meaning to it. Did I tell you, mother, what that lady was doing?" "I thought you were speaking of a gentleman," said quiet Mrs. Armadale. "Well, there was a lady too, and she was doing a piece of work. It was a beautiful piece of grey satin, thick and handsome as you ever see, and she was sewing gold thread upon it with fine gold coloured silk, fine gold thread, and it went one way straight and another way round, curling and crinkling like nothing on earth but a spider's web, all over the grey satin. I watched her a while, and then, says I, 'What are you doing, if you please? I've been looking at you, and I can't make out.' 'No,' says she, 'I suppose not. It's a cover for a bellows.' 'For a what?' says I. 'For a bellows,' says she. 'A bellows to blow the fire with. Don't you know what they are?' 'Yes,' says I, 'I've seen a fire bellows before now, but in our part of the country we don't cover them with satin.' 'No,' says she, 'I suppose not. I would just like to ask one more question,' says I. 'Well, you may,' says she. 'What is it?' 'I would just like to know,' says I, 'what the fire is made of that you blow with a satin of gold bellows?' And she laughed a little. ''Cause,' says I, 'it ought to be something that won't soil a kid glove and won't give out no sparks nor smoke.' 'Oh,' says she, 'nobody really blows the fire, only the bellows have come into fashion along the fire dogs, wherever people have an open fireplace and a good fire.' Well, what she meant by fire dogs I couldn't guess, but I thought I couldn't expose any more of my ignorance. Now, mother, how would you like to have Lois in a house like that, where people don't know any better what to do with their immortal lives than to make satin covers for bellows they don't want to blow the fire with, and dish up dinner enough for 12 people to feed 100? Lois will never be in a house like that," responded the old lady contentedly. "Then it's just as well if you keep her away from the places where they make so much of prettiness. I can tell you, Lois is human." "Lois is Christian," said Mrs. Armadale, "and she knows her duty." "Well, it's heartbreaking work to know one's duty sometimes," said Mrs. Marx. "But you do not think, I hope, that one is a pattern for all?" said Mrs. Barclay. "There are exceptions. It is not everybody in the great world that lives to no purpose." "If that's what you call the great world, I call it mighty small then. If I didn't know anything better to do with myself than to work sprangles of gold on a satin cover that weren't to cover nothing, I'd go down to Fairhaven and hire myself out to open oysters, and think I made the bargain. Anyhow, I respect myself better." "I don't know what you mean by the great world," said Uncle Tim. "Be there two of them, a big and a little?" "Don't you see, old Shampuashuh would go in one of those houses Lois was telling about, and if it got there, I expect I wouldn't give it house room." "The worlds are not so different as you think," Mrs. Barclay went on courteously. "Human nature is the same everywhere." "Well, I guess likely," responded Mrs. Marks. "Mother, if you don't, we'll go into the other." End of chapter 25. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Chapter 26 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 26. Scruples. The next day was Christmas, but in the country of Shampuashuh, Christmas, though a holiday, was not held in so high regard as it receives in many other quarters of the earth. There was no service in the church, and after dinner Lois came as usual to draw in Mrs. Barclay's room. "I did not understand some of your aunt's talk last evening," Mrs. Barclay remarked after a while. "I am not surprised at that," said Lois. "Did you?" "Oh yes, I understand Aunt Anne. Does she really think that all the people who like pretty things lead useless lives?" "She does not care so much about pretty things as I do," said Lois slightly. "But does she think all who belong to the great world are evil, given up to wickedness?" "Not so bad as that," Lois answered, smiling. "But naturally Aunt Anne does not understand any world but this of Shampuashuh. I understood her to assume that under no circumstances could you marry one of the great world she was talking of?" "Well," said Lois, "I suppose she thinks that one of them could not be a Christian." "You mean an enthusiast?" "No," said Lois, "but I mean, as she means, one who is in heart a true servant of Christ. He might or he might not be enthusiastic." "And would you marry no one who was not a Christian as you understand the word?" "The Bible forbids it," said Lois, her colour rising a little. "The Bible forbids it? I have not studied the Bible like you, but I have heard it read from the pulpit all my life. And I never heard, either from the pulpit or out of it, such an idea as that one who is a Christian may not marry one who is not." "I can show you the command in more places than one," said Lois. "I wish you would." Lois left her drawing and fetched a Bible. "It is forbidden in the Old Testament and in the New," she said, "but I will show you a place in the New. Here it is, in the second epistle to the Corinthians. 'Be not equally yoked together with unbelievers,' and it goes on to give the reason." "Unbelievers! But those in that day were heathen." "Yes," said Lois simply, going on with her drawing. "There are no heathen now, not here. I suppose that makes no difference. It is the party which will not obey and serve Christ, and which is working against him. In that day they worshipped idols, of wood or stone. Now they worship a different sort. They do not worship him, and there are but two parties." "No neutrals?" "No, the Bible says not." "But what is being yoked together? What do you understand is forbidden by that? Marriage?" "Any connection, I suppose," said Lois, looking up, "in which two people are forced to pull together. You know what a yoke is." "And you can smile at that, you wicked girl?" Lois laughed now. "Why not?" she said. "I have not much fancy for putting my head in a yoke at all, but a yoke where the two pull different ways must be very miserable." "You forget. You might draw somebody else to go the right way." "That would depend upon who was the strongest." "True," said Mrs. Barclay. "But, my dear Lois, you do not suppose that a man cannot belong to the world and yet be what you call a Christian? That would be very uncharitable." "I don't want to be uncharitable," said Lois. "Mrs. Barclay, It is extremely difficult to mark the foliage of different sorts of trees. Yes, but you are making a very good beginning. Lois, do you know you are fitting to be the wife of just one of that world? You are condemning, cultivated, polished, full of accomplishments and graces and fine and refined tastes? Then he would be very dangerous, said Lois. If he were not a Christian, he might have all that and yet be a Christian too. Suppose he were not, would you refuse him? I hope I should, said Lois, but her questioner noticed that this answer was soberly given. That evening she wrote a letter to Mr. Dillwyn. I am enjoying the most delightful rest, the letter said, that I have known for a very long time. Yet I have a doubt whether I ought to confess it, whether I ought not to declare myself tired of Shampuashuh and throw up my cards. I feel a little like an honest swindler, using your money, not on a false pretenses, but on a foregone case. I should never get tired of the place or the people. Every one of them, indeed, almost every one that I see, is a character, and here, where there is less varnish, the grain of the wood shows more plainly. I have had a most original carpenter here to measure for my bookshelves, only yesterday, for my room is running over with books. Not only everybody is a character, but nearly everybody has a good mixture of what is admirable in his composition. And as for these two girls, well, I am even more in love than you are, Philip. The elder is the handsomer, perhaps. She is very handsome, but your favorite is my favorite. Lois is lovely. There is a strange, fresh, simple, undefinable charm about the girl that makes one her captive. Even me, a woman. She wins upon me daily with her sweet unconscious ways. But nevertheless I am uneasy when I remember what I am here for, and what you are expecting. I fear I am acting the part of an innocent swindler, as I said, little better. In one way there is no disappointment to be looked for. These girls are both gifted with a great capacity and aptitude for mental growth. Lois especially, for she cares more to go into the depths of things. But both of them grow fast, and I can see the change almost from day to day. Tastes are waking up, and eager for gratification. There is no limit to the intellectual hunger, or the power of assimilation. The winter is one of very great enjoyment to them, as to me, and there is, and that has been from the first, a refinement of manner which surprised me, but that too is growing. And yet, with all this, which promises so much, there is another element which threatens discomfiture to our hopes. I must not conceal it from you. These people are regular Puritans. They think now, in this age of the world, to regulate their behavior entirely by the Bible. You are from a different type, and I am persuaded that the whole family would regard an alliance with a man like you as an unlawful thing. Though he were a prince or a Rothschild, it would make no difference in their view of the thing, for here is independence, pure and absolute. The family is very poor. They are glad of the money I pay them, but they would not bend their heads before the prestige of wealth, or do what they think wrong to gain any human favor or any earthly advantage. And Lois is like the rest, quite as firm. In fact, some of these gentlewomen have a power of saying no, which is only a little less than fearful. I cannot tell what love would do, but I do not believe it would break down her principle. We had a talk lately on this very subject. She was very firm. I think I ought not to conceal from you that I have doubts on another question. We were at a family supper party last night at an almshouse. She is a character too, a kind of a grenadier of a woman, in nature, not looks. The house and the entertainment were very interesting to me. the mingling of things was very striking, that one does not expect to find in connection. For instance, the appointments of the table were, as of course they would be, of no pretension to style or elegance. Clumsily comfortable, was all you could say, and the cooking was delicately fine. Then manners and language were somewhat lacking in polish, to put it mildly, and the tone of thought and the qualities of mind and character exhibited were very far above what I have heard often in circles of great pretension. Once the conversation got upon the contrasting ways of life in this society and in what it is called the world. The latter, I confess to you, met with some hard treatment, and the idea was rejected with scorn that one of the girls should ever be tempted out of her own sphere into the other. All this is of no consequence, but that struck me was a hint or two that Lois had been tempted, and a pretty plain assertion that this aunt, who it seems was at Appledore last summer nursing Mrs. Wishart, had received some sort of overture or advance on Lois's behalf, and had rejected it. This was evidently news to Lois, and she showed so much startled displeasure in her face, for she said almost nothing, that the suspicion was forced upon me. There might have been more in the matter than the aunt knew. Who was at Appledore? A friend of yours, was it not? And are you sure he did not gain some sort of lien upon this heart which you are so keen to win? I owe it to you to set you upon this inquiry, for if I know anything of the girl, she is as true, as unbending as steel. What she holds she will hold, and what she loves she will love, I believe, to the end. So before we go any further, let us find whether we have ground to go on. No, I would not have you come here at present, not in any case, and certainly not in this uncertainty. You are too wise to wish it. Whether Philip were too wise to wish it, he was too wise to give the rein to his wishes. He stayed in New York all winter, contenting himself with sending to Shampuashuh every imaginable thing that could make Mrs. Barclay's life there pleasant, or help her to make it useful to her two young friends. A fine Chickering piano arrived between Christmas and New Year's Day, and was set up in the space left for it between the bookshelves. Books continued to flow in, books of all sorts, science and art, history and biography, poetry and general literature, and Lois would have developed into a bookworm had not the piano exercised an almost equal charm upon her. Listening to Mrs. Barclay's music at first was an absorbing pleasure. Then Mrs. Barclay asked casually one day, "Shall I teach you?" "Oh, you could not," was Lois's answer, given with a breath and a flush of excitement. "Let us try," said Mrs. Barclay, smiling. "You might learn at least enough to accompany yourself. I have never heard your voice. Have you a voice?" "I do not know what you would call a voice," said Lois, smiling. "But you sing?" "Hymns, nothing else." "Have you a hymn book, with music, I mean?" Lois brought one. Mrs. Barclay played the accompaniment of a familiar hymn, and Lois sang. "My dear," exclaimed the former when she had done, "that is delicious!" "Is it? Your voice is very fine. It has a peculiar and uncommon richness. You must let me train that voice." "I should like to sing hymns as well as I can," Lois answered, flushing somewhat. "You would like to sing other things too? Songs?" "Yes, some songs are beautiful." "I never liked much those I have heard." "Why not?" "They seem rather foolish." "Did they? The choice must have been unfortunate. Where did you hear them?" "In New York, in company there. The voices were sometimes delightful, but the words—" "Well, the words?" "I wonder how they could like to sing them. There was nothing in them but nonsense. You are a very severe critic." "No," said Lois deprecatingly, "but I think hymns are much so better." "Well, we will see. Songs are not the first thing. Your voice must be trained." So a new element came into the busy life of that winter, and music now made demands on time and attention which Lois found it a little difficult to meet, without abridging the long reading hours and diligent studies to which she had hitherto been giving all her spare time. But the piano was so alluring, and every morsel of real music that Mrs. Barclay touched was so entrancing to Lois. Madge did not care about it, except for the wonder of seeing Mrs. Barclay's fingers fly over the keys, and Charity took quite a different view again. "Mother," she said one evening to the old lady, whom they often called so, "don't it seem to you that Lois is getting turned around?" "How, my dear?" "Well, it ain't like the Lois we used to have. She's rushing at books from morning to night, or scratching on a slate, and the rest of the time she's like nothing but the girl in the song, that had bells on her fingers and rings on her toes. I hear that pianoforte going at all hours. It's a tinkly, tinkly every other thing. What's the good of all that?" "What's the harm?" said Lois. "What's she doing it for, that woman? Why, you'd think she had come here just on purpose to teach Madge and you, for she don't do anything else. What is it all for? That's what I'd like to be told." "I am sure she's very kind," said Madge. "Mother, do you like it?" "What is the harm in what we are doing, Charity?" asked her younger sister. "If a thing ain't good, it's always harm. But these things are good. Maybe good for some folks. They ain't good for you." "I wish you would say 'are not,'" said Lois. "There!" said Charity. "There it is. You're piling one thing on top of another, till your head won't stand it, and the house won't be high enough for you by and by. All these ridiculous ways of people that think themselves too nice for common things. And you've lived all your life among common things, and are going to live all your life among them. And mother, all this French and music will just make Lois discontented. You see if it don't." "Do I act discontented?" Lois asked, with a pleasant smile. "Does she leave any of her work for you to do, Charity?" said Madge. "Wait till the spring opens and garden must be made," said Charity. "I should never think of leaving that to you to do, Charity," said Lois, laughing. "We should have a poor chance of a garden." "Mother, I wish you'd stop it." Mrs. Armadale said, however, nothing at the time, but the next chance she had when she and her youngest granddaughter were alone, she said, "Lois, are you in danger of letting your pleasure make you forget your duty?" "I hope not, grandmother. I do not think it. I take these things to be duty. I think one ought always to learn anything one has an opportunity of learning." "One thing is needful," said the old lady doubtfully. "Yes, grandmother, I do not forget that." "You don't want to learn the ways of the world, Lois?" "No, grandmother." End of chapter 26. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Chapter 27 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 27. Peas and Radishes. Mr. Dillwyn, as I said, did not come near Shampuashuh. He took his indemnification in sending all sorts of pleasant things. Papers and magazines flowed over into Mrs. Marx's hands, and made her life rich, flowed over again into Mr. Hodgkins's hands, and embroidered his life for him. Mr. Dillwyn sent fruit, foreign fruit, strange and delicious, which it was a sort of education even to eat, bringing one nearer to the country so far and unknown where it grew. He sent music, and if some of it passed under Lois's ban as nonsense, that was not the case with the greater part. She has a marvelous true appreciation of what is fine, Mrs. Barclay wrote, and she rejects with an accuracy which surprises me all that is merely pretty and flashy. There are some bits of Handel that have great power over the girl. She listens to them, I might almost say, devoutly, and is never weary. Madge is delighted with Rossini, but Lois gives her adherence to the German classics, and when I play Haydn and Mozart or Mendelssohn, stands rapt in her delighted listening, and looking like, well, I will not tantalize you by trying to describe to you what I see every day. I marvel only where the girl got these tastes and susceptibilities. It must be blood. I believe in inheritance. She has had until now no training or experience, but your bird is growing her wings fast now, Philip. If you can manage to cage her, natures hereabout are not tame by any means. Mr. Dillwyn, I believe I mentioned, sent engravings and exquisite photographs, and these almost rivalled Haydn and Mozart in Lois's mind. For various reasons, Mrs. Barclay sought to make at least this source of pleasure common to the whole family, and would often invite them all into her room, or carry her portfolio out into their general sitting room, and display to the eyes of them all the views of foreign lands, cities, castles and ruins, palaces and temples, Swiss mountains and Scotch lochs, Paris boulevards and Venetian canals, together with the remains of ancient art and works of modern artists, of all which Philip sent an unbounded number and variety. These evenings were unendingly curious to Mrs. Barclay. Comment was free, and undoubtedly original, whatever else might be said of it, and character and the habit of life of her audience were unconsciously revealed to her. Intense curiosity and eagerness for information were observable in them all, but tastes and the power of apprehension and receptiveness towards new and strange ideas, and the judgment passed upon things, were very different in the different members of the group. These exhibitions had further one good effect, not intended by the exhibitor. They brought the whole family somewhat in tone with the new life to which two of its members were rising. It was not desirable that Lois should be too far in advance of her people, or rather that they should be too far behind her. The questions propounded to Mrs. Barclay on these occasions, and the elucidations she found it desirable to give without questions, transformed her part into that of a lecturer, and the end of such an evening would find her tired with her exertions, yet well repaid for them. The old grandmother manifested great curiosity, great admiration, with frequently an expression of doubt or disapproval, and very often a strange slight, inexpressible air of one who felt herself to belong to a different world, to which all these things were more or less foreign. Charity showed also intense eagerness and curiosity and inquisitiveness, and mingled with those a very perceptible flavour of incredulity or of disdain, the latter possibly born of envy. But Lois and Madge were growing with every journey to distant lands, and every new introduction to the great works of men's hands, of every kind and of every age. After receiving that letter of Mrs. Barclay's mentioned in the last chapter, Philip Dillwyn would immediately have attacked Tom Caruthers again on the question of his liking for Miss Lothrop, to find out whether possibly there were any the least foundation for Mrs. Barclay's scruples and fears. But it was no longer in his power. The Caruthers family had altered their plans, and instead of going abroad in the spring, had taken their departure with the 1st of December, after an impromptu wedding of Julia to her betrothed. Mr. Dillwyn did not seriously believe that there was anything his plan had to fear from this side. Nevertheless, he preferred not to move in the dark, and he waited. Besides, he must allow time for the work he had sent Mrs. Barclay to do. To hurry matters would be to spoil everything, and it was much better on every ground that he should keep away from Shampuashuh. As I said, he busied himself with Shampuashuh affairs all he could, and wore out the winter as he best might, which was not very satisfactorily. And when spring came, he resolutely carried out his purpose, and sailed for Europe. Till at least a year had gone by, he would not try to see Lois. Mrs. Barclay should have a year at least to push her beneficent influence, and bring her educational efforts to some visible result. He would keep away, but it would be much easier to keep away if the ocean lay between them. And he went to Florence and northern Italy and the Adriatic. Meanwhile the winter had flown on soft wings at Shampuashuh. Every day seemed to be growing fuller and richer than its predecessors. Every day Lois and Madge were more eager in the search after knowledge, and more ready for the reception of it. A change was going on in them, so swift that Mrs. Barclay could almost see it from day to day. Whether others saw it, I cannot tell, but Mrs. Marx shook her head in the fear of it, and Charity opined that the family might whistle for a garden, and for butter and cheese next summer. Precious opportunity of winter days, when no gardening nor dairy work was possible, and blessed long nights and mornings, after sunset and before sunrise, when no housework of any sort put in claims upon the leisure of the two girls. There were no interruptions from without. In Shampuashuh society could not be said to flourish, beyond an occasional sewing society meeting, and a much more rare gathering for purely social purposes. Nothing more than a stray caller now and then broke the rich quiet of those winter days. The time for a tillage and a sowing and a growth far beyond in preciousness all the precious things put forth by the sun, in the more genial time of the year. But days began to become longer, nevertheless, as the weeks went on, and daylight was pushing those happy mornings and evenings into lesser and lesser compass, and snow quite disappeared from the fields, and buds began to swell on the trees and take colour, and airs grew more gentle in temperature, though I am bound to say there is a sharpness sometimes in the nature of a Shampuashuh spring that quite outdoes all the greater rigours of the winter that has gone. "The frost is out of the ground," said Lois one day to her friend. "Well," said Mrs. Barclay innocently, "I suppose that is a good thing." Lois went on with her drawing and made no answer. But soon Mrs. Barclay began to perceive that less reading and studying were done, or else some drawing lingered on its way towards completion, and the deficits became more and more striking. At last she demanded the reason. "Oh," said Madge, "the cows have come in, and I have a good deal to do in the dairy now. It takes up all my mornings. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do, but the milk must be seen to, and the butter churned, and then worked over, and it takes time, Mrs. Barclay." "And Lois?" "Oh, Lois is making garden." "Making garden?" "Yes. Oh, she always does it. It's her particular part of the business. We all do a little of everything, but the garden is Lois's special province. and the dairyman, and Charity takes the cooking and the sewing. Oh, we all do our own sewing, and we all do grandmother's sewing, only Charity takes head in that department." "What does Lois do in the garden?" "Oh, everything. We get somebody to plow it up in the fall, and in the spring we have it dug over. But all the rest she does. We have a good garden too," said Madge, smiling. "And these things take your morning and her morning?" "Yes, indeed. I should think they did, rather." Mrs. Barclay had her peace then, and for some time afterwards the spring came on. The days became soft and lovely, after March had blown itself out. The trees began to put forth leaves, the bluebirds were darting about like skyey messengers, robins were whistling, and daffodils were bursting, and grass was green. One lovely warm morning, when everything without seemed beckoning to her, Mrs. Barclay threw on a shawl and hat, and made her way out to the old garden, which up to this day she had never entered. She found the great white enclosure looking empty and bare enough. The 2 or 3 old apple trees hung protectingly over the wooden bench in the middle, their branches making pretty tracery against the tender, clear blue of the sky, but no shade was there. The branches only showed a little token of swelling and bursting buds, which indeed softened in a lovely manner the lines of their interlacing network, and promised a plenty of green shadow by and by. No shadow was needed at present, for the sun was too gentle. Its warmth was welcome and beneficent and kindly. The old cherry tree in the corner was beginning to open its wealth of white blossoms. Everywhere else the bareness and brownness of winter was still reigning, only excepting the patches of green turf around the boles and under the spreading boughs of the trees here and there. The garden was no garden, only a spread of soft upturned brown loam. It looked a desolate place to Mrs. Barclay. In the midst of it, the one point of life and movement was Lois. She was in a coarse stout stuffed dress, short and tucked up besides to keep it out of the dirt. Her hands were covered with coarse, thick gloves, her head with a little old straw hat. At the moment Mrs. Barclay came up she was raking a patch of ground which she had carefully marked out and bounded with a trampled footway. She was bringing it with her rake into a condition of beautiful level smoothness, handling her tool with light dexterity. As Mrs. Barclay came near, she looked up with a flash of surprise and a smile. "I have found you," said the lady. "So this is what you are about." "It is what I am always about in this time of the year." "What are you doing?" "Just here I am going to put it radishes and lettuce." "Radishes and lettuce? And that is instead of French and philosophy?" "This is philosophy," said Lois, while with a neat movement of her rake she threw off some stones which she had collected from the surface of the bed. "Very good philosophy. Surely the philosophy of life is first to live." Mrs. Barclay was silent a moment upon this. "Are radishes and lettuce the first thing you plant in the spring, then?" "Oh dear, no," said Lois. "Do you see all that corner? That's in potatoes. Do you see those slightly marked lines here, running across from the walk to the wall? Peas are there. They'll be up soon. I think I shall put in some corn tomorrow. Yonder is a bed of radishes and lettuce just out of the ground. We'll have some radishes for tea before you know it." "And do you mean to say that you have been planting potatoes? You?" "Yes," said Lois, looking at her and laughing. "I like to plant potatoes. In fact, I like to plant anything. What I do not always like so well is the taking care of them after they are up and growing." Mrs. Barclay sat down and watched her. Lois was now tracing delicate little drills across the breadth of her nicely prepared bed. Little drills all alike, just so deep and just so far apart. Then she went to a basket hard by for a little paper of seeds, 2 papers, and began deftly to scatter the seed along the drills, with delicate and careful but quick fingers. Mrs. Barclay watched her till she had filled all the rows, and began to cover the seeds in. That, too, she did quick and skilfully. "That is not fit work for you to do, Lois." "Why not? You have something better to do." "I do not see how I can. This is the work that is given me." "But any common person could do that." "We have not got the common person to do it," said Lois, laughing. "So it comes up an uncommon one. But there is a fitness in things." "So you will think, when you get some of my young lettuce." The drills were fast covered in, but there were a good many of them, and Lois went on talking and working with equal spirit. "I do not think I shall," Mrs. Barclay answered the last statement. "I like to do this, Mrs. Barclay. I like to do it very much. I am pulled a little two ways this spring, but that only shows this is good for me." "How so?" "When anybody is living to his own pleasure, I guess he is not in the best way of improvement." "Is there no one but you to do all the weeding by and by, when the garden will be full of plants?" "Nobody else," said Lois. "That must take a great deal of your time." "Yes," said Lois, "it does. That and the fruit picking." "Fruit picking! Mercy! Why, child, must you do all that?" "It is my part," said Lois pleasantly. "Charity and Madge have each their part. This is mine, and I like it better than theirs. But it is only so, Mrs. Barclay, that we are able to get along. A gardener would eat up our garden. I take only my share, and there is a great deal of pleasure in it. It is pleasant to provide for the family's wants, and to see the others enjoy what I bring in. Yes, and to enjoy it myself. And then, do you see how pleasant the work is? Don't you like it out here this morning?" Mrs. Barclay cast a glance around her again. There was a slight spring haze in the air, which seemed to catch and hold the sun rays and diffuse them in gentle beneficence. Through it the opening cherry blossoms gave their tender promise. The brown bare apple trees were softened. An indescribable breath of hope and life was in the air, to which the birds were doing all they could to give expression. There was a delicate joy in nature's face, as if at being released from the bands of winter and having her hands free again. The smell of the upturned earth came fresh to Mrs. Barclay's nostrils, along with a salt savour from the not distant sea. Yes, it was pleasant, with a rare and wonderful pleasantness. And yet Mrs. Barclay's eyes came discontentedly back to Lois. "It would be possible to enjoy all this, Lois, if you were not doing such evil work." "Evil work? Oh no, Mrs. Barclay. The work that the Lord gives anybody to do cannot be evil. It must be the very best thing he can do. And I do not believe I should enjoy the spring and the summer and the autumn near so well if I were not doing it." "Must one be a gardener to have such enjoyment?" "I must," said Lois, laughing. "If I do not follow my work follows me, and then it comes like a taskmaster and carries a whip." "But Lois, that sort of work will make your hands rough." Lois lifted one of her hands in its thick glove and looked at it. "Well," she said, "what then? What are hands made for?" "You know very well what I mean. You know a time may come when you would like to have your hands white and delicate." "The time is come now," said Lois, laughing. "I have not to wait for it. I like white hands and delicate hands as well as anybody. Mine must do their work, all the same. Something might be said for my feet, too, I suppose," she added with another laugh. At the moment she had finished outlining another bed, and was now trampling a little hard bordered pathway round it, making the length of her foot the breadth of the pathway, and setting foot to foot close together, so bit by bit stamping it round. Mrs. Barclay looked on, and wished somebody else could have looked on, at the bright fresh face under the little old hat, and the free action and spirit and accuracy with which everything that either feet or hands did was done. Somehow she forgot the coarse dress, and only saw the delicate creature in it. "Lois, I do not like it," she began again. "Do you know some people are very particular about these little things, fastidious about them? You may one day yet want to please one of those very men." "Not unless he wants to please me first," said Lois, with a glance from her path treading. "Of course I am supposing that." "I don't know him," said Lois, "and I don't see him in the distance." "That proves nothing, and it wouldn't make any difference if I did." "You are mistaken in thinking that. You do not know yet what it is to be in love, Lois." "I don't know," said Lois. "Can one be in love with one's grandmother?" "But, Lois, this is going to take a great deal of your time." "Yes, ma'am." "And you want all your time to give to more important things. I can't bear to have you drop them all to plant potatoes. Could not somebody else be found to do it?" "We could not afford the somebody, Mrs. Barclay." It was not doubtfully or regretfully that the girl spoke. The brisk content of her answers drove Mrs. Barclay almost to despair. "Lois, you owe something to yourself." "What, Mrs. Barclay?" "You owe it to yourself to be prepared for what I am sure is coming to you. You are not made to live in Shampuashuh all your life. Somebody will want you to quit it and go out into the wide world with him." Lois was silent a few minutes, with her colour a little heightened, fresh as it had been already. Then, having tramped all round her new bed, she came up to where Mrs. Barclay and her basket of seeds were. "I don't believe it all," she said. "I think I shall live and die here." "Do you feel satisfied with that prospect?" Lois turned over the bags of seeds in her basket a little hurriedly. Then she stopped and looked up at her questioner. "I have nothing to do with all that," she said. "I do not want to think of it. I have enough in hand to think of, and I am satisfied, Mrs. Barclay, with whatever God gives me." She turned to her basket of seeds again, searching for a particular paper. "I never heard any one say that before," remarked the other lady. "As long as I can say it, don't you see that is enough?" said Lois lightly. "I enjoy all this work, besides, and so will you by and by when you get the lettuce and radishes and some of my tom peas. And I am not going to stop my studies either." She went back to the new bed now, where she presently was very busy putting more seeds in. Mrs. Barclay watched her a while. Then, seeing a small smile break on the lips of the gardener, she asked Lois what she was thinking of. Lois looked up. "I was thinking of that geode you showed us last night." "That geode?" "Yes, it is so lovely. I have thought of it a great many times. I am wanting very much to learn about stones now. I thought always till now that stones were only stones. The whole world is changed to me since you have gone, Mrs. Barclay." "Yes," thought that lady to herself, "and what will be the end of it?" "To tell you the truth," Lois went on, "the garden work's come harder to me this spring than ever it did before. But that shows it is good for me. I have been having too much pleasure all winter." "Can one have too much pleasure?" said Mrs. Barclay discontentedly. "If it makes one unready for duty," said Lois. End of chapter 27. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 28 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 28. The Lagoon of Venice. Towards evening, one day late in the summer, the sun was shining, as its manner is, on that marvellous combination of domes, arches, mosaics, and carvings, which goes by the name of St. Mark's at Venice. The soft Italian sky, glowing and rich, gave a very benediction of colour. All around was the still peace of the lagoon city. Only in the great square there was a gentle stir and flutter and rustle and movement, for thousands of doves were flying about, and coming down to be fed, and a crowd of varied human nature, but chiefly not belonging to the place, were watching and distributing food to the feathered multitude. People were engaged with the doves, or with each other. Few had a look to spare for the great church. Nobody even glanced at the columns bearing St. Theodore and the lion. That is, generally speaking. For under one of the arcades, leaning against one of the great pillars of the same, a man stood whose look by turns went to everything. He had been standing there motionless for half an hour, and it passed to him like a minute. Sometimes he studied that combination aforesaid, where feeling and fancy and faith have made such glorious work together, and to which, as I hinted, the Venetian evening was lending such indescribable magnificence. His eye dwelt on details of loveliness, of which it was constantly discovering new revelations, or rested on the whole colour-glorified pile with meditative remembrance of what it had seen and done, and whence it had come. Then with sudden transition he would give his attention to the motley crowd before him, and the soft-winged doves fluttering up and down and filling the air. And, tiring of these, his look would go off again to the bronze lion on his place of honour in the Piazzetta, his thought probably wandering back to the time when he was set there. The man himself was noticed by nobody. He stood in the shade of the pillar and did not stir. He was a gentleman evidently. One sees that by slight characteristics, which are nevertheless quite unmistakable and not to be counterfeited. His dress, of course, was the quiet, unobtrusive, and yet perfectly correct thing, which dress ought to be. His attitude was that of a man who knew both how to move and how to be still, and did both easily. And further, the look of him betrayed the habit of travel. This man had seen so much that he was not moved by any young curiosity, knew so much that he could weigh and compare what he knew. His figure was very good, his face agreeable and intelligent, with good observant grey eyes, the whole appearance striking. But nobody noted him. And he had noted nobody. The crowd before him was to him simply a crowd, which excited no interest except as a whole, until suddenly he caught sight of a head and shoulders in the moving throng, which started him out of his carelessness. They were but a few yards from him, seen and lost again in the swaying mass of human beings. But though half seen, he was sure he could not mistake. He spoke out a little loud the word "Tom." He was not heard, and the person spoken to moved out of sight again. The speaker, however, now left his place and plunged among the people. Presently he had another glimpse of the head and shoulders, and was yet more sure of his man. Lost sight of him anew, but following in the direction taken by the chase, gradually won his way nearer, and at length overtook the man, who was then standing between the pillars of the Lion and St. Theodore, and looking out towards the water. "Tom," said his pursuer, clapping him on the shoulder. "Philip Dillwyn," said the other, turning. "Philip, where did you come from? What a lucky turn-up, that I should find you here." "I found you, man. Where have you come from?" "Oh, from everywhere." "Are you alone? Where are your people?" "Oh, Julia and Lenox are gone home. Mamma and I are here yet. I left mamma in a pension in Switzerland, where I could not hold it out any longer, and I have been wandering about, Florence and Pisa, and I don't know all, till now I have brought up in Venice. It is so jolly to get you." "What are you doing here?" "Nothing." "What are you going to do?" "Nothing." "Oh, I have done everything, you know. There is nothing left to a fellow." "That sounds hopeless," said Dillwyn, laughing. "It is hopeless. Really, I don't see sometimes what a fellow's life is good for. I believe the people who have to work for it have all the best time." "They work to live," said the other. "I suppose they do." "Therefore you are going round in a circle. If life is worth nothing, why should one work to keep it up?" "Well, what is it worth, Dillwyn? Upon my word, I have never made it out satisfactorily. Look here, we cannot talk in this place. Have you ever been to Torcello?" "No." "Suppose we take a gondola and go." "Now? What is there?" "An old church. There are old churches all over. The thing is to find a new one." "You prefer the new ones?" "Just for the rarity," said Tom, smiling. "I do not believe you have studied the old ones yet. Do you know the mosaics in St. Mark's?" "I never study mosaics." "And I'll wager you have not seen the Tintorets in the palace of the Doge." "There are Tintorets all over," said Tom, shrugging his shoulder wearily. "Then have you seen Murano?" "The glassworks, yes." "I do not mean the glassworks. Come along. Anywhere in a gondola will do, such an evening as this, and we can talk comfortably. You need not look at anything." They entered a gondola, and were presently gliding smoothly over the coloured waters of the lagoon, shining with richer sky reflections than any mortal painter could put on canvas. Not long in silence. "Where have you been, Tom, all this while?" "I told you, everywhere," said Tom, with another shrug of his shoulders. "The one thing one comes abroad for, you know, is to run away from the winter. So we have been doing that, as long as there is any winter to run from, and since then we have been running away from the summer. Let me see. We came over in November, didn't we? Or December. We went to Rome as fast as we could. There was very good society in Rome last winter. Then, as spring came on, we coasted down to Naples and Palermo. We stayed at Palermo a while. From there we went back to England, and from England we came to Switzerland. And there we have been till I couldn't stand Switzerland any longer, and I bolted." "Palermo isn't a bad place to spend a while in." "No, but Sicily is stupid generally. It's all ridiculous, Philip. Except for the name of the thing, one can get just as good nearer home. I could get better sport at Appledore last summer than in any place I've been at in Europe." "Ah, Appledore," said Philip slowly, and dipping his hand in the water. "I surmise the society also was good there." "Would have been," Tom returned discontentedly, "if there had not been a little too much of it." "Too much of it?" "Yes, I couldn't stir without 2 or 3 at my heels. It's very kind, you know, but it rather hampers a fellow." "Miss Lothrop was there, wasn't she?" "Of course she was. That made all the trouble." "And all the sport too, eh, Tom? Things usually are two-sided in this world." "She made no trouble. It was my mother and sister. They were so awfully afraid of her, and they drilled George in, so among them they were too many for me. But I think Appledore is the nicest place I know." "You might buy one of the islands. A little money would do it. Build a lodge, and have your Europe always at hand, when the winter is gone, as you say." "Even the winter you might manage to live through, if you could secure the right sort of society, hey, Tom? Isn't that an idea? I wonder it never occurred to you. I think one might bid defiance to the world if one were settled in the Isles of Shoals." "Yes," said Tom, with something very like a groan, "if one hadn't a mother and sister." "You are heathenish." "I'm not at all," returned Tom passionately. "See here, Philip, there is one thing goes before mother and sister, and that you know. It's a man's wife, and I've seen my wife, and I can't get her." "Why?" said Dillwyn dryly. He was hanging over the side of the gondola, and looking attentively at the play of colour in the water, which was reflecting the sky in still splendour where it lay quiet, broke up in ripples under the gondolier's oar, and seemed to scatter diamonds and amethysts and topazes in fairy-like prodigality all around. "I've told you," said Tom fretfully. "Yes, but I do not comprehend. Does not the lady in question like Appledore as well as you do?" "She likes Appledore well enough. I do not know how well she likes me. I never had a chance to find out. I don't think she dislikes me, though," said Tom meditatively. "It's not too late to find out yet," Philip said, with even more dryness in his tone. "Oh, isn't it, though?" said Tom. "I'm tied up from ever asking her now. I'm engaged to another woman." "Tom!" said the other, suddenly straightening himself up. "Don't shout at a fellow. What could I do? They wouldn't let me have what I wanted, and now they're quite pleased, and Julia has gone home. She has done her work. Oh, I am making an excellent match. An old family, and $300,000, as my mother says. That's all one wants, you know." "Who is the lady?" "It don't matter, you know, when you have heard her qualifications. It's Miss Dulcimer, one of the Philadelphia Dulcimers. Of course one couldn't make a better bargain for oneself, and I'm as fond of her as I can be. In fact, I was afraid I was getting too fond, so I ran away, as I told you, to think over my happiness at leisure, and moderate my feelings." "Tom, Tom, I never heard you bitter before," said his friend, regarding him with real concern. "Because I never was bitter before. Oh, I shall be all right now. I haven't had a soul on whom I could pour out my mind till this hour. I know you're as safe as a mine. It does me good to talk to you. I tell you, I shall be all right. I'm a very happy bridegroom expectant. You know, if the Caruthers have plenty of money, the Dulcimers have twice as much. Money's really everything. Have you any idea how this news will touch the other lady you were talking about?" "I suppose it won't touch her at all. She's different. That's one reason why I liked her. She would not care a farthing for me because I'm a Caruthers, or because I have money. Not a brass farthing. She is the realest person I ever saw. She would go about Appledore from morning to night in the greatest state of delight you ever saw anybody. When my sister, for instance, would see nothing but rocks and weeds, Lois would have her hands full of what Julia would call trash, and what to her was better than if the fairies had done it. Things pulled out of the shingle and mud, I can just see her, and flowers and stones and shells. What she would make of this now! But you couldn't set that girl down anywhere, I believe, that she wouldn't find something to make her feel rich. She's a richer woman this minute than my Dulcimer with her thousands. And she's got good blood in her too, Philip. I learned that from Mrs. Wishart. She has the blood of ever so many of the old Pilgrims in her veins. And that is good descent, Philip?" "They think so in New England." "Well, they are right. I am ready to believe. Anyhow, I don't care." He broke off, and there was a silence of some minutes' length. The gondola swam along over the quiet water, under the magnificent sky. The reflected colours glanced upon two faces, grave and self-absorbed. "Old boy," said Philip at length, "I hardly think you are right." "Right in what?" "I am right in all I have told you." "I meant, right in your proposed plan of action. You may say it is none of my business. I shall not say it, though. What's the wrong you mean? It seems to me Miss Dulcimer would not feel obliged to you if she knew all." "She doesn't feel obliged to me at all," said Tom. "She gives as good as she gets." "No better? What do you mean?" "Pardon me, Tom, but you have been frank with me. By your own account, she will get very little." "All she wants. I'll give her a local habitation and a name." "I am sure you are unjust." "Not at all. That is all half the girls want, all they try for. She's very content. Oh, I'm very good to her when we are together, and I mean to be. You needn't look at me," said Tom, trying to laugh. "3/4 of all the marriages that are made are on the same pattern. Why, Phil, what do the men and women of this world live for? What's the purpose in all I've been doing since I left college? What's the good of floating round in the world, as I have been doing all summer and winter here this year? And at home it is different only in the manner of it. People live for nothing, and don't enjoy life. I don't know at this minute a single man or woman of our sort, you know, that enjoys life, except that one, and she isn't our sort. She has no money, and no society, and no Europe to wander round in. Oh, they would say they enjoy life, but their way shows they don't." "Enjoyment is not the first thing," Philip said thoughtfully. "Oh, isn't it? It's what we're all after, anyhow. You'll allow that. Perhaps that is the way we miss it. So Dulcimer and I are all right, you see," pursued Tom, without heeding this remark. "We shall be a very happy couple. All the world will have us at their houses, and we shall have all the world at ours. There won't be room left for anything but happiness, and that'll squeeze in anywhere, you know. It's like chips floating round on the surface of a whirlpool. They fly round and round splendidly till they get sucked in." "Tom," cried his companion, "what has come to you? Your life is not so different now from what it has always been, and I have always known you for a light-hearted fellow. I can't have you take this tone." Tom was silent, biting the ends of his moustache in a nervous way, which bespoke a good deal of mental excitement. Philip feared of mental trouble. "If a friend may ask, how came you to do what is so unsatisfactory to you?" he said at length. "My mother and sister. They were so preciously afraid I should ruin myself. Philip, I could not make head against them. They were too much for me, and too many for me. They were all round me. They were ahead of me. I had no chance at all, so I gave up in despair. Women are the overpowering when they take a thing in their head. A man's nowhere. I gave in, and gave up, and came away, and now they're satisfied." "Then the affair is definitely concluded?" "As definitely as if my head was off." Philip did not laugh, and there was a pause again. The colours were fading from sky and water, and a yellow, soft moonlight began to assert her turn. It was a change of beauty for beauty, but neither of the two young men seemed to take notice of it. "Tom," began the other, after a time, "what you say about the way most of us live is more or less true, and it ought not to be true." "Of course it is true," said Tom, "but it ought not to be true." "What are you going to do about it?" "One must do as everybody else does, I suppose." "Must one? That is the very question. What can you do else, as long as you haven't your bread to get?" "I believe the people who have their bread to get have the best of it. But there must be some use in the world, I suppose, for those who are under no such necessity. Did you ever hear that Miss Lothrop's family was strictly religious?" "No. Yes, I have," said Tom. "I know she is." "That would not have suited you." "Yes, it would. Anything she did would have suited me. I have a great respect for religion, Philip." "What do you mean by religion?" "I don't know. What everybody means by it. It is the care of the spiritual part of our nature, I suppose." "And how does that care work?" "I don't know," said Tom. "It works altar cloths, and it seems to mean church going, and choral music, and teaching ragged schools, and that sort of thing. I don't understand it, but I should never interfere with it. It seems to suit the women particularly." Again there fell a pause. "Where have you been, Dillwyn, and what brought you here again?" Tom began now. "I came to pass the time," the other said musingly. "Ah, and where have you passed it?" "Along the shores of the Adriatic part of the time. At Abazia and Sebenico and the islands." "What's in all that? I never heard of Abazia." "The world is a large place," said Philip absently. "But what is Abazia?" "A little paradise of a place, so sheltered that it is like a nest of all lovely things." "Really? It has its own climate, through certain favouring circumstances, and it is a hidden little nook of delight." "Ah. What took you to the shores of the Adriatic, anyhow?" "Full of interest," said Philip. "Pray, of what kind?" "Every kind. Historical, industrial, mechanical, natural, and artistic. But I grant you, Tom, that was not why I went there. I went there to get out of the ruts of travel and break new ground. Like you, being a little tired of going round in a circle for ever. And it occurs to me that man must have been made for somewhat else than such a purposeless circle. No other creature is a burden to himself." "Because no other creature thinks," said Tom. "The power of thought can surely be no final disadvantage." "I don't see what it amounts to," Tom returned. "A man is happy enough, I suppose, as long as he is busy thinking out some new thing, inventing, creating, discovering, or working out his discoveries. But as soon as he has brought his invention to perfection and set it going, he is tired of it, and drives after something else." "You are coming to Solomon's judgment," said the other, leaning back upon the cushions and clasping his hands above his head. "What the preacher says, 'Vanity of vanities, all is vanity.'" "Well, so are you," said Tom. "It makes me ashamed." "Of what?" "Myself." "Why?" "That I should have lived to be 32 years old, and never have done anything, or found any way to be of any good in the world. There isn't a butterfly of less use than I." "You weren't made to be of use," said Tom. "Upon my word, my dear fellow, you have said the most disparaging thing, I hope, that ever was said of me. You cannot better that statement if you think an hour. You mean it of me as a human being, I trust, not as an individual. In the one case it would be indeed melancholy, but in the other it would be humiliating. You take the race, not the personal view. The practical view is, that what is of no use had better not be in existence. Look here. Here we are at Murano. I hadn't noticed it. Shall we land and see things by moonlight, or go back to Venice? Back and have dinner, said Tom, by way of prolonging this existence, which to you is burdensome, and to me is unsatisfactory. Where is the logic of that? But they went back, and had a very good dinner too. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 29. An Ox Cart. It happened not far from the same time in the end of August, when Mr. Dillwyn and Tom Caruthers came together on the Piazzetta of St. Mark, that another meeting took place in the far-away regions of Shampuashuh. A train going to Boston was stopped by a broken bridge ahead, and its passengers discharged in one of the small towns along the coast, to wait until the means of getting over the little river could be arranged. People on a railway journey commonly do not like to wait. It was different, no doubt, in the days of stage-coaches, when patients had some exercise frequently. Now we are spoiled, and you may notice that a 10 minutes' delay is often more than can be endured with complacency. Our fathers and mothers had hours to wait, and took it as a matter of course. Among the impatient passengers thrown out at Independence were two specially impatient. "What on earth shall we do with ourselves?" said the lady. "Pity the breakdown had not occurred a little further on," said the gentleman. "You might have visited your friend, or Tom's friend, Miss Lothrop. We are just a few miles from Shampuashuh." "Shampuashuh? Miss Lothrop? Was that where she lived? How far, George?" "A few miles, half a dozen, perhaps." "Oh, George, let us get horses and drive there." "But then you may not catch the train this evening again." "I don't care. I cannot wait here. It would be a great deal better to have the drive and see the other place. Yes, we will go and visit her. Get horses, George, please. Quick. This is terrible." "Will you ask for their hospitality?" "Yes, of course. They would be delighted. That is just what the better sort of country people like, to have some one come and see them. Make haste, George." With a queer little smile on his face, Mr. Lennox, however, did as he was desired. A waggon was procured without much delay, in which they could be driven to Shampuashuh. It was a very warm day, and the travellers had just the height of it. Hot sunbeams poured down on them. The level, shadeless country through which lay their way showed as little as it could of the attractive features which really belonged to it. The lady declared herself exceeded by the heat and dust. The gentleman opined they might as well have stayed in Independence, where they were. Between 2 and 3 o'clock they entered the long green street of Shampuashuh. The sunbeams seemed tempered there, but it was only a mental effect procured by the quiet beauty and airy space of the village avenue, and the shade of great elms which fell so frequently upon the wayside grass. "What a sweet place!" cried the lady. "Comfortable looking houses," suggested the gentleman. "It seems cooler here," the lady went on. "It's getting to a cooler time of day." "I know, George. 3 o'clock is just the crown of the heat. Don't it look as if nobody ever did anything here? There's no stir at all. My eye sees different tokens. They are more versed in business than yours are naturally." "What do your eyes see?" a little impatiently. "You may notice that nothing is out of order. There is no bit of fence out of repair, and never a gate hanging upon its hinges. There is no carelessness. Do you observe the neatness of this broad street?" "What should make it unneat, with so few travellers? Ground is the last thing to keep itself in order. I notice, too, the neat stacks of wood in the woodsheds, and in the field we have passed the work is all done up to the minute, nothing hanging by the eyelids. The houses are full of windows, and all of them shining bright." "You might be a newspaper reporter, George. Is this the house we are coming to?" "It is quite a large house, quite respectable." "Did you think that little girl had come out of any but a respectable house?" "Pshaw, George! You know what I mean. They're very poor and very plain people. I suppose we might go straight in." They dismissed their vehicle, so burning their ships, and knocked at the front door. A moment later it was opened by Charity. Her tall figure was arrayed in a homely print gown of no particular fashion. A little shawl was over her shoulders, notwithstanding the heat, and on her head a sunbonnet. "Does Miss Lothrop live here?" "Three of us," said Charity, confronting the pair with a doubtful face. "Is Miss Lois at home?" "She's as near as possible not," said the doorkeeper, "but I guess she is. You may come in and I'll see." She opened a door in the hall which led to a room on the north side of it, corresponding to Mrs. Barclay's on the south, and there she left them. It was large and pleasant and cool, if it was also very plain, and Mrs. Lennox sank into a rocking chair, repeating to herself that it was very respectable. On a table at one side lay a few books which drew Mr. Lennox's curiosity. "Ruskin's Modern Painters," he exclaimed, looking at his wife. "Selections, I suppose?" "No, this is volume 5, and next is Thiers' Consulate and Empire." "Translation?" "No, original, and the old red sandstone." "What's that? Hugh Miller?" "Who's Hugh Miller?" "He is or was a gentleman who would not admit to your society. He began life as a Scotch mason." Meanwhile, Charity, going back to the living room of the family, found there Lois busied in arraying old Mrs. Armadale for some sort of excursion, putting a light shawl about her, and drawing a white sunbonnet over her cap. Lois herself was in an old nankeen dress with a cape, and had her hat on. "There's some folks that want you, Lois," her sister announced. "Want me?" said Lois. "Who is it? Why didn't you tell them we were just going out?" "I don't usually say things without I know that it's so," responded Charity. "Maybe we're going to be hindered." "We must not be hindered," returned Lois. "Grandmother is ready, and Mrs. Barclay is ready, and the cart is here. We must go, whoever comes. You get mother into the cart, and the baskets and everything, and I'll be as quick as I can." So Lois went into the parlour. A great surprise came over her when she saw who was there, and with the surprise a slight feeling of amusement, along with some other feeling, she could not have told what, which put her gently upon her mettle. She received her visitors frankly and pleasantly, and also with a calm ease which at the moment was superior to their own. So she heard their explanation of what had befallen them, and of their resolution to visit her, and a slight account of their drive from Independence, all which Mrs. Lennox gave with more prolixity than she had intended or previously thought necessary. "And now," said Lois, "I will invite you to another drive. We are just going down to the Sound, to smell the salt air and get cooled off. We shall have supper down there before we come home. I do not think I could give you anything pleasanter if I had the choice, but it happens that all is arranged for this. Do come with us. It will be a variety for you at least." The lady and gentleman looked at each other. "It's so hot," objected the former. "It will be cooler every minute now," said Lois. "We ought to take the train when it comes along." "You cannot tell when that will be," said Mr. Lennox. "You would find it very tedious waiting at the station. We might take the night train. That will pass about 10 o'clock, or should." "But we should be in your way, I'm afraid," Mrs. Lennox went on, turning to Lois. "You are not prepared for 2 more in your party." "Always," said Lois, smiling. "We should never think ourselves prepared at all in Shampuashuh if we were not ready for 2 more than the party, and the cart will hold us all." "The cart!" cried the other. "Yes, oh yes, I did not tell you that," said Lois, smiling more broadly. "We are going in an ox cart. That will be quite a novel experience for you, too." If Mrs. Lennox had not half accepted the invitation already, I am not sure but this intimation would have been too much for her courage. However, she was an outwardly well-bred woman, that is, like so many others, well-bred when there was nothing to gain by being otherwise, so she excused her hesitation and doubt by the pleas of being so dusty. There was help for that. Lois took her upstairs to a neat chamber, and furnished her with water and towels. It was a new experience to the city lady. She took note, half disdainfully, of the plainness of the room, the painted floor, yellow and shining, which boasted only 1 or 2 little strips of carpet, the common earthenware toilet set, the rush-bottomed chairs. On the other hand, there was an old mahogany dressing-bureau, a neat bed, and water and towels. The latter course were exceedingly fresh and sweet. She made up her mind to go through with the adventure, and rejoined her husband with a composed mind. Lois took them first to the sitting-room, where they were introduced to Mrs. Barclay, and then they all went out the back door of the house, and across a little grassy space to a gate leading into a lane. Here stood the cart, in which the rest of the family was already bestowed, Mrs. Armadale being in an armchair with short legs, while Madge and Charity sat in the straw with which the whole bottom of the cart was spread. A tall oldish man with an ox whip stood leaning against the fence, surveying things. "Are we to go in there?" said Mrs. Lennox with perceptible doubt. "It's the only carriage we have to offer you," said Lois merrily. "For your sake I wish we had a better. For my own, I like nothing so well as an ox cart. Mrs. Barclay, will you get in, and stimulate this lady's courage?" A kitchen chair had been brought out to facilitate the operation, and Mrs. Barclay stepped lightly in, curled herself down in the soft bed of straw, and declared it was very comfortable, with an expression of face which made Lois and Madge laugh for weeks after when they recalled it. Mrs. Lennox stepped gingerly in, following, and took her place. "Grandmother," said Lois, "this is Mrs. Lennox, whom you have heard me speak about. And these are my sisters, Madge and Charity, Mrs. Lennox. And, grandmother, this is Mr. Lennox. Now you see the cart has room enough," she added, as herself and the gentlemen also took their seats. "Is that the whole of ye?" inquired now the man with the ox whip, coming forward. "And be all your stores got in for the voyage? I don't want to be coming back from somewheres about half way." "All right, Mr. Sears," said Lois. "You may drive on. Mother, are you comfortable?" And then there was a whoaing and a geeing, and a mysterious flourishing of the long leathern whip, with which the driver seemed to be playing, for if its tip touched the shoulders of the oxen it did no more, though it waved over them vigorously. But the oxen understood, and pulled the cart forward, lifting and setting down their heavy feet with great deliberation seemingly, but with equal certainty, and swaying their great heads gently from side to side as they went. Lois was much amused at her guest's situation, that she had some difficulty to keep her features in their due calmness and sobriety. Mrs. Lennox eyed the oxen, then the contents of the cart, then the fields. "Slow travelling," said Lois with a smile. "Can they go no faster?" "They could go a little faster if they were urged, but that would spoil the comfort of the whole thing. The entire genius of a ride in an ox cart is that everybody should take his ease." "Oxen included," said Mr. Lennox. "Why not?" "Why not indeed?" said the gentleman, smiled. "Only ordinary people cannot get rid easily of the notion that the object of going is to get somewhere." "That's not the object in this case," Lois answered merrily. "The sole object is fun." Mrs. Lennox said nothing more, but her face spoke as plainly as possible. "And you call this fun?" "I am enjoying myself very much," said Mrs. Barclay. "I think it is delightful." Something in her manner of speech made Mr. Lennox look at her. She was sitting next to him on the cart bottom. "Perhaps this is a new experience to you also," he said. "Delightfully new. Never rode in an ox cart before in my life. Hardly ever saw one, in fact. We are quite out of the race and struggle and uneasiness of the world, don't you see? There comes down a feeling of repose upon one, softly, as Longfellow says, as a feather is wafted downwards from an eagle in his flight. Only I should say in this case it was from the wing of an angel." "Mrs. Barclay, you are too poetical for an ox cart," said Lois, laughing. "If we begin to be poetical, I'm afraid the repose will be troubled." "'T won't do poetry no harm to go in an ox cart," remarked here the ox carter. "I agree with you, sir," said Mrs. Barclay. "Poetry would not be poetry if she could not ride anywhere. But why should she trouble repose, Lois?" "Yes," added Mr. Lennox, "I was about to ask that question. I thought poetry was always soothing, or that the ladies at least think so." "I like it well enough," said Lois, "but I think it is apt to be melancholy, except in hymns." "Except hymns?" said Mrs. Lennox. "I thought hymns were always sad. They deal so much with death and the grave." "And the resurrection," said Lois. "They always make me gloomy," the lady went on. "The resurrection, do you call that a lively subject?" "Depends on how you look at it, I suppose," said her husband. "Miss Lothrop, I cannot recover from my surprise at your assertion respecting non-religious poetry." Lois left that statement alone. She did not care whether he recovered or not. Mr. Lennox, however, was curious. "I wish you would show me on what your opinion is founded," he went on pleasantly. "Yes, Lois, justify yourself," said Mrs. Barclay. "I could not do that without making quotations, Mrs. Barclay, and I'm afraid I cannot remember enough. Besides, it would hardly be interesting." "To me it would," said Mrs. Barclay. "Where could one have a better time? The oxen go on so comfortably, and leisure is so graciously abundant." "Pray go on, Miss Lothrop," Mr. Lennox urged. "And then I hope you'll go on and prove hymns lively," added his wife. The conversation which followed was long enough to have a chapter to itself, and so may be comfortably skipped by any who are so inclined. Chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 30, Poetry. Perhaps you will none of you agree with me, Lois said, and I do not know much poetry, but there seems to me to run an undertone of lament and weariness through most of what I know. Now take the death of the flowers, that you were reading yesterday, Mrs. Barclay. The south wind searches for the flowers whose fragrance late he bore, and sighs to find them in the wood and by the stream no more. That is the tone I mean, a sigh and a regret. But the death of the flowers is exquisite, pleaded Mrs. Lennox. Certainly it is, said Lois, but is it gay? The windflower and the violet, they perished long ago, and the briar rose and orchids died amid the summer glow. But on the hill the goldenrod, and the aster in the wood, and the yellow sunflower by the brook in autumn beauty stood, till fell the frost from the clear cold heaven, as falls the plague on men, and the brightness of their smile was gone from upland, glade, and glen. How you remember it, Lois, said Mrs. Barclay. But is not all that true? asked Mrs. Lennox. True in fact, said Lois, the flowers do die. But the frost does not fall like a plague, and nobody that was right happy would say so, or think so. Take Pringles afar in the desert, Mrs. Barclay. When the sorrows of life the soul o'ercast, and sick of the present, I turn to the past. When the eye is suffused with regretful tears from the fond recollections of former years, and shadows of things that are long since fled flit over the brain like the ghosts of the dead, bright visions. I forget how it goes on. But that is as old as the hills, exclaimed Mrs. Lennox. It shows what I mean. I am afraid you will not better your case by coming down into modern time, Mrs. Lennox, remarked Mrs. Barclay. Take Tennyson. With weary steps I loiter on, though always under altered skies. The purple from the distance dies, my prospect and horizon gone. Take Byron, said Lois. My days are in the yellow leaf, the flower and fruit of life are gone. The worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone. Oh, Byron was morbid, said Mrs. Lennox. Take Moore, Mrs. Barclay went on, humoring the discussion on purpose. Do you remember? My birthday, what a different sound that word had in my younger years, and now each time the day comes round, less and less white its mark appears. Well, I am sure that is true, said the other lady. Do you remember Robert Herrick's lines to daffodils? Fair daffodils, we weep to see you haste away so soon. And then, we have short time to stay as you, we have as short a spring, as quick a growth to meet decay as you or anything. We die as your showers do, and dry away like to the summer's rain, or as the pearls of morning dew, ne'er to be found again. And Waller to the rose? Then die, that she, the common fate of all things rare, may read in thee, how small a part of time they share, that are so wondrous, sweet, and fair. And Burns to the daisy, said Lois. There in thy scanty mantle clad, thy snowy bosom sunward spread, thou lift'st thy unassuming head, in humble guise. But now the share uptears thy bed, and low thou lies. Even thou who mourn'st the daisy's fate, that fate is thine, no distant date. Stern ruin's ploughshare drives elate full on thy bloom, till crushed beneath the furrow's weight shall be thy doom. Oh, you are getting very gloomy, exclaimed Mrs. Lennox. Not we, said Lois, merrily laughing, but your poets. Mend your cause, Julia, said her husband. I haven't got the poets in my head, said the lady. They are all not like that. I am very fond of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. The Cry of the Children? said Mrs. Barclay. Oh, no, indeed. She is not all like that. She is not all like that. There is Hector in the garden. Oh, that is pretty, said Lois. But do you remember how it runs? 9 years old, the first of any, seem the happiest years that come. Go on, Lois, said her friend, and the request being seconded, Lois gave the whole, ending with, Oh, the birds, the tree, the ruddy and white blossoms sleek with rain. Oh, my garden, rich with pansies. Oh, my childhood's bright romances. All revive like Hector's body, and I see them stir again. And despite life's chances, and despite the death bell's toll, they press on me in full seeming. Help, some angel, stay this dreaming, as the birds sang in the branches. Sing God's patience through my soul. that no dreamer, no neglecter, of the present work unsped, I may wake up and be doing life's heroic ends pursuing, though my past is dead as Hector, and though Hector is twice dead. Well, said Mrs. Lennox slowly, of course, that is all true. From her standpoint, said Lois, that is according to my charge, which you disallowed. From her standpoint, repeated Mr. Lennox. May I ask for an explanation? I mean, that as she saw things, the first of any seem the happiest years that come? Well, of course, said Mrs. Lennox. Does not everybody say so? Nobody answered. Does not everybody agree in that judgment, Miss Lothrop? Urged the gentleman. I dare say, everybody looking from that standpoint, said Lois, and the poets write accordingly. They are all of them seeing shadows. How can they help seeing shadows? Returned Mrs. Lennox impatiently. The shadows are there. Yes, said Lois, the shadows are there. But there was a reservation in her voice. Do not you, then, reckon the years of childhood the happiest? Mr. Lennox inquired. No. But you cannot have had much experience of life, said Mrs. Lennox, to say so. I don't see how they can help being the happiest to any one. I believe, Lois answered, lowering her voice a little, that if we could see all, we should see that the oldest person in our company is the happiest here. The eyes of the strangers glanced toward the old lady in her low chair at the front of the ox cart. In her wrinkled face there was not a line of beauty, perhaps never had been. In spite of its sense and character unmistakable, it was grave. She was thinking her own thoughts. It was weather-beaten, so to say, with the storms of life, and yet there was an expression of unruffled repose upon it, as calm as the glint of stars in a still lake. Mrs. Lennox's look was curiously incredulous, scornful, and wistful together. It touched Lois. One's young years ought not to be one's best, she said. How are you going to help it? Came almost querulously. Lois thought if she were Mr. Lennox she would not feel flattered. When one is young, one does not know disappointment, the other went on. And when one is old, one may get the better of disappointment. When one is young, everything is fresh. I think things grow fresher to me with every year, said Lois, laughing. Mrs. Lennox, it is possible to keep one's youth. Then you have found the philosopher's stone, said Mr. Lennox. Lois's smile was brilliant, but she said nothing to that. She was beginning to feel that she had talked more than her share, and was inclined to draw back. Then there came a voice from the armchair. It came upon a pause of stillness, with its quiet, firm tones. He satisfieth thy mouth with good things, so that thy youth is renewed like the eagle's. The voice came like an oracle, and was listened to with somewhat of the same silent reverence. But after that pause Mr. Lennox remarked that he never understood that comparison. What was it about an eagle's youth? Why, said Lois, an eagle never grows old. Is that it? But I wish you would go on a little further, Miss Lothrop. You spoke of hymn writers having a different standpoint, and of their words as more cheerful than the utterances of other poets. Do you know, I had never thought other poets were not cheerful until now, and I certainly never got the notion that hymns were an enlivening sort of literature. I thought they dealt with the shadowy side of life almost exclusively. Well, yes, perhaps they do, said Lois, but they go kindling beacons everywhere to light it up, and it is the beacons you see, and not the darkness. Now the secular poets turn that about. They deal with the brightest things they can find, but to change the figure they cannot keep the minor chord out of their music. Mr. and Mrs. Lennox looked at each other. Do you mean to say, said the latter, that the hymn writers do not use the minor key? They write in it, or they sing in it more properly altogether? Yes, said Lois, into whose cheeks a slight color was mounting. Yes, perhaps, but it is with the blast of the trumpet and the clash of the cymbals of triumph. There may be the confession of pain, but the cry of victory is there too. Victory? Over what? Said Mrs. Lennox rather scornfully. Over pain, for one thing, said Lois, and over loss and weariness and disappointment. You will have to confirm your words by examples again, Lois, said Mrs. Barclay. We do not all know hymn literature as well as you do. I never saw anything of all that in hymns, said Mrs. Lennox. They always sounded a little, to me, like dirges. Lois hesitated. The cart was plodding along through the smooth lanes at the rate of less than a mile an hour, the oxen swaying from side to side with their slow, patient steps. The level country around lay sleepily still under the hot afternoon sun. It was rarely that any human stir was to be seen, save only the ox driver walking beside the cart. He walked beside the cart, not the oxen, evidently lending a curious ear to what was spoken in the company, on which account also the progress of the vehicle was a little less lively than it might have been. "My Cynthy's writ a lot of hymns," he remarked just here. "I never heerd no trumpets in 'em, though. I don't know what them other things is." "Cymbals?" said Lois. "They are round, thin plates of metal, Mr. Sears, with handles on one side to hold them by, and the player clashes them together at certain parts of the music, as you would slap the palms of your hands." "Doos hay! I want to know. And what doos they sound like?" "I can't tell," said Lois. "They sound shrill and sweet and gay." "But that's curious sort of church music," said the farmer. "Now, Miss Lothrop, you must let us hear the figurative cymbals," Mr. Lenox reminded her. "Do," said Mrs. Barclay. "There cannot be much of it," opined Mrs. Lenox. "On the contrary," said Lois, "there is so much of it that I am at a loss where to begin. I love yon pale blue sky, it is the floor Of that glad home where I shall shortly be, A home from which I shall go out no more, From toil and grief and vanity set free. I gaze upon yon everlasting arch, Upon which the bright stars wander as they shine, And, as I mark them in their nightly march, I think how soon that journey shall be mine. Yon silver drift of silent cloud, far up in the still heaven, through you my pathway lies. Yon rugged mountain peak, how soon your top Shall I behold beneath me as I rise. Not many more of life's slow pacing hours, Shaded with sorrow's melancholy hue. Oh, what a glad ascending shall be ours! Oh, what a pathway up yon starry blue! A journey like Elijah's, swift and bright, Caught gently upward to an early crown, In heaven's own chariot of all blazing light, With death untasted and the grave unknown." "That's not like any hymn I ever heard," remarked Mrs. Lenox, after a pause had followed the last words. "That is a hymn of Dr. Bonar's," said Lois. "I took it merely because it came first in my head. Long ago somebody else wrote something very like it. Ye stars are but the shining dust Of my divine abode, the pavement of those heavenly courts Where I shall see my God. The Father of unnumbered lights shall there his beams display, And not one moment's darkness mix with that unvaried day." "Do you hear the cymbals, Mrs. Lenox?" There came here a long breath. It sounded like a breath of satisfaction or rest. It was breathed by Mrs. Armadale. In the stillness of their progress, the slowly revolving wheels making no noise on the smooth road, and the feet of the oxen falling almost soundlessly, they all heard it. And they all felt it. It was nothing less than an echo of what Lois had been repeating, a mute "even so," probably unconscious, and certainly undesigned. Mrs. Lenox glanced that way. There was a far-off look in the old worn face, and lines of peace all about the lips and the brow and the quiet folded hands. Mrs. Lenox did not know that a sigh came from herself as her eyes turned away. Her husband eyed the three women curiously. They were a study to him, albeit he hardly knew the grammar of the language in which so many things seemed to be written on their faces. Mrs. Armadale's features, if strong, were of the homeliest kind, work-worn and weather-worn to boot, yet the young man was filled with reverence as he looked from the hands in their cotton gloves, folded on her lap, to the hard features shaded and framed by the white sunbonnet. The absolute, profound calm was imposing to him, the still peace of the spirit was attractive. He looked at his wife, and the contrast struck even him. Her face was murky. It was impatience in part, he guessed, which made it so, but why was she impatient? It was cloudy with unhappiness, and she ought to be very happy, Mr. Lenox thought. Had she not everything in the world that she cared about? How could there be a cloud of unrest and discontent on her brow, and those displeased lines about her lips? His eye turned to Lois and lingered as long as it dared. There was peace too, very sunny, and a look of lofty thought, and a brightness that seemed to know no shadow, though at the moment she was not smiling. "Are you not going on, Miss Lothrop?" he said gently, for he felt Mrs. Barclay's eye upon him, and besides, he wanted to provoke the girl to speak more. "I could go on till I tired you," said Lois. "I do not think you could," he returned pleasantly. "We are in a most pastoral frame of mind, with pastoral surroundings. Poetry could not be better accompanied." "When one gets excited in talking, perhaps one had better stop," Lois said modestly. "On the contrary, then the truth will come out best." Lois smiled and shook her head. We shall soon be at the shore. Look, this way we turn down to go to it and leave the high road." "Then make haste," said Mr. Lenox. "It will sound nowhere better than here." "Yes, go on," said his wife now, raising her heavy eyelids. "Well," said Lois, "do you remember Bryant's Thanatopsis?" "Of course, that is bright enough at any rate," said the lady. "Do you think so?" "Yes. What is the matter with it?" "Dark and earthly." "I don't think so at all," cried Mrs. Lenox, now becoming excited in her turn. "What would you have? I think it's beautiful, and elevated, and hopeful." "Can you repeat the last lines?" "No, but I dare say you can. You seem to me to have a library of poets in your head." "I can," said Mrs. Barclay here, putting in her word at this not very civil speech. And she went on: "The gay will laugh when thou art gone, the solemn brood of care plod on, and each one as before will chase his favourite phantom. Yet all these shall leave their mirth and their employments, and shall come and make their bed with thee." "Well, of course," said Mrs. Lenox, "that is true." "Is it cheerful?" said Mrs. Barclay. "But that is not the last. So live that when thy summons comes to join the innumerable caravan which moves to that mysterious realm where each shall take his chamber in the silent halls of death, thou go not like the quarry slave at night, scourged to his dungeon, but, sustained and soothed by an unfaltering trust, approach thy grave like one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him, and lies down to pleasant dreams." "There!" Mrs. Lenox exclaimed. "What would you have better than that?" Lois looked at her and said nothing. The look irritated husband and wife in different ways, her to impatience, him to curiosity. "Have you got anything better, Miss Lothrop?" he asked. "You can judge. Compare that with a dying Christian's address to his soul: "Deathless principle, arise! Soar, thou native of the skies! Pearl of price by Jesus bought, to his glorious likeness wrought. Go to shine before the throne, deck the mediatorial crown. Go, his triumphs to adorn. Made for God, to God return." I won't give you the whole of it. "Is thy earthly house distressed, willing to retain her guest? 'Tis not thou, but she, must die. Fly, celestial tenant, fly. Burst thy shackles, drop thy clay, sweetly breathe thyself away. Singing to thy crown remove, swift of wing and fired with love. Shudder not to pass the stream, venture all thy care on him, him whose dying love and power stilled its tossing, hushed its roar. Safe is the expanded wave, gentle as a summer's eve. Not one object of his care ever suffered shipwreck there." "That ain't no hymn in the book, is it?" inquired the ox driver. "Haw! Go 'long! That ain't in the book, is it, Lois?" "Not in the one we use in church, Mr. Sears." "I wisht it was. Like it fust rate. Never heerd it afore in my life." "There's as good as that in the church book," remarked Mrs. Armadale. "Yes," said Lois, "I like Wesley's hymn even better. 'Come, let us join our friends above That have obtained the prize, And on the eagle wings of love To joys celestial rise. One army of the living God, To his command we bow. Part of his host have crossed the flood, And part are crossing now. His militant embodied host With wishful looks we stand, And long to see that happy coast, And reach the heavenly land. E'en now by faith we join our hands With those that went before, And greet the blood besprinkled bands On the eternal shore." Chapter 31
of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 31. Long Clams. There was a soft ring in Lois's voice. It might be an echo of the trumpets and cymbals of which she had been speaking, yet not done for effect. It was unconscious and delicate as indescribable, for which reason it had the greater power. The party remained silent for a few minutes, all of them, during which a killdeer on the fence uttered his little shout of gratulation, and the wild salt smell coming from the sound of the not distant ocean, joined with the silence and Lois's hymn, gave a peculiar impression of solitude and desolation to at least one of the party. The cart entered an enclosure and halted before a small building at the edge of the shore, just above high water mark. There were several such buildings scattered along the shore at intervals, some enclosed, some not. The whole breadth of the Sound lay in view, blinking under the summer sun, yet the air was far fresher here than it had been in the village. The tide was half out, a wide stretch of wet sand, with little pools in the hollows intervened between the rocks and the water, the rocks being no magnificent buttresses of the land, but large and small boulders strewn along the shore edge, hung with seaweed draperies, and where there were not rocks there was a growth of rushes on a mud bottom. The party were helped out of the cart one by one, and the strangers surveyed the prospect. "Afar in the desert this is, I declare," said the gentleman. "Might as well be," echoed his wife. "Whatever do you come here for?" she said, turning to Lois. "And what do you do when you are here?" "Get some clams and have supper." "Clams!" with an inimitable accent. "Where do you get clams?" "Down yonder at the edge of the rushes." "Who gets them? And how do you get them?" "I guess I shall get them to day." "Oh, we do it with a hoe." Lois stayed for no more, but ran in. The interior room of the house, which was very large for a bathing house, was divided in two by a partition. In the inner, smaller room, Lois began busily to change her dress. On the walls hung a number of bathing suits of heavy flannel, one of which she appropriated. Charity came in after her. "You ain't a going for clams, Lois?" "Well, I wouldn't if I was you." "Why not?" "I wouldn't make myself such a sight for folks to see." "I don't at all do it for folks to see, but that folks might eat. We have brought them here, and now we must give them something for supper." "Are you going with bare feet?" "Why not?" said Lois, laughing. "Do you think I am going to spoil my best pair of shoes for vanity's sake?" And she threw off shoes and stockings as she spoke, and showed a pair of pretty little white feet, which glanced coquettishly under the blue flannel. "Lois, what's brought these folks here?" "I am sure I don't know." "I wish they stayed where they belong. That woman's just turning up her nose at every blessed thing she sees." "It won't hurt the Sound," said Lois, laughing. "What did they come for?" "I can't tell. But, Charity, it will never do to let them go away feeling they got nothing by coming. So you have the kettle boiled, will you, and the table all ready, and I'll try for the clams." "They won't like them." "Can't help that." "And what am I going to do with Mr. Sears?" "Give him his supper, of course." "Along with all the others?" "You must. You cannot set two tables." "There's Aunt Anne!" exclaimed Charity, and in the next minute Aunt Anne came round to them by the front steps, for each half of the bathing house had its own door of approach, as well as a door of communication. Mrs. Marx came in, surveyed Lois, and heard Charity's statement. "These things will happen in the best regulated families," she remarked, beginning also to loosen her dress. "What are you going to do, Aunt Anne?" "Going after the clams with Lois. We shall want a bushel or less, and we can't wait till the moon rises to eat 'em." "And how am I going to set the table with them all there?" Mrs. Marx laughed. "I expect they're like cats in a strange garret. Set your table just as usual, Charity. Push them out of the way if they get in it. Now then, Lois." And slipping down the steps and away off to the stretch of mud where the rushes grew, two extraordinary flannel-clad, bare-footed figures topped with sun bonnets and armed with hoes and baskets, were presently seen to be very busy there about something. Charity opened the door of communication between the two parts of the house, and surveyed the party. Mrs. Barclay sat on the step outside, looking over the plain of waters with her head in her hand. Mrs. Armadale was in a rocking chair just within the door, placidly knitting. Mr. and Mrs. Lenox, somewhat further back, seemed not to know just what to do with themselves, and Madge, holding a little aloof, met her sister's eye with an expression of despair and doubt. Outside, at the foot of the steps where Mrs. Barclay sat, lounged the ox driver. "Been here afore?" he asked confidentially of the lady. "Yes, once or twice. I never came in an ox cart before." "I guess you hain't," he replied, chewing a blade of rank grass which he had pulled for the purpose. "My judgment is we had a fust-rate entertainment coming down." "I quite agree with you. Now, in anything but an ox cart you couldn't had it. Not so well, certainly." "I couldn't ha' had it anyway, without 'en. We'd come so softly. I declare, I believe the critters stepped soft o' purpose. It's better in a book to hear that girl talk now, ain't it?" "Much better than many books." "She's got a lot o' 'em inside her head. That beats me. She allays was smart, Lois was, but I'd no idee she was so full o' book learning. Books is a great thing." And he heaved a sigh. "Do you have time to read much yourself, sir?" "Depends on the book," he said, with a bit of a laugh. "According to that, I get much or little. No, in these here summer days a man can't do much at books. The evening's short, you see, and the days is long, and the days is full o' work. The winter's the time for reading. I got hold of a book last winter that was worth a great deal of time, and got it. I never liked a book better. That was Rollin's Ancient History." "Ah," said Mrs. Barclay, "so you enjoyed that? Ever read it?" "Yes." "Did you enjoy it?" "I believe I like modern history better." "I've read some of that too," said he meditatively. "It ain't so different, seems to me. Folks is always pretty much alike, only we call things by different names. Alexander the Great, now, he warn't much different from Napoleon Bonaparte." "Wasn't he a better man?" inquired Mr. Lenox, putting his head out at the door. "Wall, I don't know. It's difficult, you know, to judge of folks' insides. But I don't make much count of a man that drinks himself to death at 30. "Haven't you any drinking in Shampuashuh?" "Wall, there ain't much, and what there is done in the dark, like. You won't find no rum shops open." "Indeed! How long has the town been so distinguished?" "I guess it's 5 year. I know it is, for it was just afore we put in our last president. Then we voted liquors shouldn't be president in Shampuashuh." "Do you get along any better for it?" "Wall," slowly, "I should say we did. There ain't no quarrelling, nor fighting, nor anybody took up for the jail, nor no one living in the poorhouse, though it's some tramp on his way to some place where there is liquor, and he don't want to stay." "What are those two figures yonder among the grass?" Mrs. Lenox now asked, she also having come out of the house in search of objects of interest, the interior offering none. "Them?" said Mr. Sears. "Them's Lois and her aunt. Their baskets is getting heavy too. I'll make the fire for ye, Miss Charity," he cried, lifting his voice, and therewith disappeared. "What are they doing?" Mrs. Lenox asked in a lower tone. "Digging clams," Mrs. Barclay informed her. "Digging clams! How do they dig them?" "With a hoe, I believe." "I ought to go and offer my services," said the gentleman, rising. "Do not think of it," said Mrs. Barclay. "You could not go without plunging into wet, soft mud. The clams are found only there, I believe." "How do they go?" "Barefoot, dressed for it." "Undressed for it?" said Mrs. Lenox. "Barefoot in the mud? Could you have conceived it?" "They say the mud is warm," Mrs. Barclay returned, keeping back a smile. "But how horrid!" "I am told it is very good sport. The clams are shy, and endeavour to take flight when they hear the strokes of the hoe, so that it comes to a trial of speed between the pursuer and the pursued, which is quite exciting." "I should think if I could see a clam, I could pick it up," Mrs. Lenox said scornfully. "Yes, you cannot see them." "Do you mean they run away underground?" "So I am told." "How can they? They have no feet." Mrs. Barclay could not help laughing now, and confessed her ignorance of the natural powers of the clam family. "Where is that old man gone to make his fire? Didn't he say he was going to make a fire?" "Yes, in the cooking house." "Where is that?" And Mrs. Lenox came down the steps and went to explore. A few yards from the bathing house, just within the enclosure fence, she found a small building, hardly 2 yards square, but thoroughly built and possessing a chimney. The door stood open. Within was a cooking stove, in which fire was roaring, a neat pile of billets of wood for firing, a tea kettle, a large iron pot, and several other kitchen utensils. "What is this for?" inquired Mrs. Lenox, looking curiously in. "Wall, I guess we're going to have supper by and by. Ef the world won't come to an end sooner than I expect, we will, sure. I'm getting ready." "And is this place built and arranged just for the sake of having supper, as you call it, down here once in a while?" "Couldn't be no better arrangement," said Mr. Sears. "This stuff draws first rate." "But this is a great deal of trouble. I should think they would take their clams home and have them there." "Some folks doos," returned Mr. Sears. "These here folks knows what's good. Wait till you see. I'll tell you, long clams, fresh digged, and boiled as soon as they're fetched in, is something you never seen beat." "Long clams?" repeated the lady. "Are they not the usual sort?" "Depends on what you're used to. This is usual here, and I'm glad on't. Round clams ain't nowheres alongside of 'em." He went off to fill the kettle, and the lady returned slowly round the house to the steps and the door, which were on the sea side. Mr. Lenox had gone in and was talking to Mrs. Armadale. Mrs. Barclay was in her old position on the steps, looking out to sea. There was a wonderful light of westering rays on land and water, a rich gleam from brown rock and green seaweed, a glitter and fresh sparkle on the waves of the incoming tide, an indescribable freshness and life in the air and in the light, a delicious invigoration in the salt breath of the ocean. Mrs. Barclay sat drinking it all in, like one who had been long athirst. Mrs. Lenox stood looking, half cognizant of what was before her, more than half impatient and scornful of it. Yet even on her the witchery of the place and the scene was not without its effect. "Do you come here often?" she asked Mrs. Barclay. "Never so often as I would like." "I should think you would be tired to death." Then, as Mrs. Barclay made no answer, she looked at her watch. "Our train is not till 10 o'clock," she remarked. "Plenty of time," said the other. And then there was silence, and the sun's light grew more westering, and the sparkle on earth and water more fresh, and the air only more and more sweet. till two figures were discerned approaching the bathing house, carrying hooks slung over their shoulders and baskets, evidently filled, in their hands. They went round the house towards the cook house, and Mrs. Barclay came down from her seat and went to meet them there, Mrs. Lenox following. Two such figures! Some bonnets shading merry faces, flushed with business, blue flannel bathing suits draping very unpicturesquely the persons, bare feet stained with mud, basket full of the delicate fish they had been catching. "What a quantity!" exclaimed Mrs. Barclay. "Yes, because I had Aunt Anne help. We cannot boil them all at once, but that is all the better. They will come hot and hot." "You don't mean that you are going to cook all those?" said Mrs. Lenox incredulously. "There will not be one too many," said Lois. "You do not know long clams yet." "They are ugly things," said the other, with a look of great disgust into the basket. "I don't think I could touch them." "There is no obligation," responded here Mrs. Marx. She had thrown one basketful in a huge pan, and was washing them free from the mud and sand of their original sphere. "It's a free country, but looks don't prove much neither at the shore nor anywhere else. An ugly shell often covers a good fish, so I find it and the other way." "How do you get them?" inquired Mr. Lenox, who also came now to the door of the cook house. Lois made her escape. "I see you make use of hooks." "Yes," said Mrs. Marx, throwing her clams about in the water with great energy. "We dig for them. We see where the clam lives, and then drive at him. And don't be slow about it. And then when the clam spits at you, you know you're on his heels, or on his track, I should say, and you take care of your eyes and go ahead till you catch up with him, and then you've got him. And every one you throw into your basket you feel gladder and gladder. In fact, as the basket grows heavy, your heart grows light, and that's digging for long clams. The best part of it is the hunt, isn't it? I'll take your opinion on that after supper." Mr. Lenox laughed, and he and his wife sauntered round to the front again. The freshness, the sweetness, the bright rich colouring of sky and water and land, the stillness, the strangeness, the novelty, all moved Mr. Lenox to say, "I would not have missed this for $100. "Missed what?" asked his wife. "This whole afternoon." "It's one way that people live, I suppose." "Yes, for they really do live. There is no stagnation. That is one thing that strikes me." "Don't you want to buy a farm here and settle down?" asked Mrs. Lenox scornfully. "Live on hens and long clams?" Meanwhile, the interior of the bathing house was changing its aspect. Part of the partition of boards had been removed, and a long table improvised, running the length of the house, and made of planks laid on trestles. White cloths hid the roughness of this board, and dishes and cups and viands were giving it a most hospitable look. A whiff of coffee aroma came now and then through the door. At the back of the house, which opened near the place of cookery, piles of white bread and brown gingerbread and golden butter and rosy ham and new cheese made a most abundant and inviting display. And after the guests were seated, Mr. Sears came in bearing a great dish of the clams smoking hot. Well, Mrs. Lenox was hungry. Through the combined effects of salt air and an early dinner, she found bread and butter and coffee and ham most excellent, but looked askance at the dish of clams, which however she so emptied with astonishing rapidity. Noticing at last a striking heap of shells beside her husband's plate, the lady's fastidiousness gave way to curiosity, and after that it was well that another big dishful was coming, or somebody would have been obliged to go short. At 10 o'clock that evening Mr. and Mrs. Lenox took the night train to Boston. "I never passed a pleasanter afternoon in my life," was the gentleman's comment as the train started. "Pretty faces go a great way always with you men," answered his wife. "There is something more than a pretty face there, and she is improved, changed, somehow, since a year ago. What do you think now of your brother's choice, Julia?" "It would have been his ruin," said the lady violently. "I declare I doubt it. I am afraid he will never find a better. I am afraid you have done him mistaken service." "George, this girl is nobody." "She's a lady, and she's intelligent, and she's cultivated, and she has excellent manners. I see no fault at all to be found. Tom does not need money." "She is nobody nevertheless, George. It would have been miserable for Tom to lose all the advantage he is going to have with his wife, and to marry this girl whom no one knows, and who knows nobody. I am sorry for the poor Tom." "George, you are very provoking. Tom will live to thank mamma and me all his life. Do you know, I don't believe it. I am glad to see she's all right anyhow. I was afraid at the Isles she might have been beaten." "You don't know anything about it," returned his wife sharply. "Women don't show. I think she was taken with Tom." "I hope not," said the gentleman. "That's all I have to say." End of chapter 31. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 32 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 32. A Visitor. After that summer day the time sped on smoothly at Shampuashuh, until the autumn coolness had replaced the heat of the dog days, and hay harvest and grain harvest were long over, and there began to be a suspicion of frost in the air. Lois had gathered her pears and was garnering her apples. There were 2 or 3 famous apple trees in the Lothrop old garden, the fruit of which kept sound and sweet all through the winter. It was very good to eat. One fair day in October, Mrs. Barclay, wanting to speak with Lois, was directed to the garden and sought her there. The day was as mild as summer, without summer's passion, and without spring's impulses of hope and action. A quiet day. The air was still, the light was mellow, not brilliant, the sky was clear, but no longer of an intense blue. The little racks of cloud were lying supine on its calm depths, apparently having nowhere to go and nothing to do. The driving, sweeping, changing forms of vapour, which in spring had come with rain and in summer had come with thunder, had all disappeared, and these little delicate lines of cloud lay purposeless and at rest on the blue. Nature had done her work for the year. She had grown the grass and ripened the grain, and manufactured the wonderful juices in the tissues of the fruit, and laid a new growth of woody fibre round the heart of the trees. She was resting now, as it were, content with her work. And so seemed Lois to be doing, at the moment Mrs. Barclay entered the garden. It was unusual to find her so. I suppose the witching beauty of the day beguiled her. But it was of another beauty Mrs. Barclay thought, as she drew near the girl. A short ladder stood under one of the apple trees, upon which Lois had been mounting to pluck her fruit. On the ground below stood 2 large baskets, full now of the ruddy apples, shining and beautiful. Beside them, on the dry turf, sat Lois with her hands in her lap, and Mrs. Barclay wondered at her as she drew near. Yet it is not too easy to tell why, at least so as to make the reader get the sense of the words. I have the girl's image before my eyes, mentally, but words have neither form nor colour. How shall I paint with them? It was not the beauty of mere form and colour, either, that struck Mrs. Barclay in Lois's face. You may easily see more regular features and more dazzling complexion. It was not any particular brilliance of eye or piquancy of expression. There was a soundness and fullness of young life, that is not so uncommon either. There was a steadfast strength and sweetness of nature. There was an unconscious, innocent grace that is exceedingly rare, and a high, noble expression of countenance and air and movement, such as can belong only to one whose thoughts and aims never descend to pettiness, who assimilates nobility by being always concerned with what is noble. And then the face was very fair, the ruddy brown hair very rich and abundant, the figure graceful and good. All the spiritual beauty I have been endeavouring to describe had a favouring groundwork of nature to display itself upon. Mrs. Barclay's steps grew slower and slower as she came near, that she might prolong the view, which to her was so lovely. Then Lois looked at her and slightly smiled. "Lois, my dear, what are you doing?" "Not exactly nothing, Mrs. Barclay, though it looks like it. Such a day one cannot bear to go indoors." "You are gathering your apples?" "I have got done for to-day." "What are you studying, here beside your baskets? What beautiful apples!" "Aren't they? These are our royal Reddings. They are good for eating and cooking, and they keep perfectly, if only they are picked off by hand." "What were you studying, Lois? May I not know?" Mrs. Barclay took an apple and a seat on the turf beside the girl. "Hardly studying, only musing, as such a day makes one muse. I was thinking, Mrs. Barclay, what use I could make of my life." "What use? Can you make better use of it than you are doing in taking care of Mrs. Armadale?" "Yes, as things are now. But in the common course of things I should outlive grandmamma." "Then you will marry somebody and take care of him." "Very unlikely, I think." "May I ask why?" "I do not know anybody that is the sort of man I could marry." "What do you require?" asked Mrs. Barclay. "A great deal, I suppose," said Lois slowly. "I have never studied that. I was not studying it just now, but I was thinking what might be the best way of making myself of some use in the world. Foolish, too." "Why so?" "It is no use for us to lay plans for our lives, not much use for us to lay plans for anything. They are pretty sure to be broken up." "Yes," said Mrs. Barclay, sighing. "I wonder why." "I suppose because they do not fall in with God's plans for us." "His plans for us," repeated Mrs. Barclay slowly. "Do you believe in such things? That would mean individual plans, Lois, for you individually, and for me." "Yes, Mrs. Barclay, that is what I believe." "It is incomprehensible to me." "Why should it be? To think that the Highest should concern himself with such small details. It is just because he is the highest and so high that he can. Besides, do we know what are small details?" "But why should he care what becomes of us?" said Mrs. Barclay gloomily. "Oh, do you ask that, when he is love itself, and would have the very best things for each one of us? We don't have them, I am sure." "Because we will not, then. To have them, we must fall in with his plans." "My dear Lois, do you know that you are talking the profoundest mysteries?" "No, they are not mysteries to me. The Bible says all I have been saying." "That is sufficient for you, and you do not stop to look into the mystery. Lois, it is all mystery. Look at all the wretched ruined lives one sees. What becomes of those plans for good for them?" "Failed, Mrs. Barclay, because of the people's unwillingness to come into the plans." "They do not know them." "No, but they do know the steps which will lead into them, and those steps they refuse to take." "I do not understand you. What steps?" "The Lord does not show us his plans. He shows us, one by one, the steps he bids us take. If we take them one by one, they will bring us into all that God has purposed and meant for us, the very best that could come to us." "And you think his plans and purposes could be overthrown?" "Why, certainly. Else what mean Christ's lamentations over Jerusalem? 'O Jerusalem, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her brood under her wings, and ye would not. I would, ye would not,' and the choice lies with us." "And suppose a person falls in with these plans, as you say, step by step?" "Oh, then it is all good," said Lois. "The way and the end, all good. There is no mistake nor misadventure, nor disaster, not what turns out to be such. Lois, said Mrs. Barclay after a thoughtful pause, you are a very happy person. Yes, said Lois, smiling, and I have just told you the reason. Don't you see, I have no care about anything. On your principles, I do not see what need you had to consider your future way of life, to speculate about it, I mean. No, said Lois, rising, I have not. Only sometimes one must look a little carefully at the parting of the ways, to see which road one is meant to take. Sit down again. I did not come out here to talk of all this. I wanted to ask you something. Lois sat down. I came to ask you a favour. How could you, Mrs. Barclay? I mean, nothing we could do could be a favour to you. Yes, it could. I have a friend that wants to come to see me. Well, may he come? Why, of course. But it is a gentleman. Well, said Lois again, smiling, we have no objections to gentlemen. It is a friend whom I have not seen in a very long while, a dear friend of my husband's in years gone by. He has just returned from Europe, and he writes to ask if he may call on his way to Boston and spend Sunday with me. He shall be very welcome, Mrs. Barclay, and we will try to make him comfortable. Oh, comfortable, there is no question of that. But will it not be at all inconvenient? Not in the least. Then he may come? Certainly. When does he wish to come? This week, Saturday. His name is Dillwyn. Dillwyn? Lois repeated. Dillwyn, I saw a Mr. Dillwyn at Mrs. Wishart's once or twice. It must be the same. I do not know of two, and he knows Mrs. Wishart. So you remember him? What do you remember about him? Not much. I have an impression that he knows a great deal, and has very pleasant manners. Quite right, that is the man. So he may come? Thank you. Lois took up one of her baskets of apples and carried it into the house, where she deposited it at Mrs. Armadale's feet. They are beautiful this year, aren't they, mother? Girls, we are going to have a visitor. Charity was brushing up the floor. The broom paused. Madge was sewing. The needle remained drawn out. Both looked at Lois. A visitor? Came from both pairs of lips. Yes, indeed, a visitor. A gentleman. He is coming to stay over Sunday. So, Charry, you must see and have things very special, and so must I. A gentleman! Who is he, Uncle Tim? Not a bit of it. A young, at least a much younger gentleman, a travelled gentleman, an elegant gentleman, a friend of Mrs. Barclay. What are we to do with him? Nothing. Nothing whatever. We have nothing to do with him, and couldn't do it if we had. You needn't laugh. We have got to lodge him and feed him. That's easy. I'll put the white spread on the bed in the spare room, and you may get out your pickles. Pickles? Is he fond of pickles? I don't know, said Lois, laughing still. I have an impression he is a man who likes all sorts of nice things. I hate men who like nice things. But, Lois, there will be Saturday tea, and Sunday breakfast, and dinner, and supper, and Monday morning breakfast. Perhaps Monday dinner. Oh, he can't stay to dinner. Why not? It is washing day. My dear Charry, to such men Monday is just like all other days, and washing is, well, of course, a necessity, but it is done by fairies, or it might be, for all they know about it. There's 5 meals anyhow, Charity went on. Wouldn't it be a good plan to get Uncle Tim to be here? What for? Why, we haven't a man in the house. What then? Who'll talk to him? Mrs. Barclay will take care of that. You, Charity, dear, see to your pickles. I don't know what you mean, said Charity fretfully. What are we going to have for dinner Sunday? I could fricassee a pair of chickens. No, Charity, you couldn't. Sunday is Sunday, just as much with Mr. Dillwyn here. Dillwyn, said Madge, I've heard you speak of him. Very likely. I saw him once or twice in my New York days. And he gave you lunch. Mrs. Wishart and me, yes, and a good lunch it was. That's why I spoke of pickles, Charity. Do the very best you can. I cannot do my best unless I cook the chickens, said Charity, who all this while stood leaning upon her broom. I might do it for once. Where is your leave to do wrong once? But this is a particular occasion. You may call it a necessity. A necessity makes an exception. What is a necessity, Charity? Said Mrs. Armadale, who until now had not spoken. "Why, grandma, you want to treat a stranger well, with whatever I have got to give him. But Sunday time isn't mine to give." "But necessary things, grandma. We may do necessary things. What have you got in the house?" "Nothing on earth, except a ham to boil. Cold ham, that's all. Do you think that's enough?" "It won't hurt him to dine on cold ham," the old lady said complacently. "Why don't you cook your chickens and have them cold, too?" Lois asked. "Cold fricassee ain't worth a cent." "Cook them some other way. Roast them, or give them to me, and I'll do them for you." "I'll do them, Charity. Then with your nice bread, and apple sauce, and potatoes, and some of my pears and apples, and a pumpkin pie, Charity, and coffee, we shall do very well. Mr. Dillwyn has made a worse dinner in the course of his wanderings, I'll undertake to maintain." "What shall I have for supper?" Charity asked doubtfully. "Supper comes first." "Shortcake, and some of your cold ham, and stew up some quinces and apples together, Cherry. You don't want anything more or better." "Do you think he will understand having a cold dinner Sunday?" Charity asked. "Men make so much of hot dinners." "What does it signify, my dear, whether he understands it or not?" said Mrs. Armadale. "What we have to do is what the Lord tells us to do. That is all you need mind." "I mind what folks think, though," said Charity. "Mrs. Barclay's friends especially." "I do not think he will notice it," said simple Mrs. Armadale. Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Nobody, by Susan Warner. Chapter 33. The Value of Money. There was a little more bustle in the house than usual during the next 2 days, and the spare room was no doubt put in very particular order, with the best of all the house could furnish on the bed and toilet table. Pantry and larder were also well stocked, and Lois was just watching the preparation of her chickens, Saturday evening, and therefore in the kitchen, when Mr. Dillwyn came to the door. Mrs. Barclay herself let him in, and brought him into her own warm, comfortable, luxurious-looking sitting-room. The evening was falling dusk, so that the little wood lire in Mrs. Barclay's chimney had opportunity to display itself, and, I might say, the room too, which never could have shown to better advantage. The flickering light danced back again from gilded books, from the polished case of the piano, from picture-frames and pictures, and piles of music, and comfortable easy-chairs standing invitingly, and trinkets of art or curiosity, an unrolled engraving in one place, a stereoscope in another, a work-basket, and the bright brass stand of a microscope. The greeting was warm between the two friends, and then Mrs. Barclay sat down and surveyed her visitor, whom she had not seen for so long. He was not a beauty of Tom Caruthers's sort, but he was what I think better, manly, and intelligent, and with an air and bearing of frank nobleness which became him exceedingly. That he was a man with a serious purpose in life, or any object of earnest pursuit, you would not have supposed, and that character had never belonged to him. Mrs. Barclay, looking at him, could not see any sign that it was his now. Look and manner were easy and careless as of old. "You are not changed," she remarked. "What should change me?" said he, while his eye ran rapidly over the apartment. "And you do not look as if life was stagnating here." "It does not stagnate. I never was further from stagnation in all my life. And yet Shampuashuh is in a corner. Is not most of the work of the world done in corners? It is not the butterfly, but the coral insect, that lays foundations and lifts up islands out of the sea." "You are not a coral insect, any more than I am a butterfly," said Dillwyn, laughing. "Rather more." "I acknowledge it thankfully. And I am rejoiced to know from your letters that the seclusion has been without any evil consequences to yourself. It has been pleasant?" "Royally pleasant. I have delighted in my building. even although I could not tell whether my island would not prove a dangerous one to mariners. I have just been having a discourse on that subject with my sister. I think one's sisters are, I beg your pardon, the mischief. Tom's sister has done for him, and mine is very eager to take care of me." "Did you consult her?" asked Mrs. Barclay with surprise. "Nothing of the kind. I merely told her I was coming up here to see you. A few questions followed as to what you were doing here, which I did not tell her, by the way, and she hit the bull's-eye with the instinctive accuracy of a woman, poured out upon me, in consequence, a lecture upon imprudence. Of course I confessed to nothing, but that mattered not. All that Tom's sister urged upon him, my good sister pressed upon me." "So did I once, did I not? You are not going to repeat it?" "No, that is over for me. I know better. But, Philip, I do not see the way very clear before you." He left the matter there, and went off into a talk with her upon widely different subjects, touching or growing out of his travels and experiences during the last year and a half. The twilight darkened, and the fire brightened, and in the light of the fire the two sat and talked, till a door opened, and in the same flickering shine a figure presented itself which Mr. Dillwyn remembered, though now it was clothed in nothing finer than a dark calico, and round her shoulders a little white worsted shawl was twisted. Mrs. Barclay began a sentence of introduction, but Mr. Dillwyn cut her short. "Do not do me such dishonour," he said. "Must I suppose that Miss Lothrop has forgotten me?" "Not at all, Mr. Dillwyn," said Lois frankly. "I remember you very well. Tea will be ready in a minute. Would you like to see your room first?" "You are too kind to receive me." "It is a pleasure. You are Mrs. Barclay's friend, and she is at home here. I will get a light." Which she did, and Mr. Dillwyn, seeing he could not find his own way, was obliged to accept her services, and see her trip up the stairs before him. At the door she handed him the light and ran down again. There was a fire here too, a wood fire, blazing hospitably, and throwing its cheery light upon a wide pleasant country room, not like what Mr. Dillwyn was accustomed to, but it seemed the more hospitable. Nothing handsome here, no articles of luxury beside the fire. The reflection of the blaze came back from dark old-fashioned chairs and chests of drawers, dark chintz hangings to windows and bed, white counterpane and napery, with a sonsy, sober, quiet air of comfort; and the air was fresh and sweet as air should be, and as air can only be at a distance from the smoke of many chimneys, and the congregated habitations of many human beings. I do not think Mr. Dillwyn spent much attention upon these details, yet he felt himself in a sound, clear, healthy atmosphere, socially as well as physically, also had a perception that it was very far removed from that in which he had lived and breathed hitherto. How simply that girl had lighted him up the stairs, and given him his brass candlestick at the door of his room! What aplomb could have been more perfect? I do not mean to imply that Mr. Dillwyn knew the candlestick was brass. I am afraid there was a glamour over his eyes, which made it seem golden. He found Mrs. Barclay seated in a very thoughtful attitude before her fire when he came down again, but just then the door of the other room was opened, and they were called in to tea. The family were in rather gala trim. Lois, as I said, wore indeed only a dark print dress, with her white fichu over it; but Charity had put on her best silk, and Madge had stuck 2 golden chrysanthemums in her dark hair, with excellent effect, and Mrs. Armadale was stately in her best cap. Alas, Philip Dillwyn did not know what any of them had on. He was placed next to Mrs. Armadale, and all supper-time his special attention, so far as appeared, was given to the old lady. He talked to her, and he served her, with an easy, pleasant grace, and without at all putting himself forward, or taking the part of the distinguished stranger. It was simply good-will and good-breeding. However, it produced a great effect. "The air up here is delicious," he remarked, after he had attended to all the old lady's immediate wants, and applied himself to his own supper. It gives one a tremendous appetite." "I allus like to see folks eat," said Mrs. Armadale. "After one's done the getting things ready, I hate to have it all for nothing." "It shall not be for nothing this time, as far as I'm concerned." "Ain't the air good in New York?" Mrs. Armadale next asked. "I do not think it ever was so sweet as this. But when you crowd 1,000,000 or so of people into room that is only enough for 1,000, you can guess what the consequences must be." "What do they crowd up so for, then?" "It must be the case in a great city." "I don't see the sense of that," said Mrs. Armadale. "Ain't the world big enough?" "Far too big," said Mr. Dillwyn. "You see, when people's time is very valuable, they cannot afford to spend too much of it running about after each other." "What makes their time worth any more 'n our'n?" "They are making money so fast with it." "And is that what makes folks' time vallyble?" "In their opinion, madam." "I never could see no use of having much money," said the old lady. "But there comes a question," said Dillwyn. "What is 'much'?" "More'n enough, I should say." "Enough for what?" "That also must be settled." "I'm an old fashioned woman," said the old lady. "I go by the old fashioned book of the world. That says, we brought nothing into this world, and we can carry nothing out. Therefore, having food and raiment, let us be therewith content." "But again, what sort of food and what sort of raiment?" urged the gentleman, pleasantly. "For instance, would you be content to exchange this delicious manufacture, which seems to me rather like ambrosia than common food, for some of the black bread of Norway, with no qualification of golden butter, or for Scotch oatmeal bannocks, or for sour corn cake?" "I would be quite content, if it was the Lord's will," said the old lady. "There's no obligation upon anybody to have it sour." Mr. Dillwyn laughed gently. "I can fancy," he said, "that you never would allow such a dereliction in duty. But, beside having the bread sweet, is it not allowed us to have the best we can get?" "The best we can make," answered Mrs. Armadale. "I believe in everybody doing the best he can with what he has got to work with, but food ain't worth so much that we should pay a large price for it." The gentleman's eye glanced with a scarcely perceptible movement over the table at which he was sitting. Bread, indeed, in piles of white flakiness, and butter; but besides, there was the cold ham in delicate slices, and excellent looking cheese, and apples in a sort of beautiful golden confection, and cake of superb colour and texture, a pitcher of milk that was rosy sweet, and coffee rich with cream. The glance that took all this in was slight and swift, and yet the old lady was quick enough to see and understand it. "Yes," she said, "it's all our'n, all there is on the table. Our cow eats our own grass, and Madge, my daughter, makes the butter and the cheese. We've raised and cured our own pork, and the wheat that makes the bread is grown on our ground, too. We farm it out on shares, and it is ground at a mill about 4 miles off. Our hens lay our eggs. It's all from home." "But suppose the case of people who have no ground, nor hens, nor pork, nor cow. They must buy." "Of course," said the old lady. "Everybody ain't farmers." "I am ready to wish I was one," said Dillwyn. "But even then, I confess, I should want coffee and tea and sugar, as I see you do." "Well, those things don't grow in America," said Mrs. Armadale. "And spice don't, neither, mother," observed Charity. "So it appears that even you send abroad for luxuries," Mr. Dillwyn went on. "And why not? And the question is, where shall we stop? If I want coffee, I must have money to buy it, and the better the coffee, the more money. And the same with tea. In cities we must buy all we use or consume, unless one is a butcher or a baker. May I not try to get more money, in order that I may have better things? We have got round to our starting point." "That they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare," Mrs. Armadale said quietly. "Then where is the line? Miss Lois, you are smiling. Is it at my stupidity?" "No," said Lois. "I was thinking of a lunch, such as I have seen it, in one of the great New York hotels." "Well," said he, without betraying on his own part any recollection, "how does that come in? By way of illustrating Mrs. Armadale, or me?" "I seem to remember a number of things that illustrate both," said Lois. "But as I profited by them at the time, it would be ungrateful in me to instance them now." "You profited by them with pleasure, or otherwise?" "Not otherwise. I was very hungry." "You evade my question, however." "I will not. I profited by them with much pleasure." "Then you are on my side, as far as I can be said to have a side?" "I think not. The pleasure is undoubted, but I do not know that that touches the question of expediency." "I think it does. I think it settles the question. Mrs. Armadale, your granddaughter confesses the pleasure, and what else do we live for but to get the most good out of life?" "What pleasure does she confess?" asked the old lady, with more eagerness than her words hitherto had manifested. "Pleasure in nice things, grandmother, in particularly nice things, that had cost a great deal to fetch them from nobody knows where, and pleasure in pretty things too. That hotel seemed almost like the halls of Aladdin to my inexperienced eyes. There is certainly pleasure in a wonderfully dainty meal, served in wonderful vessels of glass and china and silver, and marble and gold and flowers to help the effect. I could have dreamed myself into a fairy tale often, if it had not been for the people." "Life is not a fairy tale," said Mrs. Armadale, somewhat severely. "No, grandmother, and so the humanity present generally reminded me. But the illusion for a minute was delightful." "Is there any harm in making it as much like a fairy tale as we can?" Some of the little courtesies and hospitalities of the table came in here, and Mr. Dillwyn's question received no answer. His eye went round the table. No, clearly these people did not live in fairyland, and as little in the search after it. Good, strong, sensible, practical faces. Women that evidently had their work to do, and did it. Habitual energy and purpose spoke in every one of them, and purpose attained. Here was no aimless dreaming or fruitless wishing. The old lady's face was sorely weather-beaten, but calm as a ship in harbour. Charity was homely but comfortable. Madge and Lois were blooming in strength and activity, and as innocent apparently of any vague unfulfilled longings as a new-blown rose. Only when Mr. Dillwyn's eye met Mrs. Barclay's, he was sensible of a different record. He half sighed. The calm and the rest were not there. The talk rambled on. Mr. Dillwyn made himself exceedingly pleasant, told of things he had seen in his travels, things and people and ways of life, interesting even Mrs. Armadale with a sort of fascinated interest, and gaining, he knew, no little share of her goodwill. So, just as the meal was ending, he ventured to bring forward the old subject again. "You will pardon me, Mrs. Armadale," he began, "but you are the first person I ever met who did not value money." "Perhaps I am the first person you ever met who had something better." "You mean?" said Philip, with a look of inquiry. "I do not understand." "I have treasure in heaven." "But the coin of that realm is not current here, and we are here. That coin makes me richer now, and I take it with me when I go," said the old lady, as she rose from the table. CHAPTER 34
of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nobody, by Susan Warner. Chapter 34. Under the Umbrella. Mrs. Barclay returned to her own room, and Mr. Dillwyn was forced to follow her. The door was shut between them and the rest of the household. Mrs. Barclay trimmed her fire, and her guest looked on absently. Then they sat down on opposite sides of the fireplace, Mrs. Barclay smiling inwardly, for she knew that Philip was impatient. However, nothing could be more sedate to all appearance than she was. "Do you hear how the wind moans in the chimney?" she said. "That means rain. Rather dismal, isn't it?" No, in this house nothing is dismal. There is a wholesome way of looking at everything. Not at money? It is no use, Philip, to talk to people about what they cannot understand. I thought understanding on that point was universal. They have another standard in this family for weighing things from that which you and I have been accustomed to go by. What is it? I can hardly tell you. In a word, I am not sure that I can tell you at all. Ask Lois. When can I ask her? Do you spend your evenings alone? By no means. Sometimes I go out and read Rob Roy to them. Sometimes the girls come to me for some deeper reading or lessons. Will they come tonight? Of course not. They would not interfere with your enjoyment of my society. Can you not ask Lois in on some pretext? Not without her sister. It is hard on you, Philip. I will do the best for you I can, but you must watch your opportunity. Mr. Dillwyn gave it up with good grace, and devoted himself to Mrs. Barclay for the rest of the evening. On the other side of the wall separating the two rooms, meanwhile, a different colloquy had taken place. "So that is one of your fine people?" said Miss Charity. "Well, I don't think much of him." "I have no doubt he would return the compliment," said Madge. "No," said Lois, "I think he's too polite." "He was polite to grandmother," returned Charity. "Not to anyone else that I saw. But, girls, didn't he like the bread?" "I thought he liked everything pretty well," said Madge. "When's he goin'?" Mrs. Armadale asked suddenly. "Monday sometime," Madge answered. "Mrs. Barclay said until Monday. What time Monday I don't know." "Well, we've got things enough to hold out till then," said Charity, gathering up her dishes. "It's fun, too. I like to set a nice table." "Why, grandmother?" said Lois. "Don't you like Mrs. Barclay's friend?" "Well enough, child. I don't want him for none of our'n." "Why, grandmother?" said Madge. "His world ain't our world, children, and his hopes ain't our hopes, if the poor soul has any. Seems to me he's all in the dark." "That's only on one subject," said Lois. "About everything else he knows a great deal, and he has seen everything." "Yes," said Mrs. Armadale, "very likely he has. He likes to talk about it, and he has a pleasant tongue, and he is a civil man. But there's one thing he hain't seen, and that is the light, and one thing he don't know, and that is happiness. And he may have plenty of money, I dare say he has, but he's what I call a poor man. I don't want you to have no such friends." "But, grandmother, you do not dislike to have him in the house these 2 days, do you?" "It can't be helped, my dear, and we'll do the best for him we can, but I don't want you to have no such friends." "I believe we should go out of the world to suit grandmother," remarked Charity. "She won't think us safe as long as we're in it." The whole family went to church the next morning. Mr. Dillwyn's particular object, however, was not much furthered. He saw Lois, indeed, at the breakfast table, and the sight was everything as fancy had painted it. He thought of Milton's "Pensive nun, devout and pure, Sober, steadfast, and demure." Only the description did not quite fit, for there was a healthy, sweet freshness about Lois which gave the idea of more life and activity, mental and bodily, than could consort with a pensive character. The rest fitted pretty well, and the lines ran again and again through Mr. Dillwyn's head. Lois was gone to church long before the rest of the family set out, and in church she did not sit with the others, and she did not come home with them. However, she was at dinner. But immediately after dinner Mrs. Barclay withdrew again into her own room, and Mr. Dillwyn had no choice but to accompany her. "What now?" he asked. "What do you do the rest of the day?" "I stay at home and read. Lois goes to Sunday school." Mr. Dillwyn looked through the windows. The rain Mrs. Barclay threatened had come, and had already begun in a sort of fury, in company with a wind which drove it and beat it, as it seemed, from all points of the compass at once. The lines of raindrops went slantwise past the windows, and then beat violently upon them. The ground was wet in a few minutes. The sky was dark with its thick watery veils. Wind and rain were holding revelry. "She will not go out in this weather," said the gentleman, with conviction which seemed to be agreeable. "The weather will not hinder her," returned Mrs. Barclay. "This weather?" "No, Lois does not mind weather. I have learned to know her by this time. Where she thinks she ought to go, or what she thinks she ought to do, there no hindrance will stop her. It is good you should learn to know her too, Philip." "Pray tell me, is the question of ought never affected by what should be legitimate hindrances?" "They are never credited with being legitimate," Mrs. Barclay said, with a slight laugh. "The principle is the same as that old soldier's who said, you know, when ordered upon some difficult duty, 'Sir, if it be possible, it shall be done, and if it is impossible, it must be done.'" "That will do for a soldier," said Dillwyn. "At what o'clock does she go?" "In about a quarter of an hour. I shall expect to hear her feet pattering softly through the hall, and then the door will open and shut without noise, and a dark figure will shoot past the windows." Mr. Dillwyn left the room, and probably made some preparations, for when, a few minutes later, a figure all wrapped up in a waterproof cloak did pass softly through the hall, he came out of Mrs. Barclay's room and confronted it, and I think his overcoat was on. "Miss Lois, you cannot be going out in this storm?" "Oh yes, the storm is nothing, only something to fight against. But it blows quite furiously." "I don't dislike a wind," said Lois, laying her hand on the lock of the door. "You have no umbrella." "Don't need it. I'm all protected, don't you see, Mr. Dillwyn? You are not going out." "Why not?" "But you have nothing to call you out." "I beg your pardon. The same thing, I venture to presume, that calls you out. Duty. Only, in my case, the duty is pleasure." "You are not going to take care of me?" "Certainly. But there is no need. Not the least in the world." "From your point of view?" He was so alertly ready, had the door open and his umbrella spread, and stood outside waiting for her. Lois did not know how to get rid of him. She would surely have done it if she could. So she found herself going up the street with him by her side, and the umbrella warding off the wind and rain from her face. It was vexatious and amusing, from her face, who had faced Sharnpuashuh storms ever since she could remember. It was very odd to be taken care of on a sudden, when you are accustomed and perfectly able to take care of yourself. It is also agreeable. "You had better take my arm, Miss Lois," said her companion. "I could shield you better." "Well," said Lois, half laughing, "since you are here, I may as well take the good of it." And then Mr. Dillwyn had got things as he wanted them. "I ventured to assume a little while ago, Miss Lois, that duty was taking you out into this storm. But I confess my curiosity to know what duty could have the right to do it. If my curiosity is indiscreet, you can rebuke it." "It is not indiscreet," said Lois. "I have a sort of Bible class in the upper part of the village, a quarter of a mile beyond the church." "I understood it was something of that kind, or I should not have asked. But in such weather as this, surely they would not expect you?" "Yes, they would. At any rate, I am bound to show that I expect them." "Do you expect them to come out to day?" "Not all of them," Lois allowed. "But if there would not be one, still I must be there." "Why, if you will pardon me for asking?" "It is good they should know that I am regular, and to be depended on; and besides, they will be sure to measure the depth of my interest in the work by my desire to do it. And one can do so little in this world, at one's best, that one is bound to do all one can." "All one can," Mr. Dillwyn repeated. "You cannot put it at a lower figure. I was struck with a word in one of Mrs. Barclay's books, the Life and Correspondence of John Foster. Power to its very last particle is duty." "But that would be to make life a terrible responsibility." "Say noble, not terrible," said Lois. "I confess it seems to me terrible also. I do not see how you can get rid of the element of terribleness." "Yes, if duty is neglected, not if duty is done." "Who does his duty at that rate? Some people try," said Lois. "And that trying must make life a servitude." "Service is not servitude!" exclaimed Lois again, with the same wholesome hearty ring in her voice that her companion had noticed before. "How do you draw the line between them?" he asked, with an inward smile, and yet Mr. Dillwyn was earnest enough too. "There is more than a line between them," said Lois. "There is all the distance between freedom and slavery." And the words recurred to her, "I will walk at liberty, for I seek thy precepts." But she judged they would not be familiar to her companion, nor meet appreciation from him, so she did not speak them. "Service," she went on, "I think is one of the noblest words in the world. But it cannot be rendered servilely. It must be free, from the heart." "You make nice distinctions. Service, I suppose you mean, of one's fellow creatures?" "No," said Lois, "I do not mean that. Service must be given to God. It will work out upon one's fellow creatures, of course." "Nice distinction again," said Mr. Dillwyn. but very real and very essential. Is there no service, true service, that is given wholly to one's needy fellows of humanity? It seems to me I have heard of such." "There is a good deal of such service," said Lois, "but it is not the true. It is partial and arbitrary. It ebbs and flows and chooses, and is found consorting with what is not service, but the contrary. True service, given to God, and rising from the love of him, goes where it is sent, and does what it is bidden, and has too high a spring ever to fail. Real service gives all, and is ready for everything." "How much do you mean, I wonder, by giving all? Do you use the words soberly?" "Quite soberly," said Lois, laughing. "Giving all what?" "All one's power, according to Foster's judgment of it." "Do you know what that would end in?" "I think I do. How do you mean?" "Do you know how much a man or woman would give who gave all he had?" "Yes, of course I do." "What would be left for himself?" Lois did not answer at once, but then she stopped short in her walk and stood still, in the midst of rain and wind, confronting her companion, and her words were with an energy that she did not at all mean to give them. There would be left for him all that the riches and love of God could do for his child. Mr. Dillwyn gazed into the face that was turned towards him, flushed, fired, earnest, full of a grand consciousness, as of a most simple unconsciousness, and for the moment did not think of replying. Then Lois recollected herself, smiled at herself, and went on. "I am very foolish to talk so much," she said. "I do not know why I do. Somehow I think it is your fault, Mr. Dillwyn. I am not in the habit, I think, of holding forth so to people who ought to know better than myself." "I am sure you are aware that I was speaking honestly, and that I do not know better," he said. "I suppose I thought so," Lois answered, "but that does not quite excuse me. Only I was sorry for you, Mr. Dillwyn." "Thank you. Now may I go on? The conversation can hardly be so interesting to you as it is to me." "I think I have said enough," said Lois, a little shyly. "No, not enough, for I want to know more. The sentence you quoted from Foster, if it is true, is overwhelming. If it is true, it leaves all the world with terrible errors of obligation." "Yes," Lois answered, half reluctantly. "Duty unfulfilled is terrible, but not all the world, Mr. Dillwyn." "You are an exception?" "I did not mean myself. I do not suppose I do all I ought to do. I do try to do all I know, but there are a great many beside me who do better." "You agree, then, that one is not bound by duties unknown?" Lois hesitated. "You are making me talk again as if I were wise," she said. "What should hinder any one from knowing his duty, Mr. Dillwyn?" "Suppose a case of pure ignorance." "Then let ignorance study." "Study what?" "Mr. Dillwyn, you ought to ask somebody who can answer you better." "I do not know any such somebody." "Haven't you a Christian among all your friends?" "I have not a friend in the world of whom I could ask such a question with the least hope of having it answered." "Where is your minister?" "My minister? Clergyman, you mean? Miss Lois, I have been a wanderer over the earth for years. I have not any minister." Lois was silent again. They had been walking fast as well as talking fast, in spite of wind and rain. The church was left behind some time ago, and the more comely and elegant part of the village settlement. "We shall have to stop talking now," Lois said, "for we are near my place." "Which is your place?" "Do you see that old schoolhouse a little further on? We have that for our meetings. Some of the boys put it in order, and make the fire for me." "You will let me come in?" "You?" said Lois. "Oh no! Nobody is there but my class." "You will let me be one of them to day? Seriously?" "I am going to wait to see you home. You will not let me wait in the rain." "I shall bid you go home," said Lois, laughing. "I am not going to do that." "Seriously, Mr. Dillwyn, I do not need the least care." "Perhaps; but I look at the matter from my point of view." What a troublesome man, thought Lois. But then they were at the schoolhouse door. The wind and rain came with such a wild burst that it seemed the one thing to do to get under shelter. And so Mr. Dillwyn went in with her, and how to turn him out Lois did not know. It was a bare little place. The sanded floor gave little help or seeming comfort. The wooden chairs and benches were old and hard. However, the small stove did give out warmth enough to make the place habitable, even to its furthest corners. 6 people were already there. Lois gave a rapid glance at the situation. There was no time, and it was no company for a prolonged battle with the intruder. "Mr. Dillwyn," she said softly, "will you take a seat by the stove as far from us as you can, and make believe you have neither eyes nor ears? You must not be seen to have either by any use you make of them. If you keep quite still, maybe they will forget you are here. You can keep up the fire for us." She turned from him to greet her young friends, and Mr. Dillwyn obeyed orders. He hung up his wet hat and coat, and sat down in the furthest corner, placing himself so, however, that neither eyes nor ears should be hindered in the exercise of their vocation, while his attitude might have suggested a fit of sleepiness, or a most indifferent meditation on things far distant, or possibly rest after severe exertion. Lois and her 6 scholars took their places at the other end of the room, which was too small to prevent every word they spoke from being distinctly heard by the one idle spectator. A spectator, in truth, Mr. Dillwyn desired to be, not merely an auditor, so as he had been warned he must not be seen to look. He arranged himself in a manner to serve both purposes, of seeing and not seeing. The hour was not long to this one spectator, although it extended itself to full an hour and a half. He gave as close attention as ever when, a student in college, he had given to lecture or lesson. And yet, though he did this, Mr. Dillwyn was not, at least not at the time, thinking much of the matter of the lesson. He was studying the lecturer, and the study grew intense. It was not flattering to perceive, as he soon did, that Lois had entirely forgotten his presence. He saw it by the free unconcern with which she did her work, as well as in the absorbed interest she gave to it. Not flattering, and it cast a little shadow upon him, but it was convenient for his present purpose of observation, so he watched and listened. He heard the sweet utterance and clear enunciation, first of all. He heard them, it is true, whenever she spoke, but now the utterance sounded sweeter than usual, as if there were a vibration from some fuller than usual mental harmony, and the voice was a silvery melody. It contrasted with the other voices, which were more or less rough or grating or nasal, too high-pitched or low, and rough cadenced, as uncultured voices are apt to be. From the voices, Mr. Dillwyn's attention was drawn to what the voices said, and here he found, most unexpectedly, a great deal to interest him. Those rough voices spoke words of genuine intelligence, they expressed earnest interest, and they showed the speakers to be acute, thoughtful, not uninformed, quick to catch what was presented to them, often cunning to deal with it. Mr. Dillwyn was in danger of smiling more than once, and Lois met them, if not with the skill of a practised logician, with the quick wit of a woman's intuition and a woman's loving sympathy, armed with knowledge and penetration and tact and gentleness and wisdom. It was something delightful to hear her soft accents answer them with such hidden strength under their softness. It was charming to see her gentleness and patience, and eagerness too, for Lois was talking with all her heart. Mr. Dillwyn lost his wonder that her class came out in the rain. He only wished he could be one of them, and have the privilege too. It was impossible but that with all this mental observation, Mr. Dillwyn's eyes should also take notice of the fair exterior before them. They would not have been worthy to see it else. Lois had laid off her bonnet in the hot little room. It had left her hair a little loosened and disordered, yet not with what deserved to be called disorder. It was merely a softening and lifting of the rich, full masses, adding to the grace of the contour, not taking from it. Nothing could be plainer than the girl's dress. All the more the observer's eyes noted the excellent lines of the figure, and the natural charm of every movement and attitude. The charm that comes, and always must come, from inward refinement and delicacy, when combined with absence of consciousness, which can only be helped, not produced, by any perfection of the physical structure. Then the tints of absolute health, and those low, musical, sensitive tones, flowing on in such sweet modulations. What a woman was this! Mr. Dillwyn could see, too, the effect of Mrs. Barclay's work. He was sure he could. The whole giving of that Bible lesson betrayed the refinement of mental training and culture. Even the management of the voice told of it. Here was not a fine machine, sound and good, yet in need of regulating and working and lubricating to get it in order. All that had been done, and the smooth running told how well. By degrees Mr. Dillwyn forgot the lesson and the class and the schoolhouse, and remembered but one thing any more, and that was Lois. His head and heart grew full of her. He had been in the grasp of a strong fancy before, a fancy strong enough to make him spend money and spend time for the possible attainment of its object. Now it was fancy no longer. He had made up his mind, as a man makes it up once for all, not to try to win Lois, but to have her. She, he saw, was as yet ungrazed by any corresponding feeling towards him. That made no difference. Philip Dillwyn had one object in life from this time. He hardly saw or heard Lois's leave-takings with her class, but as she came up to him he rose. "I have kept you too long, Mr. Dillwyn, but I could not help it, and really, you know, it was your own fault." "Not a minute too long," he assured her, and he put on her cloak and handed her her bonnet, with grave courtesy, and a manner which Lois would have said was absorbed, but for a certain element in which even then struck her. They set out upon their homeward way, but the walk home was not as the walk out had been. The rain and wind were unchanged. The wind, indeed, had an added touch of waywardness, as they more nearly faced it, going this way, and the rain was driven against them with great fury. Lois was fain to cling to her companion's arm, and the umbrella had to be handled with discretion. But the storm had been violent enough before, and it was no feature of that which made the difference. Neither was it the fact that both parties were now almost silent, whereas on the way out they had talked incessantly, though it was a fact. Perhaps Lois was tired with talking, seeing that she had been doing nothing else for 2 hours. But what ailed Philip? And what gave the walk its new character? Lois did not know, though she felt it in every fibre of her being, and Mr. Dillwyn did not know, though the cause lay in him. He was taking care of Lois. He had been taking care of her before, but now, unconsciously, he was doing it as a man only does it for one woman in the world. Hardly more careful of her, yet with that indefinable something in the manner of it, which Lois felt even in the putting on of her cloak in the schoolhouse. It was something she had never touched before in her life, and did not know what it meant. At least, I should say her reason did not know, yet nature answers to nature infallibly, and by some hidden intuition of recognition the girl was subdued and dumb. This was nothing like Tom Caruthers, and anything she had received from him. Tom had been flattering, demonstrative, obsequious. There was no flattery here, and no demonstration, and nothing could be farther from obsequiousness. It was the delicate reverence which a man gives to only one woman of all the world, something that must be felt and cannot be feigned. The most subtle incense of worship one human spirit can render to another, which the one renders and the other receives, without either being able to tell how it is done. The more is the incense sweet, penetrating, powerful. Lois went home silently through the rain and wind, and did not know why a certain mist of happiness seemed to encompass her. She was ignorant why the storm was so very beneficent in its action, did not know why the wind was so musical and the rain so refreshing, could not guess why she was sorry to get home. Yet the fact was before her as she stepped in. "It has done you no harm," said Mr. Dillwyn, smiling, as he met Lois's eye, and saw her fresh flushed cheeks. "Are you wet?" "I think not at all." "This must come off, however," he went on, proceeding to unfasten her cloak. "It has caught more raindrops than you know." And Lois submitted, and meekly stood still and allowed the cloak, very wet on one side, to be taken off her. "Where is this to go? There seems to be no place to hang it here." "Oh, I will hang it up to dry in the kitchen, thank you," said Lois, offering to take it. "I will hang it up to dry in the kitchen, if you will show me the way. You cannot handle it." Lois could have laughed, for did she not handle everything? And did wet or dry make any difference to her? However, she did not on this occasion feel like contesting the matter, but with unwonted docility preceded Mr. Dillwyn through the sitting room, where were Mrs. Armadale and Madge, to the kitchen beyond, where Charity was just putting on the tea kettle. Chapter 34. Under the Umbrella.